Steel Toe Morning Show.
Hey, everybody. Good morning and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. What the is she doing here? I wanted to see if I could make it the first 5 minutes without saying the F word, and I almost didn't. Welcome to the show. That is April.
Good morning.
It's not Johnny.
Sorry.
We downsized on tits this morning. We didn't have enough in the budget for two fat guys with giant tits. So you're going to have to settle for one fat guy with giant tits and me. That's welcome to the program.
Oh.
It's going to be a good one. We're going to get a history lesson today. It's a history lesson that I got, and I consider myself something of a history buff.
You are. Yes.
Not as much as Nick Hodges. See, because he runs the channel History Buffs that watches movies about history.
Please keep going.
You see, his name is Nick Hodges. He's very talented.
Nicholas Hodges.
Nicholas Hodges. But yes, I consider myself something of a history buff, and I did not know, and I know there's going to be so many based people in the chat saying, Aaron, I can't believe you didn't know that. But Nixon's, the whole Watergate thing was basically we talk about how like Epstein Island, it's like, yeah, I think they have a lot of these rich and powerful people. When they get rich and powerful enough, they bring them to this island. They have them have sex with these prostitutes. And then they tell them after the fact, oh, by the way, that girl's 15.
They're children.
Yeah, these are underage prostitutes. And we have pictures now and we have videos now. And you're going to do exactly what we tell you to do. Or we're going to show everybody that you have sex with underage girls and you're a creep and a pedophile and all that. I don't think they had that on Nixon. So what they did with Nixon was they did Watergate. Basically, the story goes like this. Every president who's ever had something bad happen to them has messed with the CIA, the central bank, or the Pentagon.
There seems to be a trend.
One of those three things. If you look at any president who's been shot, if you look at any president who's been removed under suspicious circumstances, they've almost always tried to confront the CIA, FBI, Pentagon, or central banking system. Those four things will make sure that you don't, that you're maybe out of there before your time, if you will.
Which one are you picking?
What do you mean, with Nixon?
No, like if you're in, what are you picking to mess with?
Oh, man, I don't know. Well, if they're going to get rid of you for messing with one of them, then just go ahead and mess with all of them.
Oh. Well, you are ballsy.
Yeah, just go after all of them. I mean, look, if they're going to blow your head off in Texas riding in a convertible, get your shots in.
That's the way to go.
Get your punches in. If they're going to take you out, get them. Geriatric Biden knob slobber. I love that name. Names like that always stand out to me. People are like, oh, why do you read this guy, but you don't read this guy? Look, as it's scrolling by, and it's a little easier this time in the morning, but especially as we get into 7, 8, 9 o'clock, as they're running by, just, and I'm doing stories and all that stuff, if it catches my eye, I go with it. That's about it. But so geriatric Biden knob slobber, That's always going to catch my eye.
It's a fun one.
Says, oh, finally, YouTube. Still trying to get through Friday's show, and it keeps locking up. Oh, Rumble? Yeah, our 10-hour YouTube marathon is not on YouTube. It's on Rumble because the YouTube portion of it was taken down on copyright grounds.
Apparently, we were naughty boys and girls.
We played something that they don't like, and you know what I don't get about it? Then just give the copyright holder any revenue that the video generates.
That's what I think. It's
Why take it down? Just be like, oh, you copyright claimed the video? Well, unless they argue that it's fair use, which it usually always is. Here's the thing. People think that YouTube honors fair use. YouTube doesn't honor fair use. YouTube just allows you to appeal under fair use grounds. If you're watching something, like people know with this show, we pause shit all the time to an obnoxious degree.
A lot.
And part of that is because I can't shut up for more than 10 seconds. The other part of that is we want to be as fair use as possible. And YouTube will still take your shit down, copyright strike. I mean, they'll do, for movie trailers, they'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
And movie trailer, you're literally watching a thing to promote the movie and you're commenting on it.
It's promotion, you ass.
So people are like, oh no, YouTube protects fair use. No, they don't. They're terrible with fair use.
Not at all. Like, I would wager almost not at all.
Yeah. Toastmaster says you did karaoke with original songs, so YouTube panicked and took it down. So right, so you can't do no karaoke
with videos that you can easily find right on YouTube.
No sing along, nothing like that. Yeah.
You know
what's funny? You're right.
It.
You're right. The person we play the song from, the YouTube account we played the song from, definitely doesn't own the copyright to that song. But the song can be up there. But if I play the song and dick around with it, then that's a copyright thing and my video has to come down.
How dare we? We're using your platform.
It's so silly.
We're using your services.
Yeah, YouTube is a dog shit service. It really is. I mean, once you get strikes, like we've gotten content strikes and medical once you get any strike that's like political, that's right of center, forget being promoted, forget showing up in the algorithm. They will shut you down immediately. They don't want that shit. And if it gets really serious, it'll be like Revenge of the Sis, where they'll go back 2 years, 3 years, find videos they don't like, strike you so they can get rid of your channel. I mean, it happens. Like people can sit there. I know people who tend to who like this show tend to be a little more left of center are like, ah, there they go, those conspiracy theorists. You really think you're that important? No, that's my point. I don't think we're that important. YouTube does. I'm not the one sitting here saying we're so important they have to block us. I think we're a silly little stupid fucking show out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. YouTube's the one who thinks that we're important enough to strangle off and choke and take out of the algorithm because we said some shit about COVID and politics a while ago.
We're just goofing, YouTube.
We're just fucking around. People like you lose it for you more than we do. If you're changing your opinion because of what I said, you're an idiot. Now, if you change your opinion because I said something and you looked it up and you went, oh, there's a smarter guy explaining to me what that was. Fair.
Isn't that how it should go, though? Shouldn't we reserve the right to broadcast these things to you in our shitty little manner so that you may decide that we're stupid and you may go somewhere else?
Let's see. YouTube chokes us off, doesn't promote us, anything. But that you're just paranoid if you think that. Meanwhile, go on Rumble exclusively and don't go on YouTube. You've got over somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200 people watching you at a time, and they're throwing you on the front page every other week. I mean, we'd probably be on the front page of Rumble every other morning if we were Rumble exclusive.
Almost makes you not want to use YouTube.
But I have no balls.
No balls.
So I'm not going to do it. No balls like these guys. No balls. I expected this from a dickless little shit like you. All right, let's continue on. Let's catch up with you guys, and then we've got stuff to talk about today.
Okay.
Because we've got the Nixon thing I'm very excited about. Rusty Grammer was in the chat before the show started. And speaking of standing out, thank you. Chip Galloway's here this morning.
Oh, there he is.
Chip, we made him the official steel toe accountant.
Does he have his abacus? So
he does. Chip Galloway says 170 to the goal, calculator out, reporting for accounting duty. All right, buddy, remember, YouTube, 30% cut from them. Rumble, 20% cut from them. PayPal, we don't even count the cut because it's like 2%. It doesn't matter. It's a negligible amount. But there you are. 170 If I fuck up, Chip Galloway's going to let me know, whether
Sure
it's
is.
during the show or after the show. He'll write to me.
During.
He'll say, hey, you said that you're $20 into tomorrow. You're actually $27.35 into tomorrow. So if you really want to make Chip Galloway's job difficult, only donate in uneven amounts.
Yes, lots of change.
Because that makes his job tough and my job tough, and it's kind of fun.
What do you think, 27 cents after everything?
Yeah, I mean, how do you take 30% out of that? And I know Chip Galloway's going to say with a calculator, you retard. But it's...
You don't have one.
It was
rhetorical.
rhetorical.
What are you supposed to do?
Rhetorical question. Scarface says you're lucky because it could have been taken down for all the times you drunkenly dropped the F slur.
We did.
Never did that.
Oh, we didn't.
I don't know what you're talking about. I never say that
He
word.
didn't. I don't know what
I don't even use that word privately all the time.
Wow.
Red Fox Mad says, just think about how different the USA would be if JFK would not have been killed by the government. Maybe the Federal Reserve would have been deleted. That's such a impossible thing that if you went, hey man, if JFK hadn't been killed by the CIA and Lyndon Johnson, then we wouldn't have a Federal Reserve. And I'm like, well, if there was a threat that there wasn't going to be a Federal Reserve, then they would have just blown Kennedy's head off. And it's like, you kind of end up in this logical circle, this cycle.
They'd find him,
circular logic.
They'd find him and execute him like Tywin Lannister style just to get rid of him.
Just shoot him with a crossbow on the turlet. Skeezy says copyright is just an excuse to take down what they don't like.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I agree.
End stage Rory says, I'm surprised that Jake didn't tweet. Oh, God, with your guys' inter-listener drama.
Jeez.
Stop it. Stop it with your inter-listener drama. I mean, you don't stop it. You can do whatever you want. Leave me out of it. Scarface says, Royce tried taking Daywave live on YouTube last week, and it was immediately hit with a strike from a 2-year-old video with a timestamp that led to nothing. Exactly. And Daywave I think the Daywave channel has less subscribers than we do. So again, tell me I'm paranoid, please.
I'm sure that they have a whole top hat full of different videos that they flagged from the past for them, and they just pull one out every time they try to show up.
Right.
Not now, Charles.
There we go. Somebody, not someone, says you can have a video from 5 years ago that did not violate the terms of service but does now, and you'll get a strike on it. Yes, that's absolutely correct.
That's not cool, though. That should be, if there's a new rule, that should be everything going forward, right? That shouldn't be retroactive in any regard.
YouTube has made it very clear. We own this shit, and we will make the rules up as we go.
There was a day where using the gay F word wasn't a big deal.
Are
Okay.
you farm-towning me right now? Oh, back in the day when we could tie him up with a log chain, start our truck, and just take off going. And then we used to play a game in Litchfield called See How Long It Can Run Behind the Truck. I don't think that's the way we should go.
Do you know what I mean, though?
No. You don't just get to say, do you know what I mean? And then everyone goes, oh, well, yeah, I guess I'm being kind of a dick.
There 100% was a day where some words were not a problem, and some actions were not as problematic as now, maybe. Look, and so people,
Look,
let's say
Litchfield,
10,
would you
20
just
years
say
ago,
lynching?
No.
Because I believe that's still okay in Litchfield, Minnesota.
But we don't talk about it, though. It's kind of like smoking weed. You shouldn't brag about it. You should just do it quietly. Like
Jesus Christ.
Just kidding.
I'm bringing Johnny back from his vacation early.
Oh, as if he'd
April's
going to
get us canceled.
I'm just saying.
Small town rhetoric.
With our opinions and our words and shit. 10, 20 years ago, people said a lot of, spicier things.
Actually, you know what?
You shouldn't be digging up bones like that and what?
Well, that's interesting because I went to the kitchen to get a bite to eat. All the while hoping I could taste your kisses sweet. I found an old cold chicken leg that I've been gnawing on. Well, I'm just sitting around digging up bones. You said digging up.
Oh, it triggered something like a song for
exhuming
you.
things and better left. Oh, I'm going to get a strike. I sound just like them.
Just like them.
So anyway, April, 10 years ago, I have bad news.
What?
10 years ago, you were just about to graduate from high school.
I had graduated already.
No.
Yeah.
10 years ago was 2013.
My 10-year reunion happened in June. Hello.
Oh, shit.
I've been graduated half a year now.
I thought you were class of 2014. I got to trade you in a year earlier than I thought. So in 10 years ago, I know you were in Litchfield, you poor thing. But 10 years ago, I'm pretty sure they were still coming down pretty hard for the gay F word. Yeah, exactly. You cat paw away at that. The Red Fox Mad says the left has all the branches of government, education, big tech companies on their side. Yeah. And they're still fucking up. You would think if you got all that power, you'd still be able to just keep it. Nobody would get to have an opinion on anything. They can't even get that part right.
No.
Mr. St. Caesar says, morning, both. Hope you both had a good weekend. Hell froze over the weekend, and CM Punk is back in WWE.
Whew.
How excited are you?
So excited. So excited. I need a drip pan.
I haven't watched wrestling in a long time.
Well, that's where you and I part ways.
If the if the Vikings weren't playing tonight, I would watch Raw because Randy Orton, one of my favorite wrestlers, came back at Survivor Series, and then at the fucking end, CM Punk comes back. Now I have a question.
Yes.
Why is it if I go right now and I play the CM Punk clip of him returning, I'm going to get this episode taken down by WWE. But there's 1.5 million channels out there that are just straight up, no commentary, nothing. They've just reposted the clip on YouTube.
Oh,
I fucking
Aaron,
hate this service.
That's because they don't like you.
It's bullshit. Like if I go and I do commentary on it, they'll go, oh, but by the way, can't monetize this. We're going to take it down. Blocked in some countries, so on and so forth. But like I go on YouTube and there's entire channels that just put it up. No commentary, no nothing. Just put up WWE's clip. I hate it.
There's a lot of channels that do like movie reviews and movie trailer reviews and shit like that too, and they have all that stuff up and they leave them up.
Here, I've got. Let's see if we can find it. Oh, you know what? Okay. Oh no!
Why does that look like young you?
People are putting up video of themselves reacting to CM Punk's return. These were people in the building. Oh shit! I did this from when we had Keanu and Gino on.
He looks like he has the mumps.
I'm gonna have to.
Poor guy. Make sure you center it.
Let's get that right
between your logos.
There we are. We might bring that down just a tad. There we are.
Professional.
All right, guys. Let's. So this, I guess, this guy filmed. Don't do this. This guy filmed himself reacting to CM Punk live in the arena, coming back to WWE after like 10 or 11 years.
Yeah.
And don't.
It's probably actually good for you that when you were coming up with wrestling and stuff that you didn't have access to just filming yourself all the time.
Yeah. Like Stone Cold's coming in a beer truck. Oh my God, this is crazy.
He's got his tits out and everything.
Goldberg has Hogan up in the jackhammer and drops him down. Like, oh my God. Hulk Hogan comes back in the red and yellow. Oh, the Hulkster.
You would have been this guy.
Oh, I really would have been. So he's just singing. He's just singing along with his favorite wrestler's theme music after the match is over.
Yeah.
He has no idea that CM Punk's about to come out and, make a return to wrestling and be the conquering hero. He's just having a great time bopping along to whoever fucking music that is.
I will say that he looks too close to you. Like, do you have like a
We
weird...
look nothing alike.
Do you have like a 20-year-old son somewhere that you don't know about?
Nope.
Are you serious?
He's so happy. Oh my God, CM Punk is back. It's my same reaction when Jon Snow was risen from the dead.
This guy gets all the pussy, I bet.
If this guy didn't get his dick sucked after this show, and not just like
By
got
a
his
guy?
not just got his dick sucked like, oh my God, I'm getting my dick sucked, but got his dick sucked and had like a boss look on his face while it was happening, just like.
Okay. Now,
So.
does it have to be a woman?
I don't get hung up on labels.
Okay. Sure.
It's Ralphie from A Christmas Story.
He's having a good time.
I didn't want a Red Ryder BB gun. I wanted fucking Survivor Series tickets for Christmas. And I got CM Punk. He's either Piggy from Lord of the Flies,
Ooh,
or he's Little
yep.
Ralphie from A Christmas Story. I'm not sure which one.
A mix.
Bro, breathe.
Film the thingy, not
Bro,
you.
Bro, put your jaw back together, son. It unhinged. Your jaw came apart.
It's locked there now.
You've locked it. Perfect for a cock. Oh, man, he is so happy. Look at this guy. Oh, take those glasses. He can't decide what to do with the glasses.
It's terrifying to look at, though.
Do I take them off? Do I put them on? Do I take them off? Do I put... What would CM Punk want me to do in this moment?
Take it off.
He's so... Use your words. How do you feel in this moment? By the way, it's not like he's being filmed by someone else and they just caught this on camera and he's speechless.
He did this.
He decided to film himself doing it, and he still won't use his fucking words. He's like, it's like, bro, we're rolling. Like, if there was a director of his reaction video, the director would be going, "We're rolling. Make noises. Say something.
1, 2, and 3,
Come
go."
on, how are you feeling in this moment? Why you're just making dick sucking poses? You're a meme factory right now.
Well, he's trying to portray how horny he is because
That's true.
CM Punk came back.
He's pointing, Punk, here.
Wide open.
Ah. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know what I love about this guy?
Nothing. You love nothing.
If this man settles down and grows out of the wrestling thing and settles down and has a family, this will have to be addressed at some point.
I see. This is why I'm thankful that there's nothing of you like this out there, because I feel that I would have to address that.
I don't know if I've ever marked out like this at a live wrestling event.
What about in an Eric Church concert?
Well, that's different. I mean, that's understandable. Maybe
Gods in New Orleans just starts playing and Aaron's pants come off.
Yeah. It just comes out and oh shit! Oh! Auburn hair on a faraway sea wall. Screaming across the poncho train. Oh my God! Sorry.
Aaron actually gets removed for being unruly.
Like, sir, we got word of a screaming woman.
We've got children.
Need to ask
here.
you to leave the venue of 16,000 plus people because we can pick you out. Sir, how are you feeling?
Pull up. Oh shit, pause it.
He's out of
Quick,
breath.
pause. Oh, there's this little guy. See the guy with the skull sweatshirt on back of him? Watch him. See him right there? That meth head looking guy?
No, that's just Cancer Kid Rock.
What happened to him?
Oh my God!
He's coughing, dude. Oh my God, he's gonna die. Oh shit! That guy got so excited he's gonna die. Look, April, people were excited for CM Punk coming back.
I've never been that excited about anything, I don't think.
They were pumped, man.
They were CM pumped.
They were CM pumped is what they were. This was the black community's reaction to, oh wait, no, those are white girls rioting at a store? Wow.
It's Zara.
Talk
It's
about-
definitely a white girl.
Oh, is that
thing.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, man. You might as well be going to Shein. Or
I don't know what any of the...
Lululemon.
I know that one. That one I know. Oh, that's a very funny
Or
tweet.
Urban Outfitters.
BBC is like, hold the latest on Israel Hamas. CM Punk is back. Well, it's important. Yeah, so grown men lost their fucking minds because CM Punk came out through that curtain, bro.
Was that black person a dude?
April, if I'm not showing it on the screen, the audience doesn't care.
Oh,
They
didn't
don't.
see
I
it.
mean, is that lady a dude. They don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't see you took it down already.
Yeah, they don't know. So anyway, yeah, CM Punk came back, and then a bunch of grown men were like, dude, holy shit. I mean, we need to we can dial it back a little. That's all I'm saying. I mean, we can go, because like my reaction was, oh, wow, that's fucking cool. I might check out like Raw on Monday, or I might check in on wrestling every once in a while because Randy Orton's back, CM Punk is back. That's interesting. That's fascinating. I mean, woo! I want to superimpose that guy's reaction to CM Punk coming back with Bobby Boucher going, you sound like a big choo-choo train.
Well, should we maybe not shit on him, though? Because like I just said, how many times in our lives have we ever had an emotional moment like that, whereas that guy gets to live one?
Okay, right. And how many people would make fun of you if they saw you doing that? This is like that thing I explained to you yesterday, where it's like, that's not a reason to not make fun of somebody.
Oh, I know that. I'm just saying, let the guy do it.
You're like, hey, come on. If you did it, wouldn't that be embarrassing if you did it? Yes, and a bunch of people would call me a retard and make fun of me for it. So we definitely need to do it to another guy.
No, you said that guy should maybe tone her back a little, and I'm saying that he shouldn't. I'm not saying anything about us teasing him. I'm saying he should live that moment.
I'm telling you, as a wrestling fan, that's over the top.
He's selling it.
It's a bit rich. Irish Diesel says only a low IQ Mark would get hyped about a guy who was 0-2 in UFC and couldn't even compete against tomato cans and got crushed by real fighters. CM Punk only wins if the script says so. Right. That's because that's what pro wrestling is.
Leave her alone. She's an 18-year-old girl.
That's what they do in professional wrestling. It'd be weird if he was just like a guy comes out there to work with him and he just straight starts beating the shit out of him. That would be a really fucked up situation. Could you imagine that? Like there's a guy in pro wrestling, he's undefeated because every time he goes out there, it doesn't matter what the writers said or what the booker said you're supposed to do. He just starts beating the shit out of people for real. It's like, dude, we can't let you go out there anymore. It's remarkably unsafe.
Has there ever been a wrestler that did it one time? Like he was supposed to do one thing, but he just decided to beat some ass.
Oh, it happens all the time.
Oh.
Well, back in the day. Like it used to, like back in like the territory days, yeah, guys would just go out there and be like, I fucking hate this guy. I'm going to beat the shit out of him. It's just part of the business back then. Neon Collect says most of those channels have women watching those clips. Aaron, you're skinny, but you're still a man.
Ooh.
You think I'm skinny?
That's all he heard.
Thank you. And you think I'm a man? Thank you.
Which is
so
more?
Much.
Which one was more important to you?
I love all my children the same. Sean Raz says, Rusty, Aaron doesn't know who Manson is. He won't know who Joe the Supermark is. Yeah, that's lost on me. I don't know who those people are. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says that's the same reaction Jim Cornette had the first time he saw Chris Candido pounding out his wife. Boy, that's an inside drop.
Whoa.
This guy is Aaron's nephew, says Pool Scam Sam. I don't like it when Sam doesn't say allegedly. I feel like that's my only layer of protection that I have.
Close resemblance, though.
Delroy Lindo Calrissian says, still straighter than the Force Awakens trailer reaction video. Oh, that's right. Remember the guy who cried his eyes out at the...
I do remember when Ray was coming in or something, he just lost his mind.
And he said, you take love it so much. No, he cried at like the Lucasfilm logo. Like he was.
Maybe we should revisit in overtime.
I'm so happy that the Lucasfilm is back. Bro, it's not 1980. Nobody's excited to see the Lucasfilm logo anymore.
I would wager it's not the same Lucasfilm.
Yeah. If it says Lucasfilm now, you go, oh, put a chick in it, make it lame and gay. Delroy Lindo Calrissian says Aaron would totally spurg out if Hulk Hogan called him Bubba the moment he saw April. No! Hulkster, leave me alone. Don't talk to my family. Get out of here, Hulk. You talk to me. Los Federales says nothing beats the good old days with Brutus the Barber Beefcake, Ravishing Rick Rude, Brooklyn Brawler, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Papa Shannon. It's Papa Shango. Although Shannon. Papa Shannon would be a great, that's their trans character, is Papa Shannon. It's like, is it my papa or is it a lady named Shannon? Who is it? Papa Shannon. It can be both. It's 2023. Get with it. Hobo Chili with $4.99 says Aaron has nocturnal emissions about CM Punk. In his dream, he calls him CM Spunk and shoots all over the X mark, you overexcited F slur.
Do you do that?
Good morning to you too, Hobo. Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
Good morning.
Ranky says, right after a great match, WWE didn't even give them a chance to celebrate. Well, look, if they would have let those guys celebrate, are we going to see the fat guy going, oh, oh? We're not going to see that. You only
Never.
get that with CM Punk.
No.
Irish Diesel says, Val Venus is greater than CM Punk. Fuck yeah. Forget that guy, man. Yeah, Val Venus would have come out last night. Or 2 nights ago, whenever that was.
Yeah.
You would have got a way bigger reaction. Fuck CM Punk. You just want to hear, hello, ladies. You're like, oh, my God. That 60-year-old man is going to wrestle again. Here we go.
I feel like that happens a lot.
Amanda Hugginkiss says, I was a Coco Beware guy. Well, of course. I mean, let's not be ridiculous here. I mean, Coco Beware is a legend. Thank you, Hobo, for getting us started this morning. Appreciate it. And also, $5 came in, and one of those automatic contributions came in earlier this morning.
Thank you.
165 is our number for today. Thank the Chan Man and all the people who contributed on Friday. We had 3 or 4 people throwing in ridiculous amounts, and then a bunch of you throwing in little amounts on Friday. And it just was David Chandler going, couple more hours, to the point where we're like, no, we're done. And he's like, $500, couple more hours. And we're like, look, since you put it that way,
Right. I guess I can oblige.
I suppose we can do that. I suppose we can give you
Oh,
a few more hours.
what a
So
mess.
not very far to go this morning, and you can thank the Chan Man for that. He's the absolute best. He got more than what he was promised,
Way more.
and he was very convincing in
Yeah.
getting his. He wanted, I think, at least 12. We wanted 6. He got 10.
If he would have put in another 500 for 2 hours, I might have done it.
Really?
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
It's a long time, though. Holy shit.
We
Like
were on,
10 hours was a lot.
we were half dead as is. When we got done with that, it did seem like it went fast for 10 hours.
And
But-
yeah, and then we went out to dinner, and then we went out drinking after, and I literally just got okay this morning. Like I've been shot all weekend because of that Friday show.
Everywhere he goes around the weekend.
I made this sound a lot this weekend. That was like my animal sound.
With just the most minor moves. Let me sit up in this recliner.
I was making old man noises the entire rest of the weekend. There you go, Pool Scam Sam. Hey, Aaron, Grimace called and wants his shirt back, allegedly.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we'll see now. At least it's allegedly. But I don't know why the Grimace would want the shirt back and then not just say it openly. Watched a couple of movies this weekend.
Yeah.
Last night, I don't know why. I mean, I watched one of those movies that if Amazon had not brought it up to me, I never would have thought to ever search this out and
Okay.
check it out. But it was one of those where they're like, hey, you want to check this out? And I went, yeah, what the hell? Sounds
Give it a
good,
shot.
Amazon. Amazon talked me into it. The 2021 Mortal Kombat movie. And fine.
Fine.
Yeah. I mean, it was fine. It was, I think it made enough money, or it like covered its budget. They're going to make a second one now. And the guy who plays the guy from not Heroes. What's that fucking that show everyone wanted me to watch, and I watched like a season and a half.
Boys.
The Boys. Carl Urban, the guy who plays Billy Butcher. He's playing Johnny Cage in the second one, apparently. So, I don't know. It was fine. It was okay. I was a Mortal Kombat kid back in the day with the video games and everything. It was all right. I mean, if you want to check it out, you can check it out. It's not going to kill you to spend. It's a little over 2 hours, and it's long for that
Ew.
kind of a movie. It's not going to kill you to watch it. It's okay. It's fine. I feel the same way Scarface did. Like, you got to a certain point in the movie where you're like, they're running out of time here. Are they going to get to like the Mortal Kombat tournament? Like,
Sure.
what's going on? Scarface says it was okay, but they never got to the tournament. No, I think they did. Because Raiden was telling them, like, hey, we won a victory now. but we got to keep fighting these guys. And I thought when they all like went to pair off in the other universe or whatever, that was the tournament, but I guess not.
I wasn't watching.
I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't. It did excuse me. It did confuse me. Why? God, I can't fucking talk today. Maybe I'm not okay.
It excused you?
It excused me. Why did I can't even blame that on trying to read the chat and talk at the same time because nobody said excused.
Nobody said it.
I just confused, excused, and confused, and
wow, you're breaking.
Hope those guys know what they're getting when they bring me aboard. And definitely a shot version. Papa Dan says the forced input of Scorpion's great-grandson was shit. Yeah, I kind of thought that too. I'm like, why not just do Scorpion? Why have all the weird MMA shit? But okay. Neon Collect says, how the fuck is Urban going to play Johnny Cage? Are they aging him up and making him not American? Well, it looked like at the end of the movie, Johnny Cage was going to be black. So that was kind of weird that Carl Urban ended up playing him. Carl Urban's 51 years old, and Johnny Cage is supposed to be like a hotshot movie actor in Mortal Kombat. He's supposed to be like a prime Tom Cruise, like action star guy. So 51-year-old Carl Urban. I think the people who make Mortal Kombat just went, let's have Billy Butcher from The Boys, and let's have him do Billy Butcher things.
Isn't that the guy that says cunt every other word?
Right. I was surprised they didn't just make him Kano in the movie. I mean, that guy just said cunt all the time. I was like, it's Billy Butcher. Hobo Chili says, I have great baby shower games like Microwave the Jesus Christ, that came out of nowhere. That's not supposed to be.
Wow.
Neon Collect says, Johnny Cage was inspired by Van Damme. Well, there we go. Perfect. I could count on all of Goro's hands the problems with the movie, says Delroy Lando Calrissian. Yeah, I mean, don't watch Mortal Kombat if you're like, I have a serious problem with plot holes and believability. And it's a fucking ninja movie. Like, there's going to be shit in there that's not right.
Right.
There's going to be shit in there where you're like, well, this doesn't make any sense. Right, it's a kung fu movie. Kung fu movies aren't supposed to make sense. So, if you watch,
telling me all of Jackie Chan's movies weren't legit?
You know what? Here, based on the chat's reaction, fuck it. Skip Mortal Kombat. Don't watch it.
Yeah, it does sound boring.
It sucks. It's garbage. It's dog shit. Nobody cares. Move it along, I suppose.
Next.
I love how I'm like, hey, here's what I watched this weekend as we're kind of warming up for the show today. And I'm like, well, guys, I watched this, and I try to give like a sedated, laid back, lukewarm review of the movie where I'm like, hey, not terrible. It was fine. I didn't feel like I wasted. And then the chat's like, fucking bullshit, gay. I'm like, you know what? You're right. Don't watch it. Because I'm not invested enough in the movie to defend it.
And when I hear somebody like you have a very lukewarm take on a movie and just be like, nah, it's fine, that doesn't inspire me to watch it.
Right.
Like I don't need a lukewarm, okay movie.
I wasn't coming in here telling you guys it's a great movie. I was my whole position. I started from a weakened position where I'm like, it's fine.
You started from the bottom and now you're here.
Now I'm here. I'm just like, it's fine if you want to watch it. And they're like, fucking gay shit, pussy ass movie. And I'm like, yeah, fine. I'm not gonna. What'd you think I was gonna do? Argue with you? I already came in stating, it's fine.
That's fine.
So the minute you guys go, gay shit, I'm like, yeah, gay shit.
Don't watch it.
That's fine. I only watch Hollywood movies for accuracy, says Fauci's Pangolin. Yeah, then, you gotta go watch the Ted Bundy movie that Netflix put out. Apparently, historically, remarkably accurate.
Very good.
Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, like what you like, Aaron, live your truth. Well, that's just it. I didn't really like the movie that much. I thought it was fine. I don't have like I either have to love it or hate it thing with movies.
Okay.
I can watch a movie and just go, it's fine.
Yeah, for me, though, once I've seen a movie that's just fine, I'm probably not going to watch it again.
Right.
I've seen it.
Just play Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, way better storyline. And no, you know what? I think the chat, if there's one thing the chat's done today, it's made me realize I can be done with Mortal Kombat for the rest of my life. It's not worth it.
Wow, that's intense.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of I didn't realize how much defending you would have to do of the brand. And quite frankly, I'm just not that guy.
I'm not cut out for it.
That's not me.
Oh, shit.
Irish Diesel says, you can watch the movie and enjoy it because it is what it is. Don't go in expecting a good movie and just be entertained. Bravo. Perfect. That is
Interesting.
way too nuanced an opinion for the internet. Neon Collect says Urban was great as Dredd, and he is a piece of shit in The Boys. Place the role well. I don't know what the end of that
But
meant.
plays the role well.
Maybe he meant but.
He's probably texting.
Seeing Jax lose his arms was a cool scene. Yeah. Charles, God damn it. You know what, guys?
Not now,
This
Charles.
is what we have to do because of Charles now. He's on a little bit of a, I think he's on a bender. We got to toss the phone. Too many Charles calls. Irish Diesel says a new Mortal Kombat movie is going to be way better than the new Karate Kid movie starring Jackie Chan and Ralph Macchio. Did they do that? Oh.
Yeah, I think they did, and I wish they wouldn't.
Scarface says, we all heard you, Aaron. You said it was better than Godfather 1 and 2 combined. I did say that.
Your favorite Godfather movie? One or two.
That's too tough. You know what? That's like saying, Aaron, who won Sugar Ray Leonard or Marvin Hagler? You ask me on a different day, I'll tell you a different guy.
Isn't
won.
that nice though to have like a movie trilogy like that where they're all pretty good?
It's always nice to have a movie trilogy where you can't decide if 1 or 2 is better, but
Yeah.
you can all agree that 3 is the worst. That's always nice.
Skippable.
Yeah. You can just go, look, I don't know which one's the best,
But
I definitely know which one's the worst.
I can get rid of one.
Charles, yes, we can see you in the Rumble chat. Let me tell you something right now, buddy. First of all, I'm the only person who likes you. Let me tell you something right now. Save your chats for when you have something to contribute to the program, or they're not going to be able to see your chats for very long. The mods in there will mute you for just being obnoxious. They're a rough bunch.
A little bit.
I just love that. I love it when people act like they have a show on the show. It's like, no. Don't stop it.
That's what happens.
If you have something to contribute. Otherwise, shush, sweetie.
we make a mistake of trying to involve these mental patients
I-
sometimes, and
No.
then they think that they are more than they are
Right.
to the show.
It's why I always say, like, chats are detrimental to a show if you just do that. It's boring and awful. You know, that's like, I always say that to the people. I always have to correct the people who go, oh, sometimes the show is in the chat. The show's only in the chat if I make it in the chat. It's
Right.
not good otherwise. It's one good comment in 50. I gotta tell you. Let's get into the Derek Chauvin thing. Let's do an actual show today.
Ooh.
I'd like to do an actual show, not just read shit and then see what Charlie does. Everyone's having a good time.
E-break.
Everyone's having fun. I'm even like taking my host talents and abilities and dropping them down to like 20% to read chat, hang out with people, make them feel good. Basically do hospitality. Harm the quality of my own show to do hospitality and make people feel welcome. And then fucking Charlie calls 6 times in a row and then writes 2 things in the Rumble chat. Hello, can anybody hear me? Can anybody shut the fuck up? Because now I'm going to abandon the chat for a while. I'm going to let him hang out for a while. You guys go ahead, do your thing. I'm going to entertain you and do a show. If you want, look, there's 900 streams on YouTube right now of hacks who don't have a show and either talk about other shows or just read their chat. Absolutely go watch that shit. We do a better show here. I'm sorry. Derek Chauvin, that close. They almost got him.
Yep.
They
Sure
wanted to
did.
kill this motherfucker, and they got that close to getting Derek Chauvin. That was some wild news to wake up to on, I think, Friday or Saturday.
Yeah, I didn't like it, actually.
Oh, you're rooting for Derek Chauvin?
No, I'm not rooting for him. I just know that there's like chances that he shouldn't be sitting in prison for 20 years, you know? And I don't like this.
Derek Chauvin is a hard guy to root for. So my stance on him is like when he got stabbed, I was like, ooh, shit, that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But also I was like, I don't really give a shit if he dies or not.
I don't care. I just don't think it should be happening. That's the mentality I have.
He was such an unlikable fuck in that video. Like he was such a king shit sack of garbage. Like no matter how you think George Floyd died, Derek Chauvin really was the embodiment of the arrogant king shit cop that we all would like to punch in the fucking face.
Yep.
So the fact that he got shanked in prison, I don't mind it. I don't mind. I mean, if I wish it would have happened in the streets, while he was on duty being a cunt, that would have been fine. But I don't see this guy as some kind of, like, just because George Floyd didn't necessarily die from that guy's knee, doesn't mean that I think he's, a totally innocent guy and, oh, poor Derek Chauvin and that. Fuck him. I don't like him.
I've never liked George Floyd or Derek Chauvin in this whole situation because one of them was being remarkably uncooperative. He was being a pain in the ass. He was a drug addict causing problems.
Yeah.
And the other one was he'd had it. Like, I can see how people get to be a bag of shit like Derek Chauvin, probably dealing with the people like George Floyd. Okay?
He looks psychotic.
He does.
Especially when they shaved his head, like when they totally took it all the way down. He's got those uneven eyes that when you're bald, it accentuates it. Yeah, like he got stabbed in prison, and the only thing I was thinking was, oh boy, people are going to throw a shit fit over this one. And then I was waiting for, I'm like, somebody's going to say something a little too over the line and really retarded and stupid. And they're going to get, like, some TV personality is going to get in trouble because they're going to say something about this. But I don't know. People kind of, like, in large part, basically let this go all weekend.
I wasn't anticipating anyone getting, like, worked up about it, except for the fact that he didn't die. And if you read, like, any comment sections on, like, TMZ articles and stuff, that's pretty much what it was. Like, boy, that sure took a while. Oh, they just couldn't get the job done.
It didn't become as big a story as I thought it was going to be. Like, when I first saw it, I'm like, wow, it was going to be pretty big. And it was dead by the end of the day, unlike Derek Chauvin. But it kind of just nothing about it. He got stabbed in the prison, and then they took him. They had to take life-saving measures. Like I said, this close, they almost got him, and it looks like he's going to live. I don't know what they're going to do with him now. Like, do you put him in solitary confinement? Do you I thought he was already in protective custody, or maybe they put him back in general population. I don't know, but he's going to be in some kind of protection after this. It's probably not the last time someone's going to try and kill the fucker.
I know they're legally obligated to perform life-saving measures on people, but there are some instances where I'm surprised that they did anything and didn't just pretend they stumbled on it too late.
They're pretty good about that. The people who work in that field they take that responsibility pretty seriously. I mean, and besides, maybe to you that seems weird, but to them, they save scumbags all the time.
Yeah, but this is like the scumbag.
Yeah, right. But they save the scumbag all the time. Like, it's just kind of second nature to them. Like, they just go, they see a wound, they treat it, they help it, they dress it, the whole deal. Responding employees initiated life-saving measures for one incarcerated individual, blah, blah, blah. I'm even more bored by the Derek Chauvin story than I thought I was going to be just reading it.
There's no sexy details.
It's almost like CNN and all these other places dropped it when he didn't die. Like, almost like they're like, oh, man, this is going to be juicy if he dies. And then he didn't. They're like, who gives a shit? Let's move on to something else.
And, even if this person had succeeded and killed him, people out there would have been angry that, oh, that's too easy. The guy died too soon.
Bro, that guy would have been a god, though.
Yeah.
Like, that guy would have been really popular.
Oh, in prison especially.
Yeah.
Man.
They would have really, I would have saved him a couple butt fuckings.
I have the feeling that the guy who stabs people in prison is the one giving the butt fuckings.
You never know.
I think so.
When it's prison, some days you're the butt fucker, sometimes you're the butt fucked. It all just
switches.
Depends. Yeah,
I don't know.
Who knows? $4.99 from Red Fox Mad says everyone should watch The Fall of Minneapolis. Okay, good. It's there. We're good now. People can see it. They can click on it. They can go to it if they want to. Thank you, Red Fox Mad. 160 is the number today. Everyone thank the Chan Man for that number being so small today. We appreciate that. If you want to contribute, there's all the links in the chat. Let's get that done. It's so small today. Let's get that done without me even saying anything. So let's move on from the Chauvin thing. There's not really much to say other than he got stabbed. They're going to try and stab him again. They're going to probably try to kill this guy his entire time that he's in prison.
Maybe he's just totally not going to hang himself.
No, he won't do that. There won't be any.
So?
No, because
you get stabbed enough times.
No, I think they'll put him in some kind of protective custody. A lot of people have this idea of prison based on like movies and TV and shit. Not nearly as active as they say it is. Like, if you watch any documentaries on prison, it's not people like, oh yeah, if you go to jail and you did this, they're gonna butt fuck you to death. And it's like, oh, actually, if you did that, they automatically start you out in this protective custody where nobody can do that to you. You got your own little room, you know.
I certainly don't actually see prison like that.
I think he's going to be, you know, it's going to be rough time. It's fucking prison. And, you know, it's a place where it's mostly black people, and you're blamed for killing a black guy who then became a civil rights hero. So, yeah, you're probably going to have a rough go of it. Mr. Q says, Aaron, if you are the guy to stab people in jail, you give, not take it.
Yep.
You never know. I think somebody said it in the, somebody said it in the chat. Kraken Slappin says you butt fuck to show dominance. Everyone knows that, allegedly. Yeah, you got to make sure people know. Maybe that guy was getting butt fucked a lot, and he's like, I know how I can get the butt fucking to stop.
Stab Derek Chauvin.
If I stab Chauvin, nobody's going to fuck my butthole anymore. That'd be funny if the next day someone's in his cell and he's like, yo, you thought I was going to stop booty fucking you? I mean, thanks for stabbing Chauvin and everything, but maybe if I booty fuck you a few more times, you'll make sure you finish the job.
Do you just have to look weak in prison and then you become a target for butt fucking?
Mike Tyson says you have to be funny.
Funny?
Mike Tyson says if you're funny in jail, nobody butt fucks you.
Oh, no, I'm asking how do you get chosen as a target to be butt fucked?
Your jokes suck.
Your
Clearly.
jokes don't land.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
You tell really bad puns and they just shove a cock in your mouth to get you to stop.
Oh, no.
Like you go and you go, cell phone, get it? And they're like, open your mouth. You're like, shit, I thought that one was good today. That's what happens. You show up at like roll call and there's a guy with his dick out and he's like, make me laugh. You're like, oh man.
You're on the spot now.
Yeah, you're like, Tooters walk into a bar. You're like, oh shit, that's gonna be bad here. Wrong crowd. He's like, no, finish the joke. Then right as soon as the joke's over, he cuts a slit in your asshole and fucks you bloody.
Oh, God. Fuck.
It's a rough way to find out you're not as funny as you thought you were.
Jesus, man.
It's a rough way to find out. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, this is white inmates need to do their research. American Me and Blood In, Blood Out are perfect tutorials for air-holing a person. I think Hobo meant to write that differently, but he was trying to make it super chat friendly.
Yeah.
So
We all know what air holing means.
he did his best. Thank you, Hobo Chili, for the $4.99.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Yeah, I get. Tyson said if you're funny in prison, nobody fucks you in the ass. That would be funny if that was universal. I'm sure it's not. But like no funny person has ever been butt fucked in prison, ever.
That seems weird to me. I guess maybe you don't want to start butt fucking the funny guys because at least they're the only thing that makes you chuckle once in a while. And if you start butt fucking them, they'll get downtrodden.
Right. You don't want to fuck that light out of them.
Yeah.
You know? You don't want to sodomize them to the point where they don't feel like joking around anymore.
Sodomize the comedy right out of their
Look,
soul.
a guy gets fucked in the ass enough times, he's not going to feel like joking around.
It would be funny, though, if you started butt fucking the funny guy and he took it with, like, good spirit and had, like,
Yeah.
he was jovial about
It's
it.
whistle while I'm walking. Am I right, boys? And you're like, dude, could you not be so comfortable with the whole sodomy thing? It's a little weird. He just comes down and he's like, oh, boy, somebody leave a door open? I feel a draft. Am I right, boys? And like, dude, would you? They look at the guy who's doing it like, we all know it's you. Stop molesting him. Like, he's not. They're uncomfortable jokes. They're still funny, but like
Right.
it's weird for the rest of us.
But don't you understand, like, most comedy has some weird, dark root of truth in it.
Hey, T-Dog, I can walk today. Looks like you really didn't give her like you said you were going to. Am I right? And they're like, dude, he's taunting you for not butt fucking him hard enough.
Well, you better try harder next time.
God, could you just go pick somebody else? Like, all the boys have been talking, and this is really getting weird. We don't like it. Start butt fucking someone who's a little more subdued, you know?
Like the weird kid who sits by himself at lunch.
Yeah,
You know?
that guy. T. Jefferson, so bad puns get you essayed. Aaron, for the sake of Gino's favorite old dirt road, don't go to prison.
Oh,
Well, we'll see.
Gino's old dirt road.
Maybe we'll have somebody on the show sometime and they can explain to us exactly what does and get. You know what the saddest part is? There ain't no. Look, if there was a blueprint to exactly know how you don't get butt fucked in prison, they would have written it by now. Fact is, sometimes people just do things and there's no rhyme or reason. Some days prison just calls your number, and I don't care how many people you made chuckle the day before. You're going to be aerated.
You know, though, I do feel like if you have a good attitude in prison, that probably will keep you from being butt fucked. Because if you're like an aggressive, angry, confrontational guy, isn't that where all the butt fucking starts? They don't like the confrontational behavior.
Look.
So then they have to assert their dominance.
April, what we're doing right now is we're taking our rational mind and putting it in the mind of remarkably mentally ill people who committed horrific, violent crimes.
What?
They don't butt fuck you for logical reasons. They have animalistic impulses, and they act on them.
Maybe they're just lonely.
I need an asshole to stick my dick in. That's as far as the thought process goes.
6 inches.
Yeah, it's a 6-inch process. That's all.
Nobody clipped that.
All right, guys, moving on from the Derek Chauvin story, let's talk about what we've been talking about how the Democratic Party is definitely trying to get rid of Joe Biden. Like they're starting to talk about how old he is. They're starting to talk a lot about his shitty poll numbers. Mm-hmm. They're terrified that Trump is going to become president again. And they're thinking, hey, we dragged this fucking corpse across the finish line 3 years ago. Like, maybe we can drag him across the finish line one more time. We got him the victory over Trump last time around. Hillary lost to Trump. Let's try let's ride the hot hand and go with the guy who, got the victory.
Yeah, sure.
Last time. Well, it looks like dragging that corpse across the finish line is not going to be the job they thought it was going to be. So they're trying to kind of like a House of Cards angle their way towards like nicely like sometimes you want to kick somebody out of your house, but it could cause more problems for you if you just say, get the fuck out of here. So what you do is you start going, it's really getting late. I got to work tomorrow. I think, oh man, it might be time to maybe turn in, maybe start getting ready you start doing dishes while they're still there.
Yeah, you're very passive about
you're
it.
You're just letting them know that, time to fuck off so we can all save face. But then like Joe Biden's the guest who doesn't take the hint. He's like, oh, you want me to help you with the dishes?
Oh,
like, no,
shit.
Fuck.
They're every Midwest mom ever.
Right. It's now getting to the point where the Democrats are going to have to look at Joe Biden and go, would you just get the fuck out of here? We're going to lose.
Tired of this shit.
Tired of you just sitting there forgetting where you are on my couch all the time. So
people.
The problem is it's like firing an NFL coach in the middle of the season. You're like, do we really want to do that? Because the question you ask now, what's the question you ask right after you fire a coach?
Who's next?
Who are we going to get?
Yeah.
Like, we still got to have somebody run this damn thing. We can't just surrender to Trump. He's our demon. He's our great Satan. So we got to pick somebody else. Well, somebody said it earlier in the chat today that the Democrats, they own government, they own media, they own schools, they own all of this stuff. And still, there's competition. Still, they keep fucking up and they can't just hold their monopoly on power. And I think I'm starting to figure out why. It's because every time they decide to make a choice, they can't help but go down the wrong road. Yeah. A new poll shows that Democratic voters, this isn't like the insiders, this isn't like the operatives. Democratic voters in a poll of 2,851 Democratic voters said they would want Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton to run in 2024. I mean, you literally have a winning lottery ticket sitting in front of you. And I know people get weird when I say this, but most people get it. You have a winning lottery ticket in Gavin Newsom.
Yes, you do. 100%.
If you run Gavin Newsom or probably Michelle Obama, you're going to win. Now, are these the two people best suited to run the country? No, it would be a nightmare. They'd be terrible. They'd be Joe Biden with an ability to get the shit they want done. It would be horrifying if either one of them ran for president. I don't want that ideology to win. So I would love it if Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton ran.
That's very true.
That would be great. However, it is frustrating to watch these Democrats have two winners sitting right in front of them. I'm begrudgingly telling them this because I don't want them to know, but I'm so convinced of their ineptitude that I could hold up a picture of both of them right in front of them with a newspaper from the future that says they won, and they'd still go, I don't know. And the problem is, it's the same problem the internet has in general. They listen to fucking nameless, faceless idiots say shit, and they think it means real people. And it doesn't. Because They look at a Reddit thread or a Discord or a YouTube video or a Twitch streamer going, Gavin Newsom has wrecked California and he's done a terrible job and it's all bad and they would never elect him president because of the track record of California. The vast, overwhelming majority of people, those without autism, don't know that about Gavin Newsom.
Nope.
They see a good-looking guy who speaks really well, and he's been a governor before.
Which is a far cry from what we have right now.
That's it. They just see a guy, he's young-ish compared to this guy. I think Gavin's probably in his late 50s, early 60s.
Spring chicken.
They see Gavin Newsom. He's good-looking. He speaks well. He's very confident. He's been a governor before. They've heard of him. And they're like, you know what? This is a steadier hand than Joe Biden. He makes me feel comfortable. I'll vote for him. Gavin Newsom would beat Donald Trump.
Yeah, he would.
I believe he would.
I hate that, but it's true.
Yeah.
Michelle Obama, I think, would run away with it.
Michelle Obama would beat him, more than likely. And look, man, I'd be glad if they didn't run them for two reasons. One, I think they would win. And two, I think they'd do a bad job as president.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want them to run. But it's frustrating to watch the Democrats sit there and go, you know who we should pick? It's like somebody gets to pick a band for a live performance and they pick a really niche, like, underground band that, like, yeah, all their underground scene buddies think they're great.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody knows who the fuck they are.
It's kind of like Guar.
Yeah.
You chose Guar.
It's like picking Guar to do Madison Square Garden. It's like, yeah, there's going to be a lot of people on the internet who are going to go, oh, yeah, that's really good. I really like that. But they're all retarded with Cheeto dust all over their shirts. Meanwhile, if you get Taylor Swift, you're going to get a bunch of people to shell out thousands of dollars, and the thing will sell out in 5 seconds.
Yes.
It's a business. Same thing with politics. It's a business. You don't want to pick the candidate you like the most. You want to pick the product that people will pick off the shelves.
The winning one.
Yes.
Got to think like your customers.
And for Democrats, they're so inside their own bubble, not just on topics and issues, but they're inside their own bubble on who people like.
Yep.
24% of this poll said they'd vote for Kamala Harris. 13% said Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton has literally already lost to Donald Trump. Back when people thought Donald Trump running for president was a joke.
Yeah.
She lost to joke Trump. She hasn't run against guy who's been president before Trump. Because now the whole Trump can't win. He's a celebrity. You can't do that. Well, he's not a celebrity anymore. He's a former president now.
So Hillary Clinton's clearly Satan, right? But there's going to be people out there that see the 2016 election too, and they're like, oh, she barely lost. She won in Didn't she
popular
win
vote.
the popular vote? Yeah. She barely lost to Donald Trump. She could do it. Like, there's going to be people like that out there, too, that don't know what they're talking about.
People are like, oh, Hillary's Satan, Hillary's Satan. Yeah, to you and your right-wing friends.
Mm-hmm.
But to you and your left-wing friends, Donald Trump is Satan. So...
Right. So those people on the left are going to see that, oh, she won the popular vote and Donald Trump is Satan. She could do it.
Yeah, Jack Burton says Hillary set Trump to run against her and lost. Yeah, she had her own... If they could have picked anyone out of that field back in 2016, that's the funny thing. Democrats would have picked Trump. They're like, we want to run against Trump. That's the guy we want to run against. He's a joke. And they got him, and they still couldn't beat him. And I'm sure they cheated. I'm sure they tried really hard to steal that one, and they still couldn't win.
Yeah, that's the thing about politics. You have to cheat harder than the other person.
I mean, look, if you want to lose, run Biden, run Hillary, run Kamala. Mm-hmm. If you want to win, you're going to have to nominate the dipshit from California that everyone thinks is like, that most people aren't smart enough to know he sucks, or they don't follow shit. They have things to do, and they don't know he sucks.
What happens to our country if Gavin Newsom becomes president, though? What happens?
You just, more of that agenda shit gets passed.
Just feel like it's going to get...
Yeah, just more of the agenda
messy
stuff. It's just like basically go right down the line on every topic, and he'll push that stuff. Same thing. It'll actually be about the same agenda that Biden has. He just might be able to get some shit done on that side of things.
Which is more scary.
Yeah. Hey, the mood. What happened in the Netherlands? Didn't you guys get that Geert Wilders guy? Didn't he win some kind of big election? He says Wilders will never be the biggest party, they said. Now they have 37 seats in R. Okay, so the way your like parliament works and shit, so is Geert Wilders... You guys have such goofy-ass names. Is Geert Wilders, is he like the prime minister now? Is he the leader? Because I know that, like, in these parliamentary countries, their Speaker of the House is kind of their president. So you know, like how the Republicans win the House, and now their top guy gets to be Speaker of the House?
Yep.
In the Netherlands, it's whoever is the ruling party, their guy in charge of their party is now the prime minister. He's the guy. It's kind of weird, actually.
That is strange.
Like, I don't think you... correct me if I'm wrong, The Mood, but you guys don't, like, straight up vote for a president. You guys don't vote for, like, hey, it's Geert Wilders versus Schmiert Nielners, or however you guys say your funny names.
Okay.
And it's more like, hey, it's the Jamaja party versus the Jugendflorken party. And then there's also the Rammernargen party. And then they all run against each other, and whoever gets the majority, they get to pick the next guy.
That sounds about right.
Okay, there. You guys need like the most retarded explanation of a parliamentary government. I just gave it to you.
You'll never hear another one like it.
The Guggenheims run against the Flugenschnorkels, but there's also the Norkenschnagens in there, and then whoever comes out of that as the top guy, their guy gets to be the dude. There. I don't know how anybody can explain it better than that. Soup Cane says there's the same thing here in Canada. And Pool Scam Sam letting us know Dutch politics, hot topic. Big time.
Especially here in America.
It's number one. Ken Shamrock fan with $5 says, did you guys hear of that black guy ODing, being revived with Narcan, and then he shoots the guy who saved him? I did. You know what?
Whoa.
I think I had that for Friday's show, but it turned into a 10-hour shit show marathon. Yeah, a firefighter saved a black guy who was ODing on drugs, and then the guy just shot him when he asked if he had any firearms on him. I don't know if we can play the actual shooting part on
Guess
YouTube.
we can watch it first.
But yeah, it is amazing how quick people bounce back with that Narcan shit. It really is. It's like the Pulp Fiction adrenaline needle. It just, you're just back.
Kind of has to bring you back that quick.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
He isn't responsive.
Haha, and he's wearing a Packers jersey.
Oh, it's like their season.
You fucking loser. Don't save him.
Hey, bud. Hey, how you doing?
They gave him Narcan and he popped right up. So I don't know if you guys want to do anything with that. Hey, Houston, buddy.
I'm right here.
You went unresponsive. And you're agonally breathing, which means like laborious, like pre-death breathing. They gave you a little bit of Narcan, which treats opioid overdose. I'm not saying that you did anything intentionally or illegal. What I'm going to do, bud, I'm going to pat you down, okay? You're not in any trouble, but I need to make sure nothing's going to happen with them, okay? All right?
Wait, I can't, I have to check myself first.
All right, check yourself.
I have to. Hey, we have to check you for weapons. I have to check myself first. No, you see, sir, that's the opposite of what we're going for right now.
Well, he just doesn't want to wreck himself.
Right. That is very important.
It's true.
It's good advice. I mean, people always tell you to check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Because if he had let that firefighter pat him down first, he might have wrecked himself.
Somebody is saying, this is from 2019? Guys, what the fuck? This is old? That's the thing about, God, I fucking hate the internet. I really do. I don't like the internet. I like the information it provides, but like,
Sure.
I don't know. I just feel like people,
It dupes you.
maybe it's because I've had so many days off in a row. I'm like, God, real life is nice. The internet's gay and full
Yeah.
of gay people.
I agree.
But,
The internet is dark and full of terrors.
yeah, some people see just like a black guy shooting a white guy. And they're, you gotta play this and talk about it. I'm like, it's a black guy shooting a white guy. Like, that shit happens all the time. Like, why? It's from 2019. Yeah, but it confirms everything I believe about everything.
Yeah,
You
but
better check it out.
the duration of the hour and 9 minutes we've been sitting here, it's happened 3 times across the country, right?
Right? Yeah.
Wreck yourself?
Yeah.
All right.
Houston, real quick, do you have any weapons on you?
No, sir.
Okay. You kind of have a bulge on your right side.
That's my phone.
Okay, don't reach for it.
That be my dick, officer.
He should have said,
By the way, this is pre-George Floyd.
Anything. Just kind of
That's my
touch it down.
phone. I don't. Look, man, I have a problem with officers touching me, man.
Lift up your shirt then.
Sure.
I get nervous and stuff.
You lift your shirt up a little. So
Don't.
I can see your
Are you a retard, officer? Don't ask him to lift his own shirt up. Hands out, hands like this. Take him down.
Safe.
Look, for instance, my.
Not move. right there. We'll get you. Just stay there, okay, buddy?
Don't call him buddy.
Get the ambulance up
Did they-
to the female.
I don't think this
Picture
guy's
all
going to
of them.
make it. Okay, so that was the guy who got shot. So they save your
Ugh.
life with Narcan. You shoot them, and now they shoot you. So, like, when I say things like just let junkies die, that's
Yeah.
what I mean.
It's important, actually, I think.
Like, that guy just
It's-
ended up, that guy ended up where he was going to end up anyway.
Narcan should be saved for children and, like, innocent bystanders that didn't, like, intend to take something.
Right.
That's it.
Toxic chocolate starfish liked that's my dick line. That's pretty easy though, isn't it?
That's right.
I appreciate it. I mean, I'll take the compliment and that's very nice of you, but I mean, it was, let's be honest, it was kind of just sitting there. I mean, all I had to do was just reach out and grab it.
Dude, that was an aggressive video, though. To me, that's the type of shit that happens in movies that you think about happening. Like where you did, like in SVU or something, where you did all these great things for this person and they still turn on you type of moment.
Well, and some people are saying in the chat, they're like those guys deserved it. They were so stupid. That was really shitty police work.
It was bad police work. Yep. That's true.
I mean, first of all, you got a guy who just came out of an OD. Let's restrain him.
He seemed pretty clear for coming out of an OD.
Yeah, but like I think that should be policy. If you're bringing a guy out of an OD, you should restrain him so he doesn't wake up and go fucking bananas.
Yeah.
You know, and then
That's true.
check him for weapons and everything else. These guys are like, sir, lift up your own shirt for us, please. When have you ever seen any kind of police video where they're like, sir, reach down to your waist level and make sudden hand movements?
I mean, even worse of a bad idea when they've already acknowledged there's a bulge on his right side and they haven't identified it yet. Like, yeah, of course, let the guy lift his own shirt.
Sir, could you grab that bulge on your right side for us, please? Yeah, great idea. Great idea. And now you wasted a dose of Narcan because the guy's dead anyway. Somebody in the chat pointing out, dude's dying, and April's like, don't call him buddy.
Well, I really do get weird like that. Like, stop calling somebody buddy who just shot you.
He's literally like rigor is setting in already.
don't
Like he's
care.
already stiffening up. He's like,
think-
and April's like, don't call him pal.
Well, at the moment, I'm like, that guy, it was the aggressor. I don't care. Like, now if he's dying, you shot somebody who helped you. Fuck you. Don't call him buddy. He's
Don't
not
you
your buddy.
say buddy. I'm not your buddy, guy.
Not your buddy.
I'm not your guy, friend. I'm not your friend, buddy. Here we go. Round and round until we're no longer
Somebody's
here.
dead.
Pool Scam Sam says Narcan can also be useful for a bread and queso overdose as well.
Oh, in case you got too much gluten.
I always just use water, you know.
Oh, but that's,
Just
slosh.
water it out, you know. Thank you to Ken Shamrock fan for the $5. 155 is our number today. And 155 gets us overtime. You can thank the Chan Man for our Friday show and all the people who chipped in for the Friday show for that number being so low today. If you want to contribute, there's all the links and the rinks in the chat. Go ahead and throw in, and we'll have that knocked out in no time. Scary Terry says, what kind of cop hears the phrase, I'll check myself first. I don't like cops touching me. And then says, okay, bet. Go ahead and reach into your pockets. Yes.
It's retarded.
Scary Terry is correct. Those cops, I'm never going to say like, oh, man, I'm glad that guy's dead. But that guy kind of had it coming with how shitty he handled that
Well,
situation.
yeah, those guys definitely got their ass reamed for that later, right? Except for the guy who's dead because he already paid for it.
Well, and the funny thing is, like, when have you known a guy to come out of an OD and be like totally lucid and making good decisions? It's like I said, you should be handling it like when they handle perps
Yeah.
who are taken to the hospital
Mm-hmm.
and you handcuff
You
them to the
restrain
bed.
them.
So when they wake up, they're not like, and they just start ripping people
Well,
apart
yeah.
and tearing people in half.
I know TV shows are a bad example because it's TV, right? It's not real life. But like
What?
last night, I watched a show where a little kid had gotten into cocaine and he was ODing, and even this little child, they had him restrained to his hospital bed because he was hurting himself, like coming out of an OD. And it's like, if a little kid will do that and you'll restrain him,
Yeah,
how
so
about we put some cuffs on an adult?
before we hit the guy with the Narcan, let's cuff him.
Right.
And then that way when he wakes up, he's not going rip shit. You're talking to a guy who's groggy from being almost dead. And you're like, hey, can we search you? And he's like, it's my phone. I don't like cops touching me. Like, sir, I'm going to need you to get your ass on the ground. This is not a good situation for us.
Oh, what? He doesn't seem like a real straight
No,
shooter.
he doesn't really seem like a guy I can trust to be cooperative in this situation.
Fine.
Neon Collect said, I didn't think the drug addict would lie to us. God
Never.
damn, I
Never
really...
in a million years.
Well, boys, we learned something out there today. Drug addicts who have just OD'd can't always be trusted. Neon Collect says, and here I thought that April was the type of person to say, oh, gee, golly gosh, are you okay? After busting a cap.
Nope. Not this girl.
Imagine you were a cop who could, like, see into the future. And, like, when they were about to administer Narcan, they just shot that guy in the head. And you're like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, dude, I'm sorry. It was my future powers again. I saw he was going to shoot Mitch. I had to blow his head off. And you're like, really? You have to kind of take his word for it because none of you have that power. So this guy could totally abuse it and just go shooting people in the head.
Boy, if only Derek Chauvin had been a mind reader, a future teller. Like, he could have just let George Floyd sit there and foam at the mouth on Cup Foods' wall.
The Asian cop had the ability to see into the future, so he just runs and tackles Chauvin off of him. He's like, dude, no, don't. Why? They're going to blame you for this guy dying. And he's like, just watch. He's going to watch. He's petering out. And then George Floyd's like, nobody's touching him, and he just sits there and just fades away and dies. And then they're all like, yo, Ming, why didn't you get him Narcan or something? You just sat there and showed us that he was going to die and then did nothing. He's like, yeah, I just wanted you guys to know that I had the powers. It's like, dude, yeah, but we could have saved him. He's like, yeah, but trust me. Look, guys,
just leave it
it's
alone.
Better this way, all right?
Dude, if you're Ming and you can see the future, you at least tackle Derek Chauvin so you're not blamed for just sitting there and letting it happen.
Right. You're like, dude, watch. Just take a look. Just
come on.
Hang in here, guys. Everybody just calm down. Watch what's going to happen.
Look into the flames. What do you see?
Yes.
They're like the red priestess.
So, yes, that was from like 2019. Thank you very much for sending it to us. This is the thing I wanted to get into today. This is juicy. And I understand that like political conspiracies aren't like the most popular thing in the world. Like on YouTube and, well, maybe Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble.
Rumble might really like this. Oh, by the way, if you're on Rumble or YouTube this morning, and really Facebook, Twitter, and Kick as well. I mean, let's not leave them out. But
everywhere.
Thumbs up. Throw the thumbs up. Helps the algorithm. Helps promote the show. If you don't feel like throwing a couple bucks in or becoming a member or anything like that, at the very least, hit up the subscribe and follow buttons and hit up the thumbs up. Hit up the likes, as it were. So everybody can come watch Steel Toe and be wildly entertained. Richard Nixon. We all know about Richard Nixon. Tricky Dick, they call him.
Tricky Dick. Everyone loved him, right?
And he actually was remarkably popular until he brought the CIA director into his office and said, I know who shot John.
Uh-oh.
Now, before we get into who shot John, I got a couple quick... anyway, look... So he was a pretty popular president, won the biggest landslide in American electoral history. And then, like a year or so later, just all of a sudden this Watergate thing comes along. There's some burglars. Nixon tries to help him out and hide him from the authorities and this and that. He tries to cover up what they did. Gotta go. That's the story we were all told, right?
Sure was.
These guys broke into the Democratic National Headquarters. Nixon's people tell him, look, you got to pay for their lawyers. You got to cover up what they did. You have to deny the whole thing. Well, then it's never the crime, because if Dick Nixon would have just went, oh, yeah, I'll go ahead and take him into custody, like blah, 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 I had nothing to do with it, he would have been fine.
Yes.
But instead, his people told him, got to cover this up, got to get these guys back. He's like, okay, I'm a loyal guy. They're loyal they're loyal Republicans, Dick. You got to help them out. Okay, cool. And then they used it to get him to resign from office. They were going to impeach him. They were going to go to trial. He was going to be found guilty of obstructing justice, and he was going to be removed from office. That's the story we've been told.
Sure is.
Well, I heard a different story yesterday, and I just wanted to share it with the audience because I think this all started, believe it or not, with kitty history. I think the Trevor Moore segment kind of got me down this rabbit hole, and the funny little wacky kitty history song got me like, oh my God, how many other people have been fucked up? Like, the thing that tripped me out that I didn't know about the kitty history thing was that Lady Bird Johnson owned majority stock in Bell Helicopter.
Concerning.
Kennedy would not go to war in Vietnam. He didn't want to escalate in Vietnam. Johnson did. Kennedy gets killed. Johnson's wife is the controlling stake owner in Bell Helicopter. The American government signs massive contracts with Bell Helicopter for them to provide all the helicopters for Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
So that looks a little fucky, as it were. Well, let's check out this Nixon thing. This is Tucker Carlson did this. I've never seen it before until I think did Lila Hart's husband retweet this? I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah, he does retweet a lot of this stuff.
I can't remember who retweeted this, but thank you. This is about Richard Nixon and what really happened.
Richard Nixon. Yet somehow, without a single vote being cast by a single American voter, Richard Nixon was kicked out of office and replaced by the only unelected president in American history. So we went from the most popular president to a president nobody voted for. Wait a minute, you may ask. Why didn't I know that? Wasn't Richard Nixon a criminal? Wasn't he despised by all decent people? No, he wasn't. In fact, if any president could claim to be the people's choice, it was Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon was reelected in 1972 by the largest margin of the popular vote ever recorded before or since. Nixon got 17 million more votes than his opponent. Less than 2 years later, he was gone. He was forced to resign. And in his place, an obedient servant of the federal agencies called Gerald Ford took over the White House. How did that happen?
By the way, if anyone wants to know why Tucker Carlson got canned from Fox News, I'm starting to believe as I go back and rewatch these clips, it wasn't one thing.
No.
It was just
everything.
Every night he would come on and go, hey, the federal government is secretly run by shadow organizations controlled by the CIA and FBI. And it's like, you can really only poke that bear so many times before they go, get the fucking guy out of here, please.
That's accurate. And it also should show you why Trevor Moore had to go, because Trevor Moore single-handedly sent you down this rabbit hole where you're now finding this out.
I'm starting to think they killed Trevor Moore.
You can't have people thinking like that.
Well, it's a long story, but here are the highlights, and they tell you a lot. Richard Nixon believed that elements in the federal bureaucracy were working to undermine the American system of government and had been doing that for a long time. He often said that. He was absolutely right. On June 23rd, 1970...
You know how Richard Nixon knew that?
How, Aaron?
He had the receipts from the 1960 election when fucking Kennedy's family robbed him of the presidency.
Aye.
When Kennedy and the mob fucking stole the 1960 election away from Richard Nixon, he's like, I believe there's shadow organizations working to undermine our government. And they're like, how do you know that, Dick? Because they sodomized me.
Ooh.
They fucked me right in the butt.
Ugh.
I've got the bleeding anus to prove that this country is being undermined from beneath.
It's quite a receipt.
Yeah. Believe me, I've been walking funny since 60.
1972, Nixon met with the then CIA director Richard Helms at the White House.
Oh, yeah, really?
During the conversation, which thankfully was tape recorded, Nixon suggested he knew, quote, who shot John, meaning President John F. Kennedy. Nixon further implied that the CIA was directly involved in Kennedy's assassination, which we now know it was.
Oh, boy. You know what the mistake Richard Nixon made?
Opening his mouth?
Thinking he was in charge.
Yeah, right. You think you know all these juicy informations and you're going to, like, disclose them to people. And, oh, I'm in charge, so nothing can happen to me, right?
You know what Nixon did? He Ned Starked himself.
He did.
He thought, he was like, I'm the hand of the king, motherfucker. I'm in charge. I got this piece of paper that says you're a piece of shit and you're not going to be king. And all the CIA did was take the piece of paper and they Cersei'd him. They just went, you thought this was your big play? Here, rip it up.
Right.
Fuck you.
You're right.
You're a traitor.
He thought he was hot shit, but he thought he was doing it for, like, valiant reasons.
Yeah.
And that
And they're like,
fucked him right in the butt.
Oh, that's your big move, is to call me in here and
Yeah.
accuse me of murdering the president. And that's your big play. Like, you know that, like, if we could do it to him, Rick,
That would be my thought. That would always be my thought if I were Richard Nixon and I'm like, well, the CIA clearly killed JFK or whatever. And I'm like, that could happen to me.
Nixon had two choices. He could put on a bandolier and grab a 50 cal and be Rambo and just walk through the CIA and FBI just going and just wasted motherfuckers. Or he could call the head of the CIA director in, give him the heads up that he knows everything, and give that guy a chance to plan. And he decided to go with the other one.
You got to keep this card in your back pocket for a while. and use it when it's a little more
Yeah.
to your advantage.
They called him Tricky Dick. In this situation, not so tricky.
Easy dick.
Yeah, easy dick.
Helms' telling response, total silence.
That is interesting that Nixon goes, I know who shot JFK. And the CIA director goes, oh, that's interesting. Who was it? It was you motherfuckers. Now, the silence would imply that, basically Nixon did this. To quote another movie, Nixon went, I know who shot John F. Kennedy. I believe it was perhaps the Central Intelligence Agency. And then he was quiet, and Nixon went, ooh, that's a bingo. Then the guy's like, oh, shit, what do we do?
Yeah, what do you do?
Quick, carve a swastika on his forehead. Tell everyone he's a Nazi.
I'm going to make sure you can't take that uniform off.
Yeah. If it were up to me, you'd get impeached the rest of your pecker-sucking life. But, so, like, here, watch. The silence is kind of an admission of sorts. Hey, April, I know who killed Kennedy.
Yeah.
It was you. Now, if you didn't do it, what do you say?
No.
Yeah,
what
of
the
course
fuck
not.
are you talking
Never
about?
fucking killed Kennedy. What are you out of your goddamn mind?
Who's Kennedy who?
Kennedy, like Mr. Kennedy?
Mr. Kennedy?
Kennedy! He's still alive. You can Wikipedia him. Nobody killed Ken Kennedy.
But for Nixon, it didn't matter because it was already over. 4 days before, on June 19th, the Washington Post had published the first of many stories about a break-in at the Watergate office building.
Interesting. Break-in of some intruders who were trying to gather intelligence on Democratic Party going-ons. Okay, doesn't seem like that big of a deal. A little shady, a little shifty, but, it doesn't seem earth-shattering like the CIA killed Kennedy. But, okay, let's hear him out.
Unbeknownst to Nixon and unreported by the Washington Post, 4 of the 5 burglars worked for the CIA.
The hell you say? What? But wait a minute. But Tucker, that doesn't make any sense.
That don't make no sense.
Why would the CIA break into a Democratic office building? Tucker, that's silly talk.
That almost would never happen.
Right. How could you be looking at your files if they're in your briefcase? Very interesting.
Oh, man.
The first of many dishonest Watergate stories was written by a 29-year-old Metro reporter called Bob Woodward.
Okay, that's fine. Intrepid young journalist looking to make a name for himself.
Sure.
Wants to cover this break-in. He'll get to the CIA part, right?
You'd think so. It seems glaring.
Because he's an intrepid reporter. He'd look into these kind of details.
Who exactly was Bob Woodward?
Jewish.
Jewish, mostly.
Jewish American.
Oh.
This was written by a 29-year-old Metro reporter called Bob Woodward. Who exactly was Bob Woodward?
A Jew!
My banker.
Who exactly was Bob Woodward?
I'm guessing the son of Ukrainian immigrants. Usually that's how it goes.
Oh.
Who exactly was Bob Woodward? Well, he wasn't a journalist. Bob Woodward had no background whatsoever in the news business.
That's odd because he worked at the Washington Post at a time when newspapers were the primary source of information for Americans, and the Washington Post was one of the top 5 biggest newspapers in the country.
Yeah, and they're having important, crucial information get out to the people, right?
You aren't getting a job at the Minneapolis Star-Tribune if you're 29 and don't have any journalistic experience.
Dude, I'm not working at the St. Cloud Times.
Let alone the Washington Post. So where'd this Bob Woodward guy come from? Was he a janitor? Did he, start at the bottom, now he's here? What's his Woodward's background, Tucker?
Israel.
Instead, Bob Woodward came directly from the classified areas of the federal government.
Bullshit. I don't believe you for a second. You're making this stuff up. So you're telling me that Nixon tells the CIA director in a kind of a moment that, hey, I know you motherfuckers killed Kennedy. And look, while the guy may have robbed the election from me, I didn't hate the guy. You pieces of shit murdered him.
Probably shouldn't be dead.
Yeah. It'd be funny if instead of silence, the CIA director went, bro, you should be happy. They stole the election from you. You would have been in that convertible.
How about a little gratitude?
How about, hey, Dick, how about a thank you?
Thank you wouldn't hurt.
The CIA director goes, Watergate. Nixon goes, what? I've never heard of Watergate. Give it a few days.
You will.
Yeah, don't worry, you will.
Just wait.
It'll get around to you. But no, so 4 of the 5 burglars from the Watergate break-in were CIA agents. That's weird. This Bob Woodward, who we were taught in school, and like the movie All the President's Men, we're taught that Woodward and Bernstein were just like, they were just these journalist guys who chased down a story.
Yep.
Apparently, this Woodward was just a federal government guy.
He was placed in that position.
Interesting.
Strategically.
Shortly before Watergate, Woodward was a naval officer at the Pentagon. He had a top-secret clearance. He worked regularly with the intel agencies.
What?
At times, Woodward was even detailed to the Nixon White House, where he interacted with Richard Nixon's top aides.
Oh.
That's weird.
That almost seems a bit incestual.
Oh, by the way, do you know how Richard Nixon was done in?
How, Aaron?
By one of his top aides named John Dean.
Oh.
Testified against him.
I don't believe you. You know. But that guy didn't have clearance anywhere.
It's just weird that Bob Woodward, who had many contacts inside the Nixon White House and also worked with top secret clearance in the United States government, then just got a job at the Washington Post. That's just weird.
It's just nepotism.
I just don't know a lot of like super spies who then just go work at a newspaper. It's odd.
Soon after leaving...
First of all, first red flag, guy named Woodward and Bernstein, and they don't own the paper? This is shady.
That is... Wow, that's a good point.
No, just kidding. April, shh. It's not a good point.
I guess they had to work their way to the top.
Shh, it's not a good point. It's a joke. Shh, nobody.
Nixon's
Fine.
top aides. Soon after leaving the Navy, for reasons that have never been clear, Woodward was hired by the most powerful news outlet in Washington and assigned the biggest story in the country.
I mean, that checks out, right?
Well, you want your, big, smart, important guys covering the biggest stories.
Fuck you, Trevor Moore, and your kitty history and this goddamn rabbit hole I'm in now. Because then you got to... It's the Matrix all over again. Because now you have to realize, you're like, oh, my country's been dead for decades.
Yeah, this shit kind of makes me want to watch The Matrix sometimes.
Just don't watch the other two.
The other two are really bad, but it's like it's not really that far off, right?
You know what really pissed me off about that Matrix trilogy? When they threw the love story in there. That love story will always kill any like really good movie about shit like that.
Yeah, it does.
You know why? Because they see how much money they made with the first one, and they go, if we put a love story in, they're like, you know who's not watching The Matrix?
Women.
They don't give a fuck.
Yep.
It's above the neck. It's heavy thinking shit. They don't like that stuff. They like Kate Hudson and Matthew McConaughey on screen together. That's what they dig. So they're like, give them a little Matthew McConaughey, Kate Hudson vibe inside of our like fantasy thriller movie. No, just let the nerds jerk off to the movie and be done with it.
It was good without the sexual tension, right? It was all very interesting.
Neo is like, obviously this is not like heavy analysis of a movie.
Okay.
Neo is Jesus Christ, right? That's the metaphor.
Mhm.
He's Jesus. Jesus don't need a side bitch. Jesus don't need a bottom
Jesus
bitch.
never had one.
Right. Jesus got Jesus shit to do. He can't be weighed down by a woman.
Jesus was the real OG.
He was, some call him the first Neo.
Woodward was hired by the most powerful news outlet in Washington and assigned the biggest story in the country.
No way.
And just to make it crystal clear what was actually happening, Woodward's main source for his Watergate series was the deputy director of the FBI, Mark Felt. And Mark Felt ran, and we're not making this up, the FBI's COINTELPRO program, which was designed to secretly discredit political actors the federal agencies wanted to destroy.
So we're all just in bed with each other, having breakfast in the morning.
It's like that line in Training Day. Nixon's like, you've been planning this all day. I've been planning this all week. We've been plotting to take you down before you even did anything to cross us. We have the plan to take you down in place. And then if you're a naughty boy, we execute it. If you're a good boy, we don't.
I believe that if you're ever in a political position of power, you should assume that that's in place, right? Like they have a plan for one way or another.
You think you got here on your own volition?
Right.
No, we let you get here.
People like Richard Nixon. And at the same time, those same agencies were also working to take down Nixon's elected vice president, Spiro Agnew. In the fall of 1973, Agnew was indicted for tax evasion and forced to resign.
Tax evasion.
Yeah, I bet everybody doesn't do that.
Guys, get this. A politician didn't pay all their taxes. You know how all these Congress people and senators pull off all this insider trading and it's totally legal?
Mm.
I bet you those funds are all claimed and reported and taxes filed on them. And
I bet.
I bet you if you look into any politician, if you decide to audit their records, you won't find any tax evasion. This Spiro Agnew, out of this giant bunch of people, just happened to be the one piece of shit who wasn't paying his taxes.
That's how I feel about any political person that gets in trouble for shit. Like, oh, George Santos is the biggest liar in
See, now
politics.
that one to
I
me,
mean, the things he's lied about aren't that bad.
The Santos one doesn't bother me, and I'll tell you why. He's too perfect a target because he's such a stupid piece of shit.
He is a stupid piece of shit. I'm just saying the stuff he's accused of or found guilty of.
I don't think they got rid of him because he's dangerous. I think they got rid of Santos because like, dude, you're handling this so fucking poorly. We have to get rid of you to protect the game for ourselves.
He's an embarrassment.
Like, you're too brazen with your shit, dude. You gotta
I
cool
know.
out.
It's just if you kept digging a ways, be a little more.
His replacement was a colorless congressman from Grand Rapids called Gerald Ford.
That's progressive. We don't
What
see
was
color.
Ford's qualification for the job? Well, he had served on the Warren Commission, which absolved the CIA of responsibility for President Kennedy's murder.
You know, it's funny. Never learned any of this in school.
No, they'll never teach you this.
I never learned any of this. I just learned Nixon was a bad guy, and he did naughty bad things, and he covered up naughty bad crimes, and he was a piece of shit. Here I'm finding out that he was the victim of a CIA hit job because he figured out who killed Kennedy.
Do you remember when kids were like, let's say when you and I were little kids and stuff, and how when you'd hear about the CIA or the FBI and stuff, you're thinking in your head, all this big, great group of people that just solves all the crimes and
They tell you that.
saves us and all that shit, and then you get older.
And really, you find out, what does the CIA do? It just murders people that they don't like.
Presidents.
It's pretty much, they're just the mafia. That's it.
Nixon was strong-armed into accepting Gerald Ford by Democrats in Congress. Quote, "We gave Nixon no choice but Ford," Speaker of the House Carl Albert later boasted. 8 months later, Gerald Ford of the Warren Commission was the president of the United States.
Yay!
See how that works? So those are the facts, not speculation. All of that actually happened. None of it's secret. Most of it actually is on Wikipedia. But no mainstream news organization has ever told that story.
See, like, this story bugs the shit out of me on multiple levels because I knew... It doesn't tell me anything I didn't know. It just lets me know it was way worse than I thought. Like, I knew that I didn't get a good education. I knew I wasn't told the truth about shit. But, like, this is the first time I'm hearing of this.
Like,
And
just how dirty it was.
Yeah, you would think that's something they would teach you in school. They didn't. So as shitty as, like, we think our school system is shitty with them just reporting the propaganda. But then when you find out they're also not telling you the truth on top of being really shitty at the thing they are supposed to be doing, whoa.
So obvious, yet it's intentionally ignored. And as a result, permanent Washington remains in charge of our political system. Unelected lifers in the federal agencies make the biggest decisions in American government and crush anyone who tries to rein them in. And in the process, our democracy becomes a joke.
Well, so anyway, guys, I hope you enjoy your Christmas shopping. Head on out, pick out your favorite stuff, and, you know, hey, look, have fun out there.
And wish Tucker Carlson well.
Have fun out there, guys. $4.99 from Semper Reloaded says, are you saying that you don't think Trevor Moore really died because he accidentally ran over himself with his lawnmower? Yeah, I really, I've got some questions. That's all.
He definitely only fell off his balcony. Everyone does that from time to time.
All the time. It happens constantly. Delroy Lindo Calrissian says, my compound media subscription ended. I got charged with tax evasion. Eh?
Get it?
You like that? Tax.
Oh, no, like tax evasion.
Right. Same thing. Skeezy says, wow, almost like they are making people stupid so they are easy to control. Weird. Oh, so weird. Skeezy's a Fed. And that's the other thing. Then you get paranoid, and then you accuse everyone of being a Fed. Everyone fights each other. That's the problem, is like people being as dumb as we are, like once we're armed with that information, we're too stupid to do anything with it. Like, because like autistic conspiracy theorists, they get the information and then they just yell at each other about who's the better conspiracy theorist. Like they figure out the CIA is the enemy. They're killing anybody who doesn't agree. And then one guy's got to be like, they didn't kill this guy. Shut the fuck up. You're a piece of shit. Dude, you're gay. I'm doxing you. You suck. You're an asshole. And he's like, all right, so you guys have all this information. You're just going to yell at each other. He thinks he's better at conspiracies than me. It's like,
At least Alex Jones just yells and screams at a camera.
yeah.
Like, at least he just gets it out there and he's not trying to compete. But then, like, all this shit kind of makes you have to defend somebody who looks crazy like an Alex Jones, too.
Well, it's like Patrice O'Neill said, because even though they're telling you 2 + 2 is 4, they're shoving marbles up their ass.
Right? Come on.
Ooga Booga on Rumble. Love Ooga Booga. Ooga Booga says, Nixon was pretty cool, but he's definitely an amateur. Excellent example. God King Joe Biden did get 81 million votes at 4 a.m. Never seen anyone do it before. That's a hell of a job.
That was the most confusing part to me. Is I think, what did I do? I think I finally went to sleep that night, and I'm like, oh, this kind of looks, this looks good. Trump's going to come
Not
away
only
with
did it look good,
It was,
you were like, holy shit. I thought it was going to be closer than this.
I went to bed content, and then suddenly I wake up for work an hour later, and fucking 81 million votes had flooded the fucking county count.
Trump's
machines.
kicking the shit out of him in North
It's like-
Carolina by 20 points. You wake up, Biden won it, and you're like, what the
Am I still sleeping?
But he was winning by a shit. And they're like, oh, yeah, we just started counting all the mail-in votes. Well, yeah, it's remarkably
okay.
convenient.
Didn't you just kind of want to scream at something? Not even just for, like, Trump losing. It's not that. It's more like somebody's lying.
Well, they did it in the middle of COVID, so everyone was beaten down already.
Oh, wow.
So it was just kind of like,
Wow. COVID was used just to subdue all of us.
what? No, I would never say that. That's not something I would ever say
I've never
on Monday through Thursday at 6 to 10 a.m.
never had that thought before.
No, Monday through Thursday, 6 to 10 a.m., I would never think something like that.
No.
By the way, thank you, Semper.
Thank you.
Did I get that one? $4.99, the only...
No.
I didn't read that one yet?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. The only difference between Nixon and Trump is that Trump said, I'm not fucking leaving. Yeah, so then they just said, oh, yeah, he led a coup. And you're like, really?
So then that leads me down this road, though, where I personally would like somebody younger, but if it's got to be Trump, I definitely want Trump in office right now. But then I worry about his well-being because, as we covered a little earlier, there's a plan for people like him that, throw a wrench in things.
Yeah. Let's see. What's 460 and 240? 800. No, 700. I'm sorry. 700. I was going to say 800's a shitload.
Math Mondays on Steel
Math
Toe.
Mondays on Steel Toe. 700 of you watching Steel Toe at the moment. Go ahead and throw up a like, throw up a subscribe and shit. YouTube looking great in the 450s at the moment. Pushing a little over
guys.
250 over on Rumble. Keep her going. Let's hit 800 today. Well, it's not even 8 o'clock. It's still early. So hitting that thumbs up is helpful.
Yeah.
Hitting subscribe is helpful. Thank you very much. Brandon Melder with $5 says, good morning, motherfuckers.
Oh, good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, motherfucker. 145 is today's number. Again, thank the Chan Man and everyone from our 10-hour stream Friday for knocking that number down for us. We appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, etc. You guys are already within striking distance. We're not even halfway through, so thank you very much. Keep her going. We appreciate it. Mr. Q said, remember when CNN and MSNBC started freaking out at 11 p.m.?
Yeah, I do.
When I went to bed, they were all pretty downtrodden.
Yes.
But
Do you
then-
remember the Young Turks and how they were behaving?
That was 2016.
Oh, that was 2016.
But
Yeah.
I do remember watching MSNBC, and they started saying things like,
Sorry.
oh, no, we've been talking to the people in these counties, and they say, no, there's lots of votes left to come in. And they would say, this is the first thing before I went to bed that made me think, why the fuck is that the case everywhere? They would say, oh, in this state, a lot of votes left to count from blue precincts.
Oh, of course there
In
are.
Georgia, in North Carolina, in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, in all these different states. And I'm like, how could it be that in all of these states, the only votes they're not counting yet are from the blue air? I'm sorry.
Oh,
The
I'll tell
odds
you.
of that happening are fucking nil.
That's how it happened because they didn't know how many they needed yet.
Right. Mr. Q, you got to hit refresh. Your likes don't refresh automatically. You got to refresh, and then you'll see. He's like 455 and only 15 likes. Yes, that would be really fucking weird.
I've done that before.
You got to make
funny.
sure. Everybody hit like right now so Mr. Q doesn't freak the fuck out. Pump it up over 200 likes right now. Mr. Q says I was referring to when Clinton lost. 450. No, I'm referring to your last one.
No, maybe he's talking about the CNN.
Oh, remember
one.
when CNN and MSNBC started freaking out?
Yes.
At 11 p.m. Okay.
When Clinton lost, we only had 400.
I would hope there were more than
people
455 people watching the election. That would be really, really weird.
Those numbers are abysmal.
Holy shit. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up, hit like, hit all that shit. Appreciate it. Very nice. All right, let's continue on from I just thought that Nixon thing was really interesting.
It is, but it's interesting, but yet not surprising. I guess like none of that shit surprises me anymore. I just kind of assume somebody bad was up to something bad.
Right. But it was more so if that guy would have never called the CIA director in to tell him, hey, by the way, you fucking murdered the president.
Isn't that like, to me, if I'm the president, if I'm President Nixon and I figure out that the CIA killed him, I'm probably not going to address that with anyone lest I be killed.
Right,
because
they'll tell somebody and then somebody else tells somebody.
Like they clearly pulled it off and got away with it.
Well, that's what happens when you start thinking you're in charge. Nixon did that thing where he went, well, I'm fucking in charge. Get in here, CIA director. I'm going to make you my bitch. And he's like, no, you're not.
Maybe just assume that even though you think you hold a certain position, there's always somebody that's your superior that could do away with you.
Well, that's why I love the movie Shooter so much. You know, the French guy or Russian guy, whatever the fuck he is. The guy in the wheelchair.
French, Russian, who cares?
Yeah, who gives a shit? When they're in that house, when they're in that little cottage house.
Yeah.
And he tells Mark Wahlberg, he goes, you don't understand. There is no head. It's a conglomerate. Like there's nobody in charge. It's like it's just a group of people. If one person betrays the group, they get somebody else. That's all. Speaking of which, the Pentagon, you guys, you're not going to believe this, failed their 6th audit in a row. And half of the Department of Defense assets can't be accounted for.
Oh, my God.
Guys, don't worry. Don't worry. Do you know how much money the Pentagon gets every year?
Too much?
About $1 trillion.
Yeah, so.
I can't figure out what happened to half of it.
Well, how long would it take you to count that much?
What the fuck is the point of the audit? They keep failing them every year, 6 in a row. You guys don't do anything to them. And then you go, oh, yeah, we can't figure out where half their money is. It's like, really? You want to check the bank accounts of despots from Eastern Europe and China and everywhere else?
Am I the only one actually surprised that they would even do an audit of the Pentagon? You just kind of assume that they would fake their way through it and be like, oh, yeah, everything checked out.
That's what I'm saying. And Coltrane, by the way, yes, I have the Chinese pneumonia story today, so don't worry, bud.
Oh, fuck.
He sent us $2. He said, check my link. I said, I saw the link. I clicked it. I'm good.
Okay.
I've got the story. We're all set. I'm going to get out of the chat for a little bit here. Sorry, guys. But yeah, if you fail 6 audits in a row, there's no point in an audit anymore.
You just stop.
The only thing more insulting than you getting to run the country and us having no say in it and you're secretly in charge is when you treat us like we're retards and act like there's still any accountability for you. Like, if you're going to be in charge, I'd much rather have them go, fuck you, we're superpowers, you guys are shit, we're not going to let you make any decisions that we don't want you to do, suck our dicks. That's way better than like, no, here's our books, you should check in on us. And then we go, yeah, we can't find $500 billion fucking dollars. And they're like, oopsies, better luck next year.
It's like a young child like pulling a prank on you, like, oh shit.
It's the parent.
Worse.
It's the parent pulling the prank on the child because they tell the child, oh, look into what we're doing.
Oh.
And then the child's smarter than you think, and the child goes, Mom, Dad, you guys have been spending a fortune on shit that I don't even know what this is, and quite frankly, I can't find half our money. And the parents are like, give me that back. Shut the fuck up. Get out of here. Go. Get out. We're like, but I thought I had authority to check into you. Yeah, but now you're annoying me. Get the fuck out of here. Go. Leave. But this is the 6th year in a row you've asked me to do this, and then you don't do anything. Shut up. Leave.
I do feel like you could just fake the audit of the Pentagon at that point, right? Who's going to stop you?
You just make it up.
That's what I'm saying. Just make it up and say everything checked out.
Like when I used to do the tower readings for the radio station in Litchfield.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to call the radio tower and take the readings of what we're cranking out. I'll just make it close to whatever the last guy wrote.
Or apparently like the sideline reporters on the NFL that are supposed to talk to the coach at
Right.
halftime.
That's what I love. Like whether it's the tower readings or Carissa Thompson on the sidelines
Yeah.
for the NFL. Like, people are like, "Oh, I can't believe that. I can't believe." I'm like, most people bullshit their way through work. Most of the things that are written down in a workday are not checked on. They might be accurate, but they're only accurate by accident. You know, someone wrote down with close to what they thought
It's
it was.
close enough.
Yeah, and it checks out.
Right.
Like, it's within the margin of error. But this isn't that for the Pentagon. The Pentagon's missing half its money. And we check on them, and we're like, guys, you're missing half your money again. And they're like, shit. Well, we'll work on that.
How do you, I'm not even going to ask.
Ask, please.
Losing that much money, where in the shit did it go?
They didn't lose it.
I know.
It's somewhere.
I know. That's just why it's laughably insulting to read that.
That's the thing about an audit. They didn't say that the Pentagon spent half their assets. They said, we can't find them. And the Pentagon was like, oh, I didn't know you were supposed to be able to find them. I thought our whole gig as the Pentagon was we hide that shit from you.
We're supposed to accurately track our money?
Right.
What?
How are we supposed to pay brown people to murder other brown people? We can't put that on the books.
You can't just write that down.
Yeah. Give Shiite $10 billion to slaughter Sunnis so they don't hurt us. What do you want us to do? Put that in the register? God damn, man. That's a cash-only kind of business. Here's 18 million, kill guy making trouble on internet. It's like, what do you guys want us to do? Document it? You're going to get us in trouble.
Oh, my God. Kill guy making trouble on internet. I swear, if that'd be how much more fun would we have with it, though, if they would just write that shit down.
Yeah.
Just write it down. It's not like it changes the outcome anyways. You're still doing it.
Hey, look. A plane crashed into the Pentagon. It's a terrorist attack. Oh, my God, that's terrible. What'd they hit? All of our financial records. My goodness gracious. There's literally... I almost fucked up. I almost fucked up.
Wow.
No, it's going to be really dumb. I mean, I'm going to nail it and say there's 5 sides to this building. I was about to say in the Pentagon, there's 8 sides to this building.
That would be an octagon, Aaron.
See, guys, a pentagon is 5.
Yeah.
Octagon is 8. The hexagon.
6.
Okay, good. I didn't know.
What's a heptagon, Aaron?
The hectagon is the
No, hep.
heptagon. That on your lip once every year. That's a herptagon. I'm sorry, not a heptagon. You get from eating bad seafood.
Oh, okay.
Heptagon.
You know what? That checks out.
Yeah. Oh, guy, it's really weird. They had 5 sides of this. I ruined my own joke by not being totally confident on what a pentagon was. Fucking cunt.
A fucking octagon.
Octagon, Pentagon, who gives a shit?
Oh, you retard.
You had 5 sides of that building those terrorists could have hit with that airplane. And they hit the one where all the money records were kept. Oh, God darn
See,
it.
now, hey, that one hit.
You know what's interesting to me?
I don't know.
Is right after those towers in the Pentagon were hit, where we couldn't figure out where the Pentagon was spending their money anymore.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe this. We were able to invade every country we'd ever wanted to invade for the last 20 years.
Well, they hit our wall, Aaron.
That's true.
Of course we can do that.
We had to go invade their country and overthrow them. By the way, you know what countries we invaded and overthrew their government?
Yeah.
Iraq and Afghanistan. You know where the hijackers came from?
Where?
Saudi Arabia. That's
Whoa.
fun, right?
See, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you know where they trained?
Where?
Egypt. That's weird, right?
Oh, gee.
That's
oh,
odd.
wow. That's not on any list of ours ever.
Hey, these actors of a criminal, of an international crime syndicate hijacked airplanes, crashed them into our towers in Pentagon, and killed 3,000 people. And they have no national affiliation, but they spent most of their time in Saudi Arabia and Egypt. What should we do? I think it's clear we got to bomb Afghanistan and Iraq.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Yeah, I mean, clearly. Yeah, but these guys weren't even in Iraq and Afghanistan. Gotta fuck them up. Send a message.
Gotta fuck 'em up.
Well, shouldn't we send a message to Saudi Arabia and Egypt? They were there. No, we can't do that. Why? Because they don't come from a country. They're independent international criminals. Well, then why are we bombing and invading 2 countries? Because we have to do something.
We have to send a message.
Yeah.
For God's sakes.
If you keep asking questions, you're going to end up buried outside of Terra Lingua.
Stop asking questions you don't want answers to.
Do you know that for sure? Still got the shovel. Carlos says, so is the U.S. Octagon where you get in an MMA fight to become president?
Trial by combat.
Yes, that's actually... The Octagon is where all the military stuff is, and the UFC is holding all their fights in the Pentagon.
Could we upgrade to an octagon?
Yeah, that would be great.
Fucking funny.
Military's got to have an... No, they'd have to make it an octagon if they had all their assets in-house, because they'd need more room, so they'd have to...
Well, you know, to track all that money.
Yeah, exactly. So for a 6th time in a row, the Pentagon has failed its audit. No one seems to know what we are spending our billions and billions on.
Anal beads.
Besides so much of our money just being wasted on stupid things, like woke initiatives, the DOD has lost half of the money they were given. Out of 29 individual sub-audits of the department, only 7 passed this year. What the fuck? And you know that, that was all like the janitorial department and like this
is stupid shit.
HR and shit. Like they all passed their audits, but like nuclear weapons distribution. It's like, yeah, we don't know where anything is. It would be funny to watch a guy in like the covert operations. Where's your guys' shit? Like, oh man, I'm sorry, it was here somewhere.
I tripped and fell in a puddle this morning.
Yesterday. Hold on, let me find it, guys. This might be it. You know what? Nope, that's a giant swastika. We got that as a gift from the Azov Battalion. It's here somewhere. Just give me a second. We'll find it.
Crisp.
That's okay. That's I'm sorry. That's a Chinese communist symbol. It was again a gift. Plans for Chinese Taiwan. Oh, you guys aren't supposed to. You know what? Why don't we just email it to you? We'll put it in a PDF. We'll send it over to you guys because it's got to be around here somewhere.
Oh my God. It's like, what the fuck? Lundergaard sending him like the car records.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be a little fudged.
Ma'am, I've answered your question. All right, fine. I'll do an audit report right now. I'll do a lot count here at the Pentagon right now. You're darn tootin'.
Could you just fax me over those serial numbers?
Well, I sent them to you. I'll have my lady fax them over. I'll mail them to you. Sorry. Well, I know, but Mr. Lundergaard, you see, if we don't get those serial numbers for those missiles you ordered, we're going to have to recall the funds.
As if the person on the other end of the phone just laughs their dick off.
Then the connection goes blank, like, oh, I think that guy might have expired. All sub-audits are required to pass for the overall audit to be approved. Oh, no. What's the Pentagon going to do if their audit doesn't get approved? Oh, they're
probably shut down.
Just going to keep doing business as usual like they have the last 6 years.
Oh.
Now, McCord said that while things are showing progress, overall, it's not enough. What? Come on. Don't be so hard on yourself. 7 of your 29 sub-audits succeeded.
And how about the fact that that's progress?
Yeah, you're doing better.
Oh, my God.
Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, feels like a barbecue name, feels we need to be doing better at this and moving faster, but a successful audit is still years away, he added. That's cute. Like they're going to have a successful audit. You guys are cards.
And moving faster too. Like I said, you could just fake your way through it and then you'd get done real fast.
Yeah. 17 billion on napkins. What?
Coffee
you spent
cups.
17 billion on napkins? Yeah, we eat a lot of barbecue.
27 million on catered Subway sandwiches.
Attention, Pentagon employees. Tomorrow is the audit, so you've all been sent an email on what number you need to get up to. We're not telling you have to bullshit it, but, do what you need to do. All right. Bye.
All right. Turns out we got $24 billion unaccounted for in our department alone. What do we do? Team building exercises. Oh, I like that one. 24 billion team. Nobody's going to question team building.
Retreats.
Yeah.
A lot of retreats.
We're on retreats to third world countries that just happen to have new leaders this year. That's where we had our team building exercises where we blew off High Chief Ndabutu's head.
Ndabutu.
Yes. Old Chief Ndabutu wouldn't let us build a pipeline. So we had a team building exercise at his house at 3 a.m. while his family slept and his power was cut off. Oh, man. Sometimes those team building exercises get a little wild and African chieftains die.
There's actually a retreat to where the cave where Osama bin Laden had been hiding.
We did a retreat to Islamabad, Pakistan, and wouldn't you know it, a bunch of Muslims died. It was weird.
It is just uncanny timing.
We had a team building retreat to Trevor Moore's hotel room. It was guy can't handle his partying. Semper Reloaded with $4.99 says it's precious that you think a handful of guys hijacked 4 planes with box cutters. You're such a freaking normie, Aaron. See, this is why you conspiracy guys never get anywhere, because you take a guy like me who's a lot more normal than you and you go, fuck that guy, he's the enemy. And it's like, no. I'm the one who's going to make you not sound quite as crazy, because where I do these funny little speeches about it, you guys just scream at people and make them feel remarkably unwelcome. That's, you conspiracy people need me. Now I'm shouting.
Yeah, you're like their, what is it called? Not their agent. Their
publicist.
You're their publicist.
I could be your guys' publicist, because the minute people go, I mostly agree with you. I think we definitely use 9/11 as an excuse to get these New World Order people's mission accomplished. And blah. Oh, so you think it was still fucking planes, you normie piece of shit? And then that person's like, I mean, I was on your side, but I really don't want to hang out with you anymore. You're mean.
Like that person is seconds from like screaming in your face, jet fuel can't melt steel beams.
Yeah. Like that person is on your side and you're like,
right.
Oh, motherfucker, you really think it was a plane? Watch this movie I made. And you're like, dude, I was on your side, but I got to be honest, I can't be seen with you. You're insane.
The explosion came from the inside.
All right, fine. We agree on the results. Can we let this part go? We can't let any part of it go until you and I are in complete lockstep with each other. We're free thinkers over here.
We have to be docking.
What?
Oh, no.
But if you're free thinkers, why do I have to think the same? You're free to think the things I think. Fuck. How stupid are you? Sorry, buddy.
She's the guy heated.
Dead Game says, you got to get our message across as normal, damn it. Sorry.
You're the PR man.
Oh. Semper Reloaded says, you're right. I should have used normie piece of shit. That's my bet. See, I don't think you guys are understanding. I don't think you guys are understanding the advice I'm giving you on how to help people kind of coax them over to your side. You know, the autistic conspiracy theorist, subtlety not their game, coaxing not their thing.
No.
Dave Lee says, years ago I worked construction. Well, this is going to lead to something about the CIA.
the steel beams and such.
The booze took the crew. I think he means boss. The booze can't take you anywhere. You have to drink the booze and go somewhere. The booze took the crew to the strip club on the company credit card, had them bill it out as chicken sandwiches. The crew was hungry.
That's great, though. That's the best boss ever. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, like can't the Pentagon now just, how about $14 billion in chicken sandwiches?
That's genius. They're just, what are they, McChickens? Crispy McChicken?
That's it. They just nicknamed dead Muslims Crispy McChickens, and then the Pentagon will never fail an audit again.
That's racist on many levels.
It is, but you won't fail your audits anymore.
No, you will pass.
And the Pentagon's always been racist anyway, so
we'll get a good chuckle out of it.
Why do you guys keep eating all these burnt chicken sandwiches? I don't understand it. We don't want them to go to waste. It just says crispy burnt chicken sandwiches. And it says we spent $100 billion on them last year.
You guys should be fatter.
Fucking weird. Why are there so many dead Muslims in Syria and Yemen this year? I don't know. Seems there's the exact amount. We divided the number of dead Muslims in the Middle East this year from drone strikes by the amount of money that you spent on crispy McChickens, and we come out with an even number. Care to discuss that with us?
Kitty history.
Wild coincidence. That's crazy that you guys figured that out. Irish Diesel says, my dad worked on construction. This is either going to lead to the Jews or the New World Order. But I repeat myself. Oh.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Every time a successful drone strike hits.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Hey guys, we got a platoon down there in Yemen that's getting a little uppity.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Guys, never mind. We got them. We're good.
That's just like that's the orders coming out of like the PA system.
This is 4019er. We are flying a sortie over Damascus, and we see 3 hostiles, wondering if we have permission to engage. Over.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
All right, that's a big 10-4.
It absolves them from
You
guilt.
cannot kill any Muslims if you're in the CIA or military unless you hear the Popeyes jingle first.
But do you see how it keeps them from saying, yes, kill them? It's just a Popeyes jingle.
Red rice and beans is the code word for cruise missiles, and then they audit the Pentagon and they go, wait a minute, you guys spent $412 billion on red beans and rice last year?
But y'all are white.
I don't understand it. A lot of Mexicans in the military.
I love red beans and rice. Can we get some today?
You're not really understanding the flow of the show right now, I don't think. So, yes, the Pentagon failed their 6th audit in a row.
Yeah.
But you know what I say? The Pentagon's a lot like the Minnesota Vikings. Hey, better luck next year, guys.
Always a fan.
Better luck next year. Thank you for a couple of those super chats. 140 is the number today. Thank you very much. Go ahead and knock that out. I think we were at 170 to start the show. Obviously, we haven't been mentioning it much, but really small goal today. So everybody throw in, I believe, Virgin Lungs over on PayPal so far this morning. So go ahead and chip in a couple bucks there. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Gifted memberships are cool. I'm seeing a lot of gray names in the chat. Let's beef that up a little bit, a little more green. And let's make sure we can knock out today's goal and do 30 minutes of overtime and keep this steel toe thing going. I'll be honest with you. You see how low these goals are getting. That means good for business. That's real good for business. So thank you guys very, very much. You guys want to watch 4 overweight cops try to arrest a guy?
Yes.
I'm sorry. 4 overweight female cops try to arrest a guy.
Well, no, that can't work.
Would you guys like to see a brochure for women in the police force?
Yes, please.
Would you guys like to see why women can do jobs just like men do? And, everything is equal and everything's totally cool. And if you suggest otherwise, you really are just a piece of shit.
They're boss
bigot.
bitches.
Let's watch some boss bitches. Scarface says diversity is our strength. Let's go watch our strength real quick. So this, if I could just set this up for you. There was a retail theft. A guy shoplifted.
Wow.
In Chicago.
That almost never happens.
Just stealing shit. That's all it was. It wasn't like a murder or anything. Just some spindly little Negro stealing some stuff out of a store.
Okay.
Spindly little Negro is a respectful way to say something. I didn't call him fat. Cops, on the other hand, whew. If you guys need a slump buster, I hear there's some down on their luck ladies in Chicago today.
Wait a second. This sounds like the start of a porn.
4 fat cops arrest a black guy.
A black Negro.
Here.
Oh, wait. I repeat myself. It's early. This is my day off. Damn you, Johnny. Would have never said that if you were here.
Black Negro? It's like saying rich Jew. It's like we got it the first time. God damn.
Oh, it's too early.
At any rate.
Yeah.
A retail theft at 95th and Ashland in Chicago turned into 4 big bad bitches trying to subdue one guy. Let's see how it went. You know he wasn't robbing the Jackson Hewitt building right there because he ain't going to be seen in the tax place.
I don't think so.
All right, so here we go. There's no sound to this one except the radio chatter, the comms chatter. That's all you're going to hear. But here, you see a couple of big hefty broads there.
Oh, my God, yeah.
They're talking to the shoplifting guy. And then out comes a couple more. Oh, look at that. Diversity is our strength. Look at that tiny little gal right there. She's definitely... Oh, and then the guy's showing him all the stuff he stole. Or he's trying to show him a receipt. I don't know.
You know, one male cop probably could have handled this.
Yeah. One male cop has got this taken care of. But hey, we need to lower the test scores. We need to change the physical fitness standards for being a police officer and being in the military, because if you tell women they can't be a cop or they can't be a military person, then they're going to break down, cry, and just fall apart. And we can't have that. So here we go. Here's these female police officers who really are clawing at him like it's a porno at this point.
This is almost sexual.
They're trying to restrain him and just doing and he just goes, no. Look at that. 2 of them on one arm, 1 on the other, and he just goes, and he's not even straining, by the way. He's just going, no, I'd rather you didn't put my arm behind my back like
It
that.
looked like he swatted away a fly or something.
Yeah.
Like, nope.
It looked like when I wrestle with the kids.
Sure.
And I'm done and they want to keep going, and I just go, no, stop it. They grab onto my arm and I just lift them up by it.
Right, all 3 of them can't take you down.
Well, he's still going. Okay. All 4 of these women totally know what they're doing. They don't look like they're improvising on the fly at all.
Somebody's watching this somewhere.
Be advised, what do you want us to do about this? I don't know, sir. It looks like a bunch of monkeys trying to fuck a football. We'll keep our eye on it and see what happens.
No, I didn't mean monkeys. Like, no.
Choice of words.
It's people.
The system on the east side of northeast corner of 95th and Ashland.
2013, another car, 95 and Ashland, 14.
Sir, cooperate. We're trying to make equality look good. Sir, if you don't just put your hands behind your back and stop resisting, people are going to think women shouldn't do this job.
I mean, just a chance.
Just a chance. Don't worry, gals. Even if you did end up getting this guy subdued, I still don't think you should do this job.
Is there something wrong with doing things you're good at?
Well, when you spend your whole life hearing that you're a bad bitch and that you can do anything and blah, 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 then no, you think everything's for you.
Okay, I've had moments where I think to myself, oh, I'm a tough little piece of shit. I would never do that job.
And then you realize, half right. I didn't say which half. You did. You're the one with the depressed attitude. You're the one who sees yourself as a piece of shit rather than a badass.
I get the message, Aaron.
No, I was trying to say it was the first one. But you see yourself in a negative light. No, women shouldn't be cops. Is that even controversial? Like, can we just please live in a world where you can just say that and then the argument can commence so you can... The reason when you say, like, women shouldn't be cops and people get outraged, they're, oh, you can't say that and shout you down. Because if you were to have the argument, they don't have any ammunition for the argument.
No.
So you have to guilt that person and make them feel bad, because if the argument starts, it's going to go poorly for you.
And because if I were to say that women shouldn't be cops, I can show my work, whereas your side of things is going to be purely emotional.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think women should be cops. What's your evidence? Could you please show me how many men on the what do you call that? The
physical fitness? Aptitude?
Not only, aptitude test. Can you show me how many men on the aptitude test you needed to skip down to get to the women that you hired?
Right.
14. Well, what if we would have given 7 jobs to the 14 of those guys who scored higher? Oh, the police force would be full. Okay, cool. And you're having problems recruiting new officers? Yes, we are. Okay. I just wanted to check. I'm not coming to any conclusions. I'm just letting you know that.
I mean, on average, women scare more easily. They're more emotional, so they make emotional decisions, especially in like a moment of stress. Physically incapable of taking down a single man in a group of 4.
Right.
I mean, all these things, like it's not safe for anyone. It's not safe for you, the people in the community, that person probably. He thinks you're a joke. He doesn't respect you.
Well, it's about to get way worse.
13.
So they're going to restrain him. They're going to finally get him subdued
on the east side
here.
of the street by the liquor store, I see a couple cars. Can I get a couple more cars?
We're going to get him.
All the 2.
I see a couple of cars. Can I get a couple of more cars? The dispatch is calling for backup because these 4 women can't subdue this one fucking guy. And again, he doesn't exactly look like he's breaking a sweat.
No, he is very lackadaisical.
Yeah. He's struggling.
Oh my God.
These women cannot get him to the ground. They can't get his hands behind his back. He's now putting her to the wall.
One male and for 22.
This is embarrassing.
That one's winded.
Yeah, they're all gassed.
It was a positive on the show up.
This is a joke.
Look at this. Now, okay, now you've got him up against the thing. Now get him cuffed. There's 4 of you.
0206. 213.
You got him. You got no.
All right, 9598. Give me some more cars. Give me some more cars.
Listen, they're going, give me some more cars. You need 6 female cops to bring this guy down? The 4 isn't enough?
I would laugh my dick off if dispatch started laughing at them.
Oh, this is embarrassing.
This should be a Chappelle skit on why women shouldn't be cops, right?
That's 9598. Give me some more cars.
So again, he's not like struggling for his life. He's talking to them the entire time. He's like, you bitches, just get off me. I'm going to run away. I'm going to get away from y'all. Why are we putting this shit off? Just get off of me.
He actually moves one of their hands like, hey, you want to touch my dick
Yeah.
too?
Sexually harasses them while they're in a position of authority.
Right.
He's so intimidated by them. Yeah, you want to rub on my dick a little bit, sugar? And she's like, ew, gross. You're supposed to be arresting me. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Handcuff this.
Yeah. Here we go. Okay, now you got him, right? Yeah, looks good. You got him. You got him. Wait, what's he doing? What's he doing? Wait a minute. What's he? Oh, he's gone.
There were 4 of you.
And there he goes. And he's gone. Bye-bye. Oh, man, are you lucky? You ran into the worst cops ever.
I guess at Walgreens, he went all day running up down on
winded.
that thing from 95th Street.
Somebody was watching from the apartment upstairs.
Northbound Justine from 95. The offender's running northbound. Do we have one in custody over here? Is this who we fighting with, or he took off from y'all?
Do we have one suspect in custody? Or what she's basically saying is, no, we saw you with the one guy, so you got him, right? It was another guy ran. They're like, no, he took off.
Look, clearly robbing Ike's liquor.
He's the fastest kid alive. I'm going to fire a shot. I'm going to draw him out.
95. The offender's running northbound. Do we have one in custody over here? Is this who we fighting with, or he took off from y'all?
Always the shame in that.
She's so sheepish about it. He's taken off. No. Not exactly. We kind of fucked that one up.
I lost him.
My bad. It was a team effort. Took us all. Delroy Lindo Calrissian says this looks like an aggressive bachelorette party. Like they're breaking the rules in Magic Mike. Scarface with $4.99 says there are no PT standards in the police, or no physical standards in the police academy. There are recommendations. You just have to pass a multiple choice test, not exaggerating.
Okay, but there should be PT standards because you do have to, what's the fancy word? You have to take down people. You have to.
That's not a fancy word.
And that's not the fancy word. Plot twist.
Hobo Chili says this looks like Aaron on pizza day at Planet Fitness and they're trying to kick him out. Hey, wait a minute.
You have to apprehend. That's my fancy word.
Very good. Very good.
Damn straight.
Yeah, Fauci's Pangolin says over 1,000 pounds versus 195. If that guy was 195 pounds, then I've got a 10-inch dick.
It's probably all in his dick.
Might
That's
be
how much
heavy dick. I don't mean to get Jimmy the Greek, but
jeez,
black people are just built odd, like just different. Like there was a guy there was a big sparring event Saturday that I was coaching at, and I got a few rounds in, but it was mostly coaching. And there was one guy, guy from Duluth. His name was Stretch. Asked him his name. He goes, "My name's Stretch." I'm like, I didn't ask like what his real name is because I was worried. I'm like, that might be his somebody might have named this motherfucker Stretch. So, but he's like probably about an inch shorter than me, and he looks pretty decently built. And then you ask him, and you're like, "Hey, Stretch, about how much do you weigh?" Because like I'm telling him, like, I think you're ready. You should take a fight. You know, blah blah blah. I'm like, "How much do you weigh?" And he goes, "About 155, 160." I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how do you people get built in a way where
people?
Yes, where you're like you look like you're in great shape, but you tell me your weight, and that's an anemic weight. Like you're like 6'2", and you're like 155, 160, and I'm like, what the fuck? And then I just heard Jimmy the Greek playing in my head. He goes, "Well, Aaron, you see the black athlete," and you're like, God damn it, Jimmy, not now.
They're dense.
Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Pink Bo Birdo. I'm sorry. What a fucking idiot. He says, ha ha ha, he. I don't like it when people start with ha 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 he he he. I feel like I'm not being taken
Yeah.
seriously as a very good analyst over here.
What are we, children?
He says, I highly disagree. Women cops have been known to take down 3 to 4 times their size. If a 115-pound, 5'1" female can take down a 230-pound, 6'2" guy, best believe they have what it takes.
I mean, show me all 2 times that's ever happened.
Right, I was just gonna say, sir, I don't think that's female cops. I think you're mistaking them. That's ants. Ants are known to be able to take down things multiples of their size. You confuse female police for ants. It's a big difference.
And even the ants like to swarm to take down their meals. You know?
Dead Game says 185 at 49 years old. I was 190 at 30 years old.
Okay.
Congratulations. It's the mood says 6'1", 155, and white guy here. No, it's the build. I mean, if you're just a tall, lanky weirdo, then yeah, that's fine. But this guy was like in like good shape and athletic build, and you're still like, dude, there's not any fucking meat on you.
Hold on though, 6'1", 155. That sounds like totally anemic. That is like anorexic. Like you're
That's small.
You were a thin man.
You're a very tiny guy. If I touched you in the ribs, I'd be worried that I'd damage them.
You poke through the muscle.
Guys, our accountant, Chip Galloway, is letting us know that 140 is accurate for today. 140 is the accurate number. The accountant has checked it out, and he says we're good. So if the accountant says we're good, then you got to go with good. But we're not going to be good until that 140 is at 0.
True.
And we're doing a half hour of overtime. This always happens when the goal is really tiny. Everyone goes, oh, well, then we'll all just fuck off.
Yeah, everybody fucks off.
And then that's always the day where MSO wins. Like, he's already got a halo in the chat. He's like, I think I got this one. It's like, we talk about it all the time. 350, everyone's like, guys, let's team up. Let's fucking do this. 170, it's more like everyone goes, hey, you got this, right? I mean, it seems like it's good. We're solid here.
I'm just thankful that according to Chip Galloway, we're passing all our audits.
That surprised the shit out of me. I thought Chip Galloway was going to find a way for our audit to be wrong. What an honest accountant Chip Galloway is.
Yeah.
God damn, what a turnaround that man's done.
Can't find many of those.
Egg Picker says the rabbit from Zootopia is stronger. Yeah, Judy Hopps is better than those cops. Are you
Dude,
kidding?
I picked Scrat from Ice Age. Fuck.
It is. I mean, it's just really strange that, you see like time and time again, you see all of it's just female officers. And I know like pink hair Birdo is like, well, I saw one time a woman do this to a male. Great. Okay. Let me clarify my position. The opposite has happened far more than that has happened.
Yes.
And when that person did that takedown, there are 900 male cops that could have done that too.
Yes, this Birdo person is very much talking about the exception, not the rule.
I will tell you this. If we did policing right and you had to pass tests and the person with the highest scores and physical aptitude and all this other stuff got the job, you wouldn't need any women cops. We just wouldn't need them.
And you know what? They could be going and doing something they are good at. Right?
If you have to change the rules to get people in a thing, that you don't need to do that because nature has already told us they don't need to be in that thing. They can go do something else. Why force people or skew quality to get people into something they're bad at when that time should be spent finding something they're good at?
Like, to me, a really good example is way back in the day during wars and stuff, the men were the soldiers and the women were nurses and doctors and took care of you. That's what you're good at.
You guys are right. Just let women do everything. It's going to be fine. It's not a big deal. That's why I could never be like a political talk channel.
You give up too easy.
I'd just be like, guys, I just realized something. I don't fucking care.
Okay.
Good. You know what? Because my political rants always end like this. Best of luck to everyone involved. Just go ahead the Vikings are on tonight. I don't have time.
I have been in the car with you when a female officer pulled you over. Did you feel threatened?
I don't remember that.
Becker?
Oh, yeah.
She looked like me, for God's
sake. Yeah, I thought I
sakes.
was playing along with a joke. I'm like,
Right.
oh, you're the... Okay. Cool.
Is this a Make-A-Wish?
Yeah.
She was little.
Yeah, like she came up to my window and I went, "Aw," and she
you're
went,
so cute.
and she went, "What?" And I go, "Oh, you're a real cop." Oh shit, I'm sorry. No, my fault. I thought we were doing some kind of like like kind of school project.
She was quite literally me in a cop uniform. I'm like, you're so small.
I don't really think about it. All right, Hall and Oates. We didn't get to this on Friday's show. Hall is suing Oates because Oates apparently is a cunt, I guess, and Hall doesn't want Oates. Hall and Oates hasn't made anything together in what, over 30 years?
I don't think so.
Okay, so why now? Like, why? You're both, Daryl Hall's 77, John Oates is 75.
I always kind of figure that maybe somebody spent their money wrong and they're running out.
I don't think Daryl Hall has any money problems. Daryl Hall net worth. Yeah, he's worth $70 million. John Oates net worth. If it's not 20, I'm going to feel really bad. Oh, 60 million.
60.
So they've both got good money. We don't need to be suing each other in our, twilight of our years.
Yeah, shouldn't you be on vacations and stuff and playing with your grandkids?
Daryl Hall, 77, sued John Oates, 75, Oates' wife, and another trustee earlier this month, alleging Oates' plan to sell his side of a joint venture would violate their business agreement. So they've got some kind of business together. Oates wants to sell his half of the business.
Yeah.
And Hall is like, no, fuck you. That's against the rules. They might have some kind of contract that says we have to agree to sell, even if it's just our half. I don't know. The Nashville judge who temporarily blocked Oates' maneuver on Wednesday ordered more documents in the case to be unsealed after the lawsuit filed under seal November 16th had obscured the details of the case. Now, unsealed records show that Chancellor Russell Perkins issued a temporary restraining order against Oates and his trust to halt the sale of his share of Whole Oats Enterprises.
Well, it sounds like we should be sewing Oates instead of suing Oates, right?
Halt the sale of his share of Whole Oats Enterprises, LLP, to Primary Wave Music for 15 days or until an arbitrator makes a ruling. What the fuck is this even about?
So to me, what that reads is that Hall doesn't want to work with whoever he's about to sell to. He'd rather work with Oates.
So is Whole Oats, is that like their library, like their music library?
It must be the whole thing.
Oh, that's exactly what it is. Sharing their business arrangement in a letter of intent to Primary Wave, which they say should legally negate the sale because Oates and his team violated a confidentiality provision by sharing their business arrangement. Oh, so Oates wasn't supposed to tell Primary Wave what Hall's involvement in the business was?
Okay.
And that disclosure should make the whole thing null and void. Primary Wave has held a significant interest in the band's catalog for over 15 years. So they've been sniffing around for a while. Well, do you know how big, You Make My Dreams Come True for commercials?
It's great.
That would make you a fortune.
Alone. Just that one.
Sarah Smile would get you a shitload of money. Man Eater would get you a load of cash. All of them.
Aren't they the out of touch ones too?
Simply out of time.
Oh.
In 2021, Hall told Sky News he was not happy with past arrangements as he warned artists to hold on to their publishing rights, saying that, quote, all you have is that. Yeah, but for a lot of artists, that's their retirement money.
Yeah, let them have it. I think you shouldn't be telling them to hang on to it. That's all you have. If they want to sell it, just let them sell it.
One of the dirtiest music rights moves of all time. So Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson had been buddies.
Okay.
They'd made songs together. They were friends back in the 80s. And Paul McCartney told Michael Jackson, he goes, if you really want to make money in this business, if you really want a good kind of side hustle thing, buy publishing rights to music.
Mm-hmm.
He told Michael, buy up publishing rights, lease them out for commercials and shit like that. So Michael Jackson went and bought the Beatles catalog. And McCartney wanted it. McCartney tried to buy the Beatles catalog. Michael Jackson outbid him and got the catalog. And Michael's such a child that has such retarded development that he didn't understand how this was being a bad friend.
Oh.
And so Paul McCartney's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, what? You told me to buy songs. I'm going to buy your songs. And he was like, yeah, what the fuck, dude? I'm your pal. He's like, but it's a business move. And he goes, yeah, it's also friendship. You bought all my songs from me. He's like, I don't understand.
Right, Michael would be more like, oh, no, I'm giving you money for your music.
You want to stay over at my theme park and suck my dick? That usually makes things better.
But then Michael died first.
Michael just hands people money whenever they have a problem with him because that's what he's used to doing. He's like, oh, sorry, I bought your songs. Do you want $5 million? No, I want me songs. How about just $5 million? No, Michael. But this is what all the parents take. What parents? Sorry, I mixed up the accents there. Michael became British. I can't do accents for very long.
It's okay.
If I start doing Middle Eastern, it becomes Russian.
Yeah,
What
but
can I do?
then Michael died, so what happened to the catalog?
Oh, he
after
had
that?
sold them before that.
Oh.
He'd sold off the publishing rights to the Beatles stuff. But yeah, he's like, well, the song was Revolution. I didn't want it to be used to sell sneakers. Like, well, you shouldn't have told the fucking man-child that blows his money irresponsibly to buy publishing rights, for God's sake.
The guy literally bleaches his skin. That can't be cheap.
Right. Yeah, someone says in the chat, but I still love you, Paul. Yeah, he did not understand that was a dickhead move to make.
No, he probably thought he was being generous to a friend and supportive by buying his.
Yeah, it's like, well, this way at least somebody you knows owns it. Yes,
Yeah.
but I wanted it, Michael, you stupid. Oh, sorry.
You can't call me that anymore.
That light-skinned darky bought all my music. Like, whoa.
Whoa.
So I'm guessing you guys aren't friends anymore? You're goddamn right. Hobo chili recipe. He voted for John McCain just because of that. I don't know if he has citizenship here or not.
I don't think so.
Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 says, this is why we don't need female military, because they're all princesses when you're on deployment, even though 98% of them look like garbage juice. I like what do you call it? Misogyny. It's so much fun.
And then, according to SVU, I learned that lady soldiers over there basically entrap men into having sex with them that they don't want.
Do they really?
Really?
I want to pretend I was playing along, but I just fucked that up. That's
Yeah,
all, straight up.
Thanks.
I was still thinking about my Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson
You're
thing.
doing great.
As far as Dead Game says, I mean, that checks out every time. Yeah, see, you're right.
Yeah, it does. Can you imagine if I went over there and I'm the only thing that even looks like this?
Right.
It's not good.
If you go over to the Middle Eastern
entrapment.
side, though, they'll still pick the camel. 130. What? Did I say something?
No.
$135 away from today. Thank you, Hobo. Appreciate that. 135 away. Let's knock that out and finish it off. You guys have over an hour to do that. I think it should be pretty easy, so why don't you go ahead and prove me right? So, yeah, Hall doesn't want Oates to sell their publishing rights. That would be weird, though. How do you share publishing rights?
I don't know.
Like, so basically, can that music company sell off their songs to commercials? They just have to give Daryl Hall 50%? Or does Daryl Hall have the... Why would you want to buy 50% if the other 50% can go, no, fuck it, you're not using it?
That's kind of how I feel, too.
Yeah, like Daryl Hall. And Oates, you have $60 million. You don't need to sell your publishing rights.
But he just... How much money is enough, Aaron? It's
More.
never enough. Yeah, more.
It'd be so cool to be a musician with like a really heavy catalog that people want for like $200 million, because literally just take the money you have and be wildly irresponsible with it and just buy all the stuff you've ever wanted and go fucking bananas. And then when your accountant comes to you and goes, dude, we're broke. We're not going to make it another like 8 months at the rate you're spending. And he's like, cool. I'm going to sell my catalog. Then we're going to do all the financial planning shit you've always wanted to do. And we're going to put the money in the right spots and make sure that I'm building generational wealth. And he's like, all right, thank you.
How would that work with a group like Metallica or something like that with like multiple like big names and stuff? Like,
Now,
how do you split that shit up? Or
it depends.
Kiss?
It depends. Sometimes you do have to split it up. Sometimes one of the band members, while the other on your way up, while the others are drinking and doing drugs and being fucking messes, you buy up all the copyrights and the stuff to all the band's stuff.
Isn't that what lead singer of Kiss did? Didn't he do that?
I think Gene. I want to say Gene bought them out, but I could be wrong.
I thought it was a little more shady than
I
that.
think Gene bought them out, but he does own the trademark to Kiss. Like, Gene owns Kiss. None of the other band people own it.
That's what I mean. That
But
seems bad.
No, there is a band I'm talking about, though, and maybe the chat will get this. There is a band that most of the band was just getting fucked up all the time when they were on their way up. So then one of the band members bought everything, the name, everything, and owned it. And then when the band wanted to break from this guy, he said, cool, but you can't use the name. I want to see if anybody in the chat knows it.
Think I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ryan the Garbage Man nailed it.
I had it too. Nice.
Guns N' Roses. Yeah, Axl, when they were all getting fucked up. That's why I was always an Axl guy, and I never understood the Axl hate. I was like, well, he was the smartest one. Slash would have been miserable to work with back then because he was just fucked up constantly.
Mm-hmm.
And it would have to be frustrating to work with him.
But I feel like that's a lot of rock stars, and didn't you kind of sign up for that?
And Axl was a cunt in his own way, too.
Yeah.
But he was the smartest businessman out of all of them. Hey, guys, let me play you something really interesting. This has no bearing on any election that has happened before and is not a commentary on an election coming up. I just wanted to play this 24-second clip for you and see what you thought about it. Just totally out of context, apropos of nothing. Just
okay.
Let's take a look.
One issue has been reported at polls in eastern Pennsylvania. Election officials with Northampton County say when a voter tries to select yes or no for their Superior Court candidate, the selection is recorded for the other candidate. Northampton officials say the issue is limited to just Superior Court judges. They add that all poll workers were notified of the issue by text message and instructed to tell voters about the problem before they enter the voting booth.
Oh, my God.
Isn't that weird? It only happened for that race. And don't worry, the voters were told about it. You know what I love about that story? They never tell you, well, did they fix it?
Yeah.
Did you null and void? Do we have to do a one-day election for these two over again? Are you going to, what's your point here? You're just kind of telling us, hey, the count got fucked up on this election. And then you just kind of went, yeah, don't worry, though. Like, we told everybody about it, so it's cool.
And then I see that shit cutting both ways. So they're like, oh, we told everybody about it. So really you should be voting for the guy you didn't want to vote for so that when you do vote, it shows up for the right guy, right?
Right.
But then technically they cast their vote for the other guy and they'll just keep it that way.
It's just really strange that you would go, hey, there was this big election problem. But then you feel the need to go, hey, but it was just this one race and none of the other ones. And not only that, guys, we told everybody about it, so it's cool. And it's like, yeah, but did it get fixed? Not important. It's like, no, it's literally the most important thing.
Biden got 81 million votes.
And also, I want to point out, guys, this is the only county this has ever happened in, and it's the only time it's ever happened. And it probably will never happen again because it's never happened before.
Well, then there's no real reason to look into it, right?
Guys. You know what? Isolated incident. That's all it is. Isolated incident.
It is an outlier.
All right, boys and girls, we are 135 away from making it a successful show today. If you find what we're doing good, become a member. Throw a couple bucks in the Venmo, in the PayPal, in the Streamlabs. Throw us a couple bucks via Super Chats or Rumble Rants. Again, we are 135 away from hammering it out today. We started at 170, so a pretty easy day. Let's go ahead and finish it up. While I'm opening these 7 o'clock hour stories, let's talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. If you're in central Minnesota, Stoney's is a great place to go for the Vikings game tonight. Go have one of their premier Bloody Marys, the best in the state. Go check it out at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville today. Enjoy the Vikings game today. Enjoy sports all weekend long, or join them Saturday night for live music every single Saturday on the Fireball stage. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's tonight. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. It's getting colder. There's frost on the windows. The roads are going to get slipperier. And even if you're a great driver, sometimes you run into shitheads and you're going to maybe find yourself in a precarious position. That's where All Care Towing comes in. All Care is there to pick you up as quick as possible. Nobody faster than All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley. They had a big gun show in Bram this weekend. Catch them at local gun shows near you, or just go online. Check out their selection. This is some Christmas shopping, my friends. Order something from Midland Armory for the gun nut on your list and use the promo code SteelToe, and you'll get a big discount. You can even get their next firearm from MidlandArmory.com. They'll send it to an FFL dealer near you. You pick it up, and again, you use that promo code SteelToe, you're going to save yourself a nice chunk of change. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or online at midlandarmory.com. You know, Lemmy loves April's Magic Bean Coffee, and you can get yours at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. You know, Lemmy loves April's Magic Bean so much, she double orders it every single month because there's a subscription option. You go to order your coffee, and when you go to the checkout page, you can hit subscribe. Takes $1 off every bag you order and renews your order every single month. So save a little money and get your new favorite coffee with Steel Toe Coffee or April's Magic Bean. The art you see on the screen there is the artwork on the bags, and the coffee is very, very good. That's Steel Toe Coffee or April's Magic Bean Coffee, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Get your Steel Toe Coffee today. Oh, man. So much to get to today. Really hoping we knock everything out and make it an easy start to the week. No show tonight. The Vikings are on. Nobody, like our main thrust of our audience is in Minnesota. They're not going to be watching this evening. So everybody take the night off. Enjoy the game. Let's win. And also, Johnny is not going to make it in this week. Yeah? Well, yeah, just go ahead. I'm just, okay, where was I? Johnny, okay. Johnny's not here today. Don't worry about it. Johnny's fine. Everything's okay. Johnny asked for the week off. I think he's got to watch his kid. That's a pretty normal thing. So don't worry. Johnny's all right. Johnny's okay. He's taking this week off because Johnny then has a very, very busy week next week. When April and I leave for the Vikings game next week, Johnny's going to be doing the Friday morning show and the Monday morning show. Should have great guests. It should be a really interesting couple of programs. I'm sure he's going to pull some rabbits out of his hat, and it'll be really, really good. No Jameson's repair. Johnny has not passed. Johnny is still alive. I promise you. Vikings by 27. Look, man, I would love for the Vikings to win. Look, if you guys are going to say R.I.P. Johnny in the chat, at least throw us a couple bucks for his funeral then. Look, we're $35 into today. We've made jack shit, and it was a really low goal. So we're going to knock it out today. So if you're going to say R.I.P. Johnny, throw the e-beggar some money, for God's sake. But when it comes to the Vikings games tonight, people saying, oh, Vikings by 27. First of all, the Vikings don't win by 27. That's not our style. We win by maybe 8 if we can. But as far as the game tonight, I'm not so sure.
Why?
I have a weird feeling. Like, Dobbs is going to regress because he is who he is. He had 2 miraculous games. Those were amazing. Well, actually, 1 miraculous game and 1 half of a miraculous game against New Orleans. Mm-hmm. And he was very human against Denver. Now, maybe Denver's defense is really good. They've been winning lately. But I don't know. I don't trust it. I
have faith.
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think this is going to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Jaron Hall again this year. Just to see what we have.
And is he back from his concussion now?
Yeah, he's back.
Okay.
I'm not sure about Josh Dobbs. It's a cool story. It's a great story, but I don't think this guy that's been bouncing around for the last 5 years, playing on 6 different teams, I don't think we all of a sudden just found a diamond in the rough and now he's going to, bust out and be this juggernaut. I think we surprised people for a couple weeks. I think he should have enough to beat the Bears, for Christ's sake.
If you don't, I think that looks bad for the rest of our season.
Yeah, because then anybody can beat you if the Bears can beat you. I mean, we screwed ourselves against Denver, so it's not like we weren't good enough to beat them, but
I do miss Kirk. I wonder sometimes how these games would look if he was still here.
We'll see. Well, I hope they bring Kirk back next year, and I think we would have beat Denver with him. But then again, you can't stop fucking Alexander Madison from fumbling either. It's not like Kirk handing him the ball would have made a difference.
Yeah, I don't understand all the fumbling this year. I don't get it.
Fauci's Sandy Hook shooter. Did I get blocked? Did I get blocked? No, you didn't get blocked. It's just, I love when people are like, "Hey, he hasn't read any of my shit. Have I been blocked?" Like, is that that's the reasoning you come to? You're like, well, if he's not reading the brilliant shit that I have, I must be blocked. Most people's stuff is not going to get read. It just, I'm not like your other internet shows. I'm not sitting there staring at the chat. In fact, when I stare at the chat, I get anxious and I'm like, come on, fucking showtime. Let's do a fucking show here. So we're going to move on. We're going to abandon the chat for a while. Let's knock it out. Let's do overtime today. Our next story, I need to give this one my full focus because this is one of my favorite things. Pitbulls doing pitbull shit.
Ooh.
I'm ready for a good pitbull argument today, man. I am. We got less than an hour we got a little more than an hour left in today's show. Maybe an hour and a half if we knock out that very small goal that we have. I'm ready for a pitbull argument.
I'm ready for
I'm into the 7 o'clock hour stories. I'm ready to hear it from people. It's the owner. It's not the breed. I'm ready.
It's how they were raised.
No, they're genetically violent animals. But I have a picture of one wearing a bonnet next to a baby. Wow, congratulations. I love that defense. People are like, you know what my defense of Pitbull is? What? I physically put it next to a baby one time and it didn't eat it.
Right.
Wow. Wow, that's amazing.
But Aaron, they're nanny dogs.
Yeah, until they, there's a miscommunication. If a Chihuahua has a miscommunication with a child about whose side it's on, that's not a dangerous situation for the child.
No.
If a pit bull has a miscommunication with a 3-year-old, which, by the way, happens quite a bit, over whose side who's on, you might want to kiss your kid goodbye.
Oh, I got an example. Oh, the kid wanted to pet his ear that day.
Right.
Or the kid looked at him wrong.
Pit bull defenders do that shit. They're like, well, the kid did pull its ear.
Oh, it pulled his tail.
Oh, so it should have violently had its throat ripped out and bled out in front of his parents. That makes sense. I understand.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening with a
poodle. Pulling an ear and getting nipped is one thing. Pulling an ear and having your throat ripped out means there's something fucky genetically with the dog that makes it a killer.
That's a really great point. There is a difference between a knee-jerk, like, ouch, that hurt moment, as opposed to latching onto a child and thrashing it about.
Right.
Oh, my God. Oh.
Howell B. Johnson says, yeah, you nanny have a hand anymore. Hey, they're nanny dogs. Get it?
And you know what? Even nannies get hungry.
So this story is from Austin, Texas. You know, these pit bulls, they really only attack when there's a miscommunication and they've been trained improperly. It's not like they have these impulses, and these impulses tell them to kill, and they will do anything it takes to feed that impulse. That is a rumor.
I believe you.
That is a myth. That is not true. Let's check out this story from Austin, Texas.
Doorbell camera. It is hard to watch, but mom and her boy are physically okay for the most part. It happened in the Austin Colony neighborhood in East Austin, and our Jayla Washington shows us how they got away and why mom says there's a bigger problem.
Tuesday morning started out like any other for Shantae Wright Haywood and her toddler CJ as they headed out the door to go to daycare and work.
Dad must have been at work.
Oh my God.
Then out of nowhere,
like a goddamn demon sent from hell, it just shows up like it poof came through a portal. These fucking monsters.
It's like those dog things from Ghostbusters. Let's just go eat this tiny kid.
Yeah, he was just looking for Gozar, the Gozerian.
He got confused.
That's all it was. It's remarkable. It's like, please show me where the bad owner is in this case. It's their yard. The kid is not intruding on the pit bull's property. The pit bull was just roaming for a snack. That's all.
This dog. Tuesday morning started out like any other for Shantae Wright Haywood and her toddler CJ as they headed out the door to go to daycare and work. Then out of nowhere.
Hey, where'd the dog go for first? I'm just asking.
Right for the fucking throat.
Right for his fucking throat. It's almost like there's something in his genetics that tells him that's a kill.
Is it the thing about like pit bulls and kids? Is it because they're their height?
Yeah. They're killable height. They're murderable height.
Exactly.
Right. Again, it's just the owner. That's why pit bulls instinctively go after things that are perfect murder height for them.
You know what I want to start saying, though? Like, for the people that will say, oh, no, it's just the owner, it's not the dog. Well, then I want the owners going away to prison then because they've trained their dogs poorly and they're killing people.
Some of them do, in fairness. Some of them do go to jail.
This dog pounced on the 2-year-olds. In their doorbell security video, you hear Shantae screaming as she fought off the dog and ran her child back toward their home as he too screamed and cried. The dog just wouldn't leave.
And the dog was not interested in her at all.
No.
It was dead set on killing that kid.
You're so right. But again, the owners, guys, the owner clearly trained that dog to just kill kids.
I hate this breed of dog so much that I see a video like this and I just fantasize coming up behind it with a baseball bat and just fucking cracking its head open.
A gun is too easy.
Oh, it wouldn't give me any satisfaction to shoot a pit bull.
It's too fast.
I would get no satisfaction from it. It would be loud. It would hurt my ears. I wouldn't like that
And in
part.
fairness, one shot probably wouldn't take that thing down.
Right, I need a couple of shots. Like in that, okay, look, in this area here, you don't think you're going deaf for a little while firing a gun?
Oh, 100%.
In that enclosed space?
Yeah, they don't show you that in the movies.
I hate that, man. That was the first thing. When I first fired a gun years ago, the first thing I was like, ow, God damn it, with the fucking noise. And
Your ears do ring for a minute.
And this was outside. Like I was firing, was it a rifle or a shotgun? I can't remember. I was at my cousin's house. And I fired one. It was a shotgun, but it was still like, it was a 20 gauge. It wasn't like a big one.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a 20 gauge shotgun. And I'd shoot it. I'm like, fuck, these things are loud.
I mean, I shot my 12 gauge a few weeks ago, and your ears sit and ring for a little bit.
I thought I was cool. You know, I was like in middle school. I was like, oh, you know how they fire the gun sometimes in action movies? And I just held it out, the shotgun, and I went boom, and it just fucking.
Why would you do that?
Oh, did that hurt like hell?
God.
Lucky I was a big kid.
Leave them alone. The stray shattered a plant pot, jumped up toward them, and even chomped at Shantae, snatching her coffee cup as she continued to kick the dog. Finally able to get her son inside.
You can hear like that snap.
Yeah, don't worry. They're just really defensive animals who defend their territory. Fucking.
That little kid is so lucky to be alive because mom didn't get to him for a few seconds. That thing could have had his throat.
Yeah.
Trying to get to him, my daughter was able to open the door, and I just kind of pushed him in. The dog was trying to get into the house.
Plant soil covered the front porch by this point, the dog even clawing at the front door from outside.
The dog had actually...
So the dog wanted to kill this kid so bad that he's trying to knock down the fucking door.
It's crazed. It's like they're possessed by something. Satan.
Hundreds of years of breeding to make them more aggressive. I love how people, like pit bull defenders don't put 2 and 2 together. They're like, oh, they're nanny dogs. Why do they call them nanny dogs? Because they're really defensive of the things that they're in possession of and that they'll fucking attack you if you fuck with them. So people, God, they're so dumb when it comes to these animals. Why we haven't just outlawed this breed and eliminated it yet is because dipshits still make stupid fucking emotional arguments.
There's plenty of animals we're not allowed to own.
Yeah, I'll let you have any other dog you want. Just, I'm not letting you have that one. We're going to take it. We're going to get rid of it. And everyone that looks like it, we're just going to not let you have that one. Have any other dog you want.
That is an interesting point you raise, is why are people so hell-bent on owning a pit bull? You could have any dog out there.
You have no statistical or factual leg to stand on. It has been proven time and time again. They're just more dangerous than other breeds. Even like the bad breeds. They're worse. They're in their own category. But you keep saying these things, and it's so frustrating to watch a pit bull defender because you sit there and you listen to them just repeat the same bullshit talking points over and over again, and you run out of ways to say, no, that's just not accurate.
I agree.
And they're just like, no, if I keep repeating it, it'll be true because I love my pity. Oh, your pity?
Pity.
It's a pity. I don't want it around anymore. But, I mean, you watch an animal like this and you don't see animals other than things that have pit bull blood do this type of shit unless they have some kind of brain worm or disease.
And of course, when the pit bull finally attacks somebody's poor, beautiful child, the owner's always like, oh, he had no reason to be like that. I've never seen him act like that.
Yeah, they're all fucking angels until they eat somebody. That's amazing.
I'm sure sharks are too. I'm sure a shark could swim through the ocean its entire life until it visits a beach one day and it eats somebody.
That shark never bit anyone's leg ever until now.
All right now.
Actually, like broke the door hinges off of the frame of the door.
It's coming back.
Me and the kids are putting all our...
The fucking dog was so hell-bent on killing a child that it took a heavy outside door to stop it, and it still knocked the door off the fucking hinges. It ripped screws out of the wall.
Our body weight on the door to hold the door closed, to keep the dog out while I'm calling police.
Look
and
at that.
EMS to come.
CJ.
The door won't close anymore.
Right, because he broke the hinges.
Because he broke the hinges.
Now you got to have your poor tiny children holding up a door.
He walked away with a small bite.
Did here, and you can see the
he's
teeth
lucky.
marks.
And Shantae says she and other people who live in the Austin colony are worried for their safety as leashless dogs and strays wander the area often.
Okay, then,
No, you're fine. You're fine with leashless dogs, just not pit bulls.
then we must patrol. Let's be armed.
With bats.
Have an issue with people just coming and dropping dogs off. They don't want the dog anymore. And just a little bit ago,
wonder
someone
why.
else had posted a picture of this same dog.
Better now, CJ still smiling, but Shantae hopes they never have to go through this again.
I really just wanted people to take responsibility for their animals.
Jayla Washington, KXAN News.
Look at it. It's
Yeah.
a
Little
tank.
CJ is a beautiful boy, and by the way, he just turned 2 yesterday.
Well,
Now
he
his
almost
mom
did.
Well, that's perfect pit bull eating age.
They're still tender at that age.
Yeah.
says animal control
It's veal
showed up
to
after
them.
the attack and took that dog into custody. We did reach
Killed
out,
it?
but there's still no word on whether that dog belonged to someone or has any sort of diseases. Giving you a
Oh
little
my God.
depth earlier.
It does have some diseases.
And of course
it's pit bull.
And of course they won't say they put it down.
Right.
Because then somebody's going to be upset. Well, that kid almost didn't make it to 2. Okay?
Yeah. Look. You run out of evidence. You run out of statistics. You just run out of things. At some point, you just have to go, oh, so you're a big, you think pit bulls are fine. Okay, cool. Well, you understand that they're nanny dogs. I mean, stop repeating that. It's not accurate. You're lying to yourself.
And guess what? When you say, unless you're a single curmudgeon of an old man, like living on a ranch somewhere, saying that you have a protective dog is typically not good because that means they're aggressive.
Danny Rebel says, what kind of door breaks from a dog? That's funny.
That must have been a cheap ass.
I like that one. Oh, yeah, fucking that breed of door needs to be eliminated if it can't take a little doggy play. Hobo, Jesus Christ, buddy. Oh, hobo.
Hey, he just cheated death.
I don't think that has anything to do with it. Sometimes kids just put their nasty fingers in their mouth. I understand. Sid Saraf with $35 says, let's go. Hey, there it is. There's the wake-up call from Sid Saraf.
Thank you.
You guys take down the rest of that 100. Let's get it knocked out and call it overtime for today. Got an hour. You got an hour to knock down that $100. And that $100, by the way, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, memberships, Rumble rants, etc. Let's get creative. Knock it out however you'd like to contribute to this program and keep us afloat. There's been an argument this past week, and we kind of missed it last week, but we can play it now. The Dolphins have played another game since then. They played on Black Friday against the Jets.
Yep.
That Jets team is just so cursed. I mean, they are bad. They threw up a Hail Mary at the end of the first half because I think they were trailing by 7.
Okay.
And they were like, hey, let's chuck one up into the end zone. Worst case scenario, it gets knocked down or it gets picked, and we go to we go to the third quarter, and we're down by 7. They fucking chucked up the Hail Mary. It didn't even make it to the end zone. It made it to like the 1-yard line. Got picked off by Miami. They ran it all the way back for a touchdown. It's just, Aaron Rodgers, 5 plays into the season, goes down with a torn Achilles. Your quarterback of the future, Zach Wilson, just is an absolute abject bust.
His mom's winning more than he is.
Yeah, and your backup quarterback. So your backup quarterback and Zach Wilson sucks. You bring your third-string quarterback in, and he throws a pick 6 on a Hail Mary at the end of the half. It's just, it's not supposed to be your year.
No,
if that's happening.
I think God's trying to tell you something.
Yeah, just, you know what? Don't even show up for the next few. Real quick, Cole S. says, do you make fun of pit bulls because it makes you feel better knowing you own a rat dog? Asking for a friend. I know this. My rat dog ain't eating anybody's 2-year-old.
He certainly won't latch on. You raise your voice to that thing and he'll tuck tail and run.
I get that dog. I get that dog around 2-year-olds, and I'm worried the 2-year-old's going to eat the dog.
Or sit on it.
Yeah.
You know.
You worry about the dog more so than anything else. MSO says, ugh, you people, send your money to the Pitbull Relief Fund. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are officially changing our name for the rest of the day to the Pitbull Relief Fund. Feel free to throw us a bunch of money, and we'll knock out that $100 goal by the end of today's program. So NFL fans are arguing about a moment at a Dolphins game last week.
Okay.
Where Tyreek Hill's wife, who, by the way, is sitting in the stands. Why?
Yeah, that is weird. Aren't you in a, what do you call them? Aren't you in a box or aren't you in a
Unless it's
VIP
you know
somewhere?
what? Unless it's a road game. Where were the Dolphins last week? Dolphins schedule. Not Black Friday, the one before that. Let's take a look-see. Nope, they were at home against the Raiders. Well, then what the fuck? What? I'd be pissed if I were Tyreek Hill. My woman sits in a luxury box.
Yeah. I mean, if you were a Studley quarterback or something, I'd hope I was up there, right? And what is he? He's the
he's a
stud
star
wide
receiver. Yeah, he's the guy.
She should be in a box.
I don't understand. Well, she sat in her seat, and maybe they should put her in a luxury box because, not for her own safety, but the safety of the fans in Miami.
No.
The safety of the fans who spend their hard-earned money on seats and nachos and beer. They don't need to be around people who are going to put their good time at the ball game in jeopardy. There's a debate online about whose fault this next video is. And to me, I think it's a cut and dry, like it's clear. There's no argument. But this was a heated debate last week on social media over whose fault this next situation is.
How much is it on me? You have a napkin? You want to
Oh, fuck.
So a whole thing of nachos ends up spilling all over Tyreek Hill's wife's arm and back. It's not the kind of sauce that she wanted on her shoulder and back
Not
that day.
that day.
Not that day.
Not
And
in her white shirt.
it's really unfortunate because, like, the guy just looks like a stereotypical guy who spills beer and nachos.
He does. He looks drunk. Look at his face.
He's just a big drunk football fan. You know how happy you are as a football fan when you get that thing of nachos? You're just pumped. You're going to be watching football and just shoveling those bad boys into your mouth. And then this bitch fucking dumps them on herself. And then she looked mad about it.
Well,
It's like, motherfucker, that's your fault.
I'm really torn. I'm gonna have to see
All right,
the
let's
timing
check it out again.
Okay.
We're going to go frame by frame. She reached back and knocked that poor fat guy's nachos out of his hands.
See, I feel like we're replaying a football, like a fumble here. If you watch his hand, he's kind of tipping his nachos before she ever gets to him.
Without that hand, those nachos do not tip. Let's take a look one more time.
Whose hands were up first? Hers. He could have watched out.
So
Okay.
her hands go up.
Yep.
He stands up with the nacho. She reaches back.
Yeah.
It's the up and
It's
the
her.
leaning back.
Yep. The lean back did it for me.
If you're in your seat at a football game, you stand up and you always cheer forward.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't lean backwards. You're going
Nope.
to get everybody's everything on you, or
Because
you're going to hit someone.
everybody's going up to cheer. Up. You go up and out. That's how you get out of your seat.
And the weird still shot too, because like she can tell she's touched nacho cheese.
Right.
At that point.
Let's go again. Here we go. See, there go the hands. Now stand. Now at this point,
she's fine here.
Stand up and out, and no nachos get spilled on anyone.
Like your friend over here.
Yeah. See. Oh yeah. That is a dark-skinned lady. She went up and out, but you go back. I don't even see this guy tilting his nachos. She just straight up knocked this man's food out of his hand. Oh, that's no good. Now, then she looks back at him. I get it. You're disgusted that the shit hit you. So she's not necessarily mad at him. But if she in any way tried to blame this man for what happened to her, then shame on her. Look at that. She comes up with a hand just full of cheese jizz.
It's all down her back and in her hair too, which the hair is probably the worst part, because she's now, whether she did this to herself or not, her game experience is ruined. She needs to go shower. Like, she needs that out of her hair.
Yeah.
And that's fucky. But, like, I'm torn. Like, does she owe him a new bunch of nachos?
Yes.
Or is it a wash because technically she did spill them, but now it's in her hair, so she's paid for it too?
No, she owes him nachos.
Okay.
She owes that man nachos.
It was her fault.
He doesn't look fat. He looks about the same size as you, Aaron.
No.
That is the most clever insult I've ever heard because you're saying he's not fat, but I think he's fat, and you're saying he looks like me. So now I have to absorb the insult and make it my own.
Would it make you feel better if I would say that man was much larger than you?
He was considerably larger than I was.
Considerably. That guy at least wears a 2XL.
Guy Sartell says, is she a light-skinned? Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I was getting.
She was cute, right?
I don't think she's white.
I thought she was cute.
Well,
I don't know why those things
I didn't
can't
say
go
those
together.
two are. I didn't say that she couldn't be both. I didn't say she could be not white and cute. I didn't say that those things weren't possible.
I'm sorry.
In fact, I've often said the lighter the skin, well, never mind. It doesn't matter.
Hey.
It's not important.
You've heard him. Aaron doesn't like it when I get tan in the summer.
Not too tan. Let's keep it within reason, boys and girls. Triple N says she got some titties on. She's a very nice looking girl. Tyreek, well, it better be.
Well, yeah.
Tyreek Hill's wife.
Tyreek gets to pipe her down all the time.
I mean, Kita Vaccaro is her name. Yeah, she's real white.
That's my cousin's name.
Well, Kita Vaccaro?
Yeah.
Yeah, there she is. Well,
she's very cute.
I just don't understand if you're Tyreek Hill. Wasn't he the guy who was just talking about how, like, when he's done with football, he might do porn?
Right. Maybe it's with her.
Why are we? Oh, Tyreek settles nacho debate. Is his wife to blame? All right.
From Marca.com.
I'm here for Marca.com's coverage of Nacho Gate. Tyreek Hill stole hearts in the first ever Black Friday game with a heartwarming gesture to his new wife, Kita Vaccaro. The Dolphins receiver caught a short pass from Tua in the second quarter of the... This time, Hill went the romantic route, finding Vaccaro in the stands to blow her a kiss and toss her the ball.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait. Was this from the Monday game? No, it wasn't. No, this wasn't from the Black Friday game. Okay. Tyreek Hill spoke about tossing the... it was definitely sport. It's not what I want. I want to know about the nachos.
Wow, they just honey-dicked us into reading
They
that.
honey-dicked me into reading this stupid fucking article. This better be about the nachos.
You have a napkin?
Oh.
You want to
And the nacho thing is definitely her fault. She got back to the car, her and my mom.
Attaboy, Tyreek. Attaboy, he's honest.
Yeah.
Saying, look, that's definitely her fault. Yeah, cheering is done out and up.
You have to.
You got to launch out this way. You can't go back. You're going to spill a beer or some shit. And you don't know what's back there.
You're going to touch someone and they might be nasty.
You might grab a dick.
Ugh. Aaron's like, oh, is it my birthday?
You don't want to grab
Yeah, like, it was his fault the whole time I watched the thing. I'm like, you hit it out his hand, though. Like now you had me hot at this dude, and now I see the video. It's like, you feel me? So it was funny, though. Like, once I seen that it on hard, I was laughing my ass off.
I love Tyreek Hill. I'm a Tyreek Hill fan now.
That's kind of funny. And it's also funny that they were definitely, like, panning to her to, like, see her excitement and shit because of his catch.
Yeah.
And then that shit happens.
Well, how about the fact that she was trying to convince him that it was the other dude's fault?
Yeah. Well,
you
isn't
reached
that
your
what you're
hand
probably
into
gonna
his
do?
nachos and ripped them down.
It takes the bigger person to say, that was my fault.
That's the best thing about making $30, $40 million a year. It's like you can actively take sides against your wife when she's wrong, and what the fuck is she going to do about it? You know?
I feel like that happens at way less money than
I
that.
don't know, 30, 40 million. No, see, I would try to put on a public face where I'd try to excuse it away a little bit. I wouldn't just like
Oh,
go
hell
like that
no.
was your. If you were vehemently saying it wasn't your fault, I'd be a diplomat.
I don't see you being diplomatic for me in that situation.
If you were being cunty about it, like I'm sure his wife was being cunty about it, then I would be like, look, you're just going to keep shit on an even keel. Women don't know that. Women don't know how much men hold back to not upset you. Like, women think that guys, they think they know what guys mean is, but like a guy's mean to a guy is way more extreme. Like, women are always treated with kid gloves. Whatever the situation is, rest assured that you're probably, he's probably being lighter on you than he would be if this was one of his friends. You know, like he's telling her like, oh, baby, I think that's your fault. Meanwhile, if that was a guy, he'd be like, dude, are you fucking retarded? You knocked the nachos out of his fucking hand. Stop it with the not my fault shit. All right? You're being an asshole right now. Whereas with the wife, you go, oh, baby, I think that was your fault. See, you reach back right there. You knock the nachos out. I mean, it's funny, but it's definitely your fault. Yeah, we're monsters to each other.
She told me when she got to the bathroom, she had to put water in her hair. She don't really like putting water in her hair. It'll turn curly. So,
wow, he's just kind of throwing her all the way under the bus. She don't like putting water in her hair because, it changes the color.
Changes the color?
Yeah, I guess her dye job, shakes loose?
Your hair shouldn't be changing color just because you got a wet one time.
I don't know. He says it does. He's somebody. Oh, where'd it go? Oh man, I lost it. This makes me a fan of Tyreek Hill. Somebody had a really good. Fucking, he's not buying his wife's BS. No, she tried to bullshit him on the nachos, and he said,
I feel like if I was the one who got the nachos spilled on me, in the moment, of course, I'm like upset that my game is pretty much over because I've got to go clean up now. But that's really all it is. Like, I can't be mad that I hit this dude's nachos. And then, like, after the fact,
most people would apologize for spilling the nachos.
I would be apologizing profusely because I'm so, like, I feel bad. Like, I'm a feel bad kind of person. And then, like, eventually when I see that video blasted everywhere, I'm going to have to laugh at it eventually.
But you're also torn because you're like, well, this guy doesn't need more nachos. Do I buy him more? Like, am I doing the right thing by buying him more nachos? Because there's also a message in the nachos spilling to the floor.
I don't know if I buy him more nachos.
You should.
I think I depend.
Should you?
I think it depends on how he's reacting. If I'm saying, oh my God, that was my fault, I'm so sorry, and he's also doing that, then I call it a wash.
Fauci's Pangolin had a good joke, and I'm just going to paraphrase it here. And the first thing the guy should have looked at her when he saw all that cheese on her, he goes, hey, that's nacho cheese.
He just takes one of his chips and starts getting it out of her hair.
If you'll excuse me, I just want to see. I saved one chip. I just want to scrape. There you go. Oh, but is that cocoa butter?
Hey,
that's interesting. Hobo Chili says, look at the way Aaron is looking at the screen. All he's thinking about is nachos and why they're not in his stomach. I can control myself.
Oh, but the cheese.
I am fully capable of controlling myself.
I can quit anytime I want.
Ooh, this is an interesting idea. $5 from Jared on PayPal. He says,
thank you.
Pitbull defenders are secretly pit bulls in human disguise. My lovable, non-aggressive yellow lab told me. He saw one take off its disguise and start chasing after a baby in a stroller. That's how they come out of nowhere, Aaron. So they're animorphs. I see.
Oh, those were fun.
So pit bulls are animorphs in human form. I understand. All right, guys, Jared just put us into the double digits. Let's break MSO's heart and not bring this wretched thing out. $95 away from knocking it out today and doing a half hour of overtime. Go ahead and throw it in on PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats. I want gifted memberships, too. I want to see some of these gray names turn green, if you will. So it's, everybody, it looks like everybody on Twitter says it's definitely her fault.
Yeah. It would be so much different if she had like gotten up and like leaned forward to celebrate and stuff like her friend did next to her. And then you watched from him behind her is bobbling in his hand and he just drops it.
I hope there's an important lesson to be learned from all this.
Only sit in luxury boxes.
That is up and out. Up and out. MSO says if you make the goal, the Pitbulls win. Well, then I want the Pitbulls to win today, okay?
You're going to sacrifice a child?
I will yes. To keep my show alive. We've got big things on the horizon for this show. I just have to power through this e-begging for a little bit longer, and then I can stop with it indefinitely. That's the idea. So, yes, I just want to knock out these little ones, and not children. I just want to knock out these little goals. 170 today was all it was. I just want to knock those out and go, good. One day closer to being done with this shit. We're good here. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. So 95 away, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. Let's get in there and prevent this thing from coming out today. That's what I want. None of that e-beggar shit. Let's just hammer it out. Oh, fuck. You know, I never liked it when play dates became a thing for, like, little kids. Like, just go play. Go to the park. Here's how you met friends. You go to the park, you bring a ball and bat, or you bring a football. You throw it around with your dad.
Yeah.
Then a bunch of other kids come over, and you all start playing football together. And now, here's the worst part is, Dad, you got to fuck off because now all the kids want to play against each other. You're just hoping that maybe there's an uneven number of them so there can be an all-time quarterback, you know?
That's you.
And then you get to just throw to them. You get to be part of the game. But if there's like 6 of them, now you're like, oh wait, no. Then you can still have all-time quarterback because it's 3-on-3. Don't ever leave the game. Tell those kids to go fuck themselves. You want to live out your dreams. So you go to the park. You go, you start playing around, and maybe you don't even want to play sports. You just want to go on the slide and on the swings and all this other stuff. And then other kids show up. You start playing. You make new friends.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. The idea of play dates bugs the shit out of me. But now I read a New York Post article that lets me know that parents are now, because Gen Z is so dog shit at socializing because they're just social media and internet people. If it's not on a fucking Discord or on TikTok, they don't fucking know how to talk to people. And there's plenty of millennials who are like that, but still, they're so fucked up socially. And I'm guessing maybe the pandemic has something to do with this too.
Yes.
That the parents are actually organizing play dates for their adult children.
Adult children?
So that they can have friends.
Ew. See, where I was going, what I was going to say is with the little kids, this is just moms basically engineering that they want their kids to be friends with each other. So they're going to put them together all the time until they're best friends.
Yeah, like arranged marriages, but for friendships.
Exactly.
Many well-meaning maternal figures are choosing to meddle in their children's lives from afar, flocking to parent Facebook groups to arrange play dates, schedule hair appointments, and locate restaurants suited to their child's dietary requirements, essentially acting as remote concierge for their not-so-little learners. This is, again, adult children.
But this is just too far. I don't even know, like, what age is, like, unacceptable to stop doing that to your kids. Like, I feel like middle school or high school, let your goddamn kid pick his friends.
Honestly, how about this? How about once you hit menopause, nature has already told you, like, look, our use for you is non-existent. Like, you can pack it in and retire now. You're good. We're making you unattractive. We don't want anyone around you. You don't need to be getting over-involved in your kids' lives. You know, I'm going to broaden out your shoulders a little. I'm going to give you some hair. You know, I'm going to make you uncomfortable physically. You want to make this look good after menopause, you're going to have to fucking dig deep for it. You know?
Thanks, Aaron.
Just saying. That's what nature's doing.
I got to go before that, apparently.
So then you sit there and you see your own life kind of slipping away from you. And you go, oh, I should meddle in my children's life a lot. You know what really happens a lot when adult children have their parents meddle in all of their affairs and shit? Those guys, they all grow older and really appreciate you and everything you did. I'm just kidding. They resent you for over meddling and not letting them grow up. So
without fail, by the way.
Yeah, these women fucking have to micromanage their kids' social lives. Like, oh, it's so, and I don't know if I feel bad for the, I keep calling them kids, but they're adults. I don't know if I feel bad for them because this seems like a pretty simple fuck off solution.
It does. Like, if you're weak enough to not stand up to your mother and be like, Mom, I got it. I got my own friends. I can make my own hair appointments and go to eat where I want to. It's going to be fine.
Our mommy set us up on a play date together. What the fuck? Have some dignity.
That's disgusting.
There were definitely a lot of posts that said, my child has no friends. And of course, that's heartbreaking. Meanwhile, this guy's like playing video games and shit and talking to a bunch of people that he plays games with all the time, which I get it. That's not real friends.
Or meanwhile, mom is part of the reason they don't have friends.
Yeah, right. The parent Facebook group she joined when her new brood flew the coop for the University of Chicago. That's another big difference between men and women. When those kids are out of the house, dad's like, my job's done. Now I go get to do cool, fun shit I haven't been able to do in years. I am excited. Whereas a lot of women, they get fucking melancholy about it. It's like, no, you got to have hobbies. You have to have shit to do. If you make your entire your entire life your kids, then when they leave, you're going to be all fucked up.
Yeah, have you ever seen those the memes everywhere that moms will post and stuff? Oh, having an adult child is like having a best friend to hang out with. And it's like, that's part of the reason they don't have their own friends is because you're taking up so much space.
Yeah. Dario Delfino says, I should say woman. We're talking about adults. Imagine telling a woman you're interested in about your mother setting up a play date for you with another adult male. Right. That's why as a young person, you need to be comfortable telling your mother to fuck off on this one.
I try to as often as I can, and I think you do too. Right?
Me, I only had to do it once.
Oh.
Ali recounted one unnamed mom's Facebook plea for pals, saying that others quickly rose to the occasion, offering to arrange a play date between their child and the loner. What? Like they're a medieval queen and they can just organize marriages. Like, don't even talk to your kid. This is such a mom move. Organize shit for your kid without telling them you're doing it.
It's seriously Lannister behavior.
And like, really, this is why I became a salesperson in radio while I was doing my own show, ironically, because salespeople would act like the parents. They'd promise a client some shit, and then they'd come to you and they'd go, they'd ask like you had a choice.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be like, can you do this, this, and that? And I would always just say no because I knew they already promised it.
Right.
So I wanted to make them say it. They'd be like, can you give a shout out to so-and-so at this time? I'd be like, no, I can't. I don't do that.
No thanks.
And then they'd sit there and stare. I got this all the time. They'd sit there and stare. I'd be like, could you hurry this up? I'm like, commercial break's almost over. And they're like, it was funny in Litchfield, I actually banned salespeople from coming into the studio during my show. I loved that. That was the greatest thing. I was so happy about that. When I told my boss and he went for it because he was an on-air guy too. And then he did it for the mornings then. Like, he's like, yeah, salespeople can't come talk to me during the mornings.
Well, why the shit should they be allowed in there when you're doing the show?
So happy.
They shouldn't be, though. There should be, like, if they want to do something with you, there needs to be a meeting set up.
I banned them like a child, and I would put signs up some days. I would be like, all salespeople banned until 6 p.m. You want to come see me?
Then you're
stay
not
later.
there.
Yeah. It's perfect. I'm out the door by 5:30.
Yeah. You'll come back later for the
Fuck
nocturnal
those people.
emissions.
Yes, exactly. Should whack off somewhere. But salespeople in radio are just like these moms organizing shit behind the person's back. Then they come to them. Anytime you sense that someone has set something up without asking you first, just say no. Even if you want to do the thing, test them. Just be like, no, I'm not doing that. And make them go, ooh, I already told this person you would. I'm like, well, I'm going to enjoy the fucking sticky wicket you put yourself in because now you got to cancel it. But I promise. They do this thing where they act like they can guilt you if they tell you they promised. And I'm like, you got to learn the difference between we have a problem and you have a problem.
I feel like I've seen a lot of unhealthy couples do that too, where they don't talk about making plans together or like going somewhere together with friends or something.
Right.
Or like in-laws especially is like a point of contention. They'll be like, yeah, my wife just signed me up to go here this day.
Yeah.
I never heard about it till I was signed up for it.
I would be so happy to just look you right in the eye and just go, you'd be like, oh, I made us a thing with these people. I'm like, nah. You'd be like, what? Like, no, I'm not going. But I told them you would. I'm like, well, wasn't that a fucking asshole move on your part? That's another thing I don't like about the human race. Then the person who says no is considered the difficult one in polite society. It's like, no, you just because the three of you agreed you're not big pieces of shit doesn't mean you're not big pieces of shit. Like, if you promise someone else's time without checking with them first, you're the asshole.
You know what I do? And I do it very consistently with you. I've never really faltered from this. Like yesterday, my family wanted to go out to lunch together. And I'm like, well, I know I'll be there. I'll ask Aaron if he wants to go.
Yeah.
I don't just sign you up because I know that wouldn't go well.
And did I want to? I mean, I was quite tired. I could have stayed home and taken a nap, but it was fine.
But you love food.
You go, you do them. They didn't have enough bread, but that's okay. You know.
You should have had a few more steam buns.
Oh, that's right. I did have a steamed bun. So I did keep appearances up at the very least. I hate that when people promise shit to people.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
One parent even suggested a friends finding hack that worked wonders for her daughter. She organized a listening party to the Taylor Swift album drop in the fall.
Ew.
And she brought back a game or two with the idea of throwing a game night. See, this should result in the cops being called because the daughter bludgeoned the mother to death with a candelabra. This is a bullshit thing to do to people.
It is. If the kid doesn't revolt against this, then it's partially the kid's fault,
If
right?
your parents do that, look, if your parents do this once and you don't hit them with a baseball bat multiple times when they do this, it's your fault for everyone that comes after that.
Look, legally, I can't advise that you hit somebody with a baseball bat.
I didn't say it's legal. I didn't say what you're doing is, like, it's terribly against the law. You can't do that. But
Right.
I'm saying if you don't react that way and they do it again, it's your fault.
Just give them a few more years of not giving them grandchildren. They'll shape right up.
Yeah. Saying, well, fucking get my tubes tied if you don't shut your fucking mouth. How about that?
That's the fucking best, yes.
How about suck my ass?
We'll just have the works removed with an ice cream scooper.
You had a thing yesterday. It was very minor, and I can't remember
But
what
I
it
did
was.
a good job, didn't I? I know
can't-
what it was.
I can't remember what it was, and I was about to say something, but I was like, no, then I'm going to be in a bad mood, and I'm going to
Nope.
be crabby.
I did it. Oh, I mean,
I can't remember what it
real
was.
Brief. We have an almost 2-year-old nephew, and he was out to lunch with all of us yesterday. And my mom decided to pull up a video that he likes for him to watch on her phone. And in my opinion, the volume was way too loud.
That's what it was, yes.
And instead of just sitting there, I very quickly said, hey, though, turn it down. And, you know, she put up a little bit of a fuss and like, oh, I
No.
can't.
Let me, if I may, not a little bit of a fuss. Was fucking cunty about it.
Yes,
And
which
was like,
is normal.
I don't have to. And that's when I was about to go, because I hate that shit in public. You know, I've complained about it before, like when black people talk on their speakerphones.
Yeah.
Or like people are playing loud shit. Some guy came into the locker room in the gym and he's playing music loud with his phone turned up all the way. I'm like, headphones, asshole.
They do that while we're working out upstairs. Too.
Oh, go fuck yourself. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I get very upset. I'll try to hold my anger until the end of
Yeah,
this.
I had a really great moment yesterday where I never faltered. I told her, I'm like, you can watch that video, but you got to turn that volume down. You know, she got kind of bad about it because she's grandma, of course. They do that, apparently. And I said, no, it's rude to have the volume up loud. I straight up told my mom that it was rude,
Yeah.
and most people wouldn't say that. And she was a bit cunty for about 30 seconds about it. We turned the volume down. My dad backed me up. And we went on with our lunch, and everyone was fine. But you need to do that.
No, there was a moment where it's like, no, it's rude to do that in a restaurant. Well, nobody's complaining. When fucking people do
I never
that,
back down.
I swear to God, it's just, I get that clutching the table moment where I'm like, fucking no heavy objects around me right now. I don't hear anyone complaining. It doesn't matter if people are complaining. It's a shitty thing to do to people because a lot of people, believe it or not, are very passive and they won't say anything. So you could be bothering the fuck. This is where self-awareness is really important. You could be bothering the fuck out of everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And they won't say anything.
That's why I felt so good saying that
Right.
yesterday.
How many times have you done this where you're telling a story or something and you realize you're like, this story was a lot better in my head. It fucking stinks. It's not any good. I'm bothering people. I'm tapping out. I'm bailing out. I'm going to make fun of myself real quick and abandon the story. I do that all the time because I'm just like, I feel the room turning. I feel people getting bored, and I'm not going to put them through this shit so that I can fucking, good story. Yeah. It's like, never mind, guys. It's fucking stupid. Who gives a shit? And then people laugh, and everyone has a great time. The inability to exercise, like that whole thing of like, well, I don't hear anyone else complaining. Oh, that's what we should do. We should do really shitty things to people until they complain. Like force them. I hate that because now what you're saying is, well, I'm going to force them to make themselves uncomfortable and have to confront someone and say something. It's like when your parents told you, like, I shouldn't have to tell you that that's not the thing you do.
About the volume?
No, just like anything.
Oh, sure.
Like they would tell you as a kid, you'd be like, well, I didn't know. And they're like, I shouldn't have to tell you.
Sure.
Same thing about being way too loud in a restaurant or something.
Full credit to her, at least. Like, once I did say that and addressed it, moved on pretty quick.
It's the thing with kids.
That was good.
It's the thing with little kids in restaurants in general that I hate is that parents think that because they have a small child in the restaurant that entitles them to do whatever they want because, oh, the kid. I don't give a shit if your kid's pooping blood. Get him the fuck out of here and get him away from my meal. I don't give a shit. Your child is not. I would never make my child someone else's responsibility at a restaurant. Nor do I think anyone else should.
No. And seeing as like my nephew was at our table and that was, the phone's coming from our table then, I'm like, I don't mind him watching the video. He's just got to watch it quietly.
Yeah. I mean,
that's it. No big deal, right? And it shouldn't be a big deal to say that, but most people won't say it.
People get their pride hurt when you tell them that too, because they feel stupid. They feel like they've now done a stupid thing, and they have to defend themselves. It's like,
you don't have to feel stupid.
Don't tell me, don't defend myself. Just stop. Just don't do it.
Yeah.
The commander in the chief says, guess who's back? Hey, the commander in the chief is back.
Yeah.
We were all talking about you.
His ears were burning.
We were all like, the last like,
however many months he's been gone.
The whole time we've all been like daily mentioning like, where's the commander in the chief?
I'm gonna guess 7.
Yeah, all the time.
7 months.
We never stopped loving you, caring about you, what have you. Hobo Chili says Aaron is starting to turn one of the bad guys in Big Trouble in Little China after he sees David Lopan die. Wow, that's a fucking pull. Right there.
They're all upset about my shirt today, too. April, you're dressing like you've given up on the relationship.
Jesus.
April bought... It's a nice Nike, like, Viking... Like, you can't see it from my hair, but it's a Viking shirt. They play today. I bought this top at Fashion Bug.
Now,
that doesn't even exist.
Concrete Pete is saying, man, this chat is rough. Okay, I'm out. What are they being rough? I don't... Somebody says, I've grabbed my mother's phone for letting my kid just watch a video in a restaurant. Once you start that shit, they don't stop. You do have to confront grandparents early and often because grandparents have this idea like, well, I'm a grandparent. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm the parent. I'm the authority here. You will not fucking do that. Thank you very much. We're good. I heard that from my parents early on when my kids were like, no, grandma and grandpa can do whatever they want. He fucking can't.
I can just see that conversation going now. Like, oh, the hell you won't.
Yeah, you fucking can't do that shit.
Oh,
why? Because I don't want you to. Sorry.
I don't want you to.
Yeah, I know. That's weird.
What is it about females that particularly do that? It's not necessarily grandpas or fathers. It's usually mothers and grandmothers.
Because women feel the need to fucking intervene and have something to say and something to... They always have to have an involvement. Because it's happening in their vicinity, whereas guys have the opposite. They hear shit like that going on, and they go, well, I sure hope nobody asks me what I think. That's the difference. Women go, I can't wait to tell them what I think about this thing I have nothing to do with.
So did I do wrong then when I talked about the volume yesterday? Because I was indeed telling her what I thought.
I was going to you mentioned it a split second before I was about to mention it.
You're welcome.
I was fucking annoyed.
Hey, I carried that torch for you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So you could eat your fried chicken.
Wasn't fried. I mean, it was.
It was.
But it was Karaj. It was Japanese fried chicken, so it's more fine. It's okay because it's Japanese. It's not lottie fried chicken.
Would you like some of that for supper tonight?
Totally different. No, I don't need lottie fried chicken. It's different.
Lunch?
April has to take Aaron's phone away from him in restaurants because he's busy looking at bread and queso eating videos. I don't watch other people eat it. I eat it myself.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're at a restaurant, just lean in.
Somebody says the best is when they come back with, we let you do things when you were young. Yeah, Mom, I colored a sheet of paper because there was no such thing as an iPhone or iPad.
I know. That's a very silent thing.
You know what you should do the next time your parents do that is if they go, well, we let you do these things when you were little. And I'm like, yeah, look what a terrible job you did. That's how you get your parents to shut the fuck up about that stuff.
No, you know what? Every time my parents have like been disappointed in me for like my life or something like that, I'm like, you know, Mom, I did live on the east side of St. Cloud with Somali pirates for like a long time. I could be a meth addict right now.
Yeah.
Or I could be dead.
Yeah, just every time your parents criticize you for like confronting them on something about them being grandparents, just go, yeah, well, you let me do that, and look what a piece of shit job you did as parents. I don't want to copy it.
Yeah, you put me in a horse stall picking hooves one time, and I got kicked in the head. I'm brain damaged now.
It's just fun to do it to them because there's really no defense to that.
Yeah, I know, but the worst part is seeing like the look of just sheer hurt and defeat on their face. They're like, but I love you guys.
My mission is this. Make it so.
Oh, fuck.
Make it so no one will ever cross you on this subject again. That's my goal. Make it so bad. It's like war, make this weapon so awful that nobody will want to go to war again.
Mom, I could have been a meth addict. I could have had children out of wedlock. I could have, what gets worse than that? I don't know.
No, just tell them that they did a garbage job of raising you and you don't want to repeat that with your children. Tell them you're trying to learn from the mistakes that they made and do the opposite.
I just want my children to have what I didn't have.
And then guess what? They'll never mention how you should do things ever again. Because you just let them know. It's the whack on the nose with the newspaper. It's like, and I will remind you of this every time you think you have something to say about this.
Why are grandparents in general more like excusing of like bad behavior from the kids too?
Because they're almost dead and they don't have to deal with the results of what happens.
Like I have to imagine like some things I've seen grandparents like excuse their grandchildren of is like things that if I did them as a kid, I know damn straight my parent would have whacked me for
because
it.
Because they don't have to go home with the kid. It's not their responsibility.
That's the bitch of it. You're right.
They're shitty people. Grandparents are dog shit people.
Hey.
Remember this.
I loved my grandparents very much.
Grandparents are fucking shitty.
My grandmothers were my best friends.
I think, let's see. I loved my grandmother.
I did.
I do resent her a little bit for smoking.
But that's not something she did to you.
And I kind of hate everyone who smokes now that I care about. If I don't care about you, I don't give a shit. Go ahead and smoke till you die. But like,
Eric Church smokes.
No, he doesn't. He would never do that to us.
SC Motorsports says, at least you didn't marry a loaf piggy, April.
Right. I'm not a loaf piggy. The commander-in-the-chief says, tried watching on Facebook, but found out real quick no one was watching there. Is this the mainstream now? Well, Rumble and YouTube.
Wow.
Yeah, the commander-in-the-chief, Rumble and YouTube. I mean, YouTube does about 400. Rumble does about 3-something. It's between 700 and 800. And then there's like 10 on Twitter, 5 on Facebook, and then like 15 on Kick. It's like it's scattered all over the place. But I would say YouTube and Rumble.
Wait, though.
I know that the YouTube chat is easiest to access. People hate that, like if they have their phones especially, that Rumble chat is pretty much impossible.
Somebody has a very funny comment.
Skeezy says, sick of my dad bragging about how much he did a good job of parenting because, quote, I turned out so well. Motherfucker, I turned out this way in spite of you. That's
most kids.
That's
right?
one thing that parents don't understand is like a lot of kids when they become adults start feeling things they're doing that they saw their parents do, and they immediately do a 180 and do the opposite of that. That's a big part of growing up is realizing your parents were kind of full of shit and that you got to do things a little differently.
Well,
he's not wrong.
There's either kids that are like that or they're kids that turn out as carbon copies of their parents.
Yeah. Somebody says, hey, Mom, or April, hey, Mom, I could have been a meth addict and had kids before marriage, or worst of all, dated a black dude. She knows where to hit him where it hurts. That's for sure.
I should start using that one on my dad sometimes, like if he ever criticizes me for something, which he doesn't. He loves me. Dad, I could have been with a black dude.
Delroy Lindo Calrissian says, hi, Joe Granny's Jim Stansel's nearby. I didn't know Michaeline was 68.
She looks fucking smoking hot, doesn't she?
I had no idea. She
know.
looks remarkable for 58.
I know.
I don't know.
I've always thought she's hot.
Aristocrat King Yeti says, YouTube is deleting my insults for you, Aaron. Well, I'm against that.
So wait, does that mean Commander-in-the-Chief was gone for like 2 years since we left Twitch?
Commander-in-the-Chief, where the fuck have you been?
I always wondered that. Like, if you were a true fan of the show, it's not hard to find it.
Just Google it.
Yeah.
Just type in Steel Toe Morning Show, and look, there we are.
Can you imagine Googling that and seeing the Steel Toe Morning Show pop up, and you're like, no, that can't be the one.
It's got to be a different Steel Toe Morning Show. All right, guys, 95 away from a 170 start. I don't want to, don't, come on, really? 20 minutes until we have to bring that fucking monstrosity out. 170 down to 95 right now. We're 95 away. Click those links, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, of course. We love those too. So we have oh God, and then I see the moms were organizing. They were, oh God, she did, however, turn to the Buzzy message board for help contacting school executives for a verbal lashing after her vegan son was mistakenly given non-vegan food at a campus dining hall. Why didn't you call your son and chew him out for being a gay F? Jesus. Mom, I ate non-vegan food today. Well, did you die? Then you're fine.
Okay, but also it's a campus dining hall. They don't shovel food down your throat in those. You
Right.
choose it. I don't know. Even just the simple St. Cloud State here, like the dining halls, you go pick your food. I don't know if you know that, but they're not like forcing it down your throat.
They're just, I'm having a hard time.
Maybe he was trying to be normal.
Yeah, with how useless all of these people are in this story. Fun fact, Aaron also dated Mrs. Fields, says Pool Scam Sam. See, now that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Somebody said you rebelled against your parents by becoming a pig.
I don't know, man. My dad and sister are pretty obese.
Whoa. Fuck.
I'm the second thinnest one in my family.
The second thinnest? Third. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, the way you said it makes sense.
Thank you.
I was putting you
Second
up
thinnest.
in... Yep, right.
Yeah.
Your mom's pretty fucking tiny.
I'm third fattest out of 4.
Third fattest. That's how I was thinking.
Atomic Ray says, yes, F you want to throw down a... Jesus Christ. Bigot on socialist media said, if I decided I was a vegan as a kid, my parents would laugh at me. I mean, here's the problem. There's no such thing as a vegan. Like, it's not an actual thing that exists in the world. Like, it's not like having red hair or having brown eyes. There's no such thing as a vegan. It's just you choosing not to eat some shit.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but that's kind of like saying there is no football player in the world. You chose to do that. Like, there's football players in the world.
Right. But football players, when they don't play football, don't freak the fuck out. Or, like, if you throw them a baseball, they don't go, what are you doing?
If you give them enough CTE, they do.
It's a lifestyle that they live. It's a hobby or a game that they play. Same with veganism. Vegans act like there's some kind of cosmic thing that makes them vegan, and if they eat a piece of meat, they're going to shit their brains out for 3 weeks, or they're going to die or something. No. In fact, that's half the reason I think vegans freak out when they accidentally eat meat, is because they now have to show the world that absolutely nothing will happen and everything's fine.
I think they just get a big case of the ugh when they hear anything from animals.
Oh my God, I ate an animal. Look, somebody was going to.
Like there was.
It's not like you were going to save that animal. It's already cooked. In fact, if you're a vegan, you should just say fuck it and eat cooked animals. Just don't eat any living ones. Because you care about the animals.
The animal is dead already. You might as well respect it by eating it. That's how I see it.
There you go.
That's how, like, when people say, "Ooh, how can you kill something and eat it?" Like hunters, I'm like, well, you technically are respecting the animal by eating it.
Here's what I'll settle on with vegans: just shut the fuck up about it. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
You don't. If you keep talking, here's my deal with vegans. If you keep talking about it and you keep letting me know what it's like to be a vegan and how great it is and wonderful, I'm going to keep shitting on your choices in life. I'm going to keep telling you that it's stupid, it's garbage, it doesn't really exist, and you're a giant phony, and your whole thing is a dumb death cult. But if you just shut the fuck up about it, I will have no reason to speak on your diet.
Yeah, like an example that bugged me is like when it's somebody that you like and enjoy talking like that. I think Jake Shields was on with Gavin McInnes filling in for Anthony Cumia a while back. And he's going on, about all this cool UFC shit. And then he gets to veganism and how he doesn't eat meat. And all because, I've seen what they do in these big farms to the animals and stuff. And I think that if I were to accidentally eat meat, I just might throw up. And I'm like, whether you eat that meat or not, they're still doing that to the cows.
Right, exactly.
I'm really sorry to tell you.
It's Matt says, if I was paying $250 a month on Twitch to be a member or whatever it's called. Who was paying somebody was taking $250 a month from you to be a member on Twitch? You were giving that money to the wrong person. That was not us. Whatever it's called. Am I supposed to get sweatshirts and stickers? Is that not a thing anymore? $250 in a 7-day period makes you a VIP one time, and you get all the shirts, all the hoodies, the stickers, all of that stuff. $250 in 1 week. That's how the VIP works. Speaking of which, 95 away for today. We got less than 15 minutes. I really don't want to. That would be a kick in the dick if we brought this thing out on a 170 day, but alas, we will see. If you feel like chipping in, great. If not, just kind of stand there staring at me like you have so far this morning.
Knock that shit out.
And just go like, here, this is the audience today. And me going, hey, guys, can we knock out that last 95? Get back to the show, please, Aaron. No, it's not one.
It's like a teacher staring at a room full of students like, okay, who wants to read next?
Right,
Like,
that's exactly what it is. Like when it's the last hour and we're getting close and we're like, well, like the first 3 hours I don't really say much.
Sure.
And then it's getting closer and closer to nut cutting time. And I'm like, I don't want to. I hate this. I'm an e-begging piece of shit. I understand that. But there's some days we don't have to be. And I prefer those days. And like when you wake up and you're like, it was only 170. Like this should be an easy no-brainer. Like we're not making any money. It makes me feel like we suck and we've done a shitty job today.
I agree.
But also number two, it does. It's like that school thing where you're like, hey, does anyone want to come up and read? I'm sure that's the equivalent. Like teachers feel like they're doing a shit job engaging the class.
Can I get a volunteer?
Yeah. And everyone's like, yeah.
No. Everyone's looking down at their test.
Yeah, exactly. That's us when we're asking our audience for like the last little bit to keep our show going. They're all just kind of staring down going, okay, this is weird. Okay. Right. Is he going to shut the fuck up now? PayPal, Streamlabs. No, it's not that we didn't hear you. It's that we don't give a shit enough to do that. Aaron, shut the fuck up. So anyway, 95 away. If you want to chip in. Otherwise, the next 12 minutes are going to be weird.
It's tiny. Just do it.
I wanted to get mad about this. The teenage son of Teen Mom star Janelle Evans was hospitalized last week after running away once again. And this time, Child Protective Services is taking custody of 14-year-old Jace. Thank fucking Christ. First of all, this is what happens when single moms raise boys. They just turn into girls for some reason.
Right.
It's fucking insane.
Very feminine.
They just turn out feminine because mommy loved them too much and they're my special little acorn. And I just, I'm going to give you so much love.
I don't have a man, so I'm going to squeeze you.
There's no man. And oh God, and she's a fucking wreck. This whole, I'm ready to accuse the MTV. I'm ready to accuse MTV of being a CIA plant because I do believe that this Teen Mom thing, we're now seeing 15, 20 years down the road what it's done. It glorified single motherhood, and in the last 20 years, that's shot up. It's glorified teen pregnancy, and I'm pretty sure that's up.
Always.
From 2000 or so. And we lauded over people who are fucking messes and should not only not be on TV, they should be hidden from the public. People are like, oh, do you really want to go back to the days where we just hid single parenthood and shamed it? Yes, it's shameful. It's to be shamed. You're 16 and you're having a kid. You understand that kid will be in 4th grade by the time your brain is fully developed. Ugh. Yes, I want that person hidden in a nunnery and shamed until that child is old enough to make decisions on its own.
They used to do that.
Yes.
When girls used to get knocked up as young teens and shit, they would ship that girl off somewhere to some boarding school thing until it was all over and you could give the kid up for adoption.
It was a better time.
I'm not going to disagree with you.
We didn't have... It's better than doing TV shows where the girls are making money going, oh yeah, and then my baby daddy yelled at me, and then my mom said I'm a stupid slut, and then now it's just too much, and I'm crying, and then the baby's crying, and she's like, it's not your turn to cry right now, baby, it's my turn. Attention me. Wouldn't it be much better if we just locked that whore away somewhere where she couldn't make the mistake twice? I'm sorry, but just because something happened 50 years ago doesn't automatically make it bad. Because in a lot of these cases, we've tried it the other way, and it failed miserably. Mm-hmm. People are like, oh, shotgun weddings are terrible. Yeah, they're bad, but they're better than single moms. So
I don't know that those parents should be together.
What's the worst that can happen? The woman gets beat?
Yeah.
At least the kid's not all fucked up being raised by a single mom.
No, he'll just be fucked up from seeing two shitty parents in the same household. You know what that's like. Knock it off.
2 retards bred. That kid's fucked either way. Could we not do the one where they put it on TV and glorify it and make more of it?
I've always been against those shows. I don't think we should be glorifying teen motherhood or single motherhood at all. Yes, there's women that will make it through and do a good job, but that's the exception, not the rule.
How about a fun compromise for the pro-life and pro-choice crowd? Ready?
Oh.
Abortion is
I'm not
legal.
ready.
Abortion is legal and mandatory 19 and under. If you're under 19 and you get pregnant, we have to abort your child. It's the rule. But after you're 19, abortion's illegal and you can't do it and you have to have the kid. Before 19, it's a curse. After 19, it's a lesson.
I want to lower it to 18 because by 19, some people might be, well, you're definitely graduated, potentially working, potentially married.
Okay.
You can't have 19.
All right. Well, look, we can work on that. This is called compromise. Before we pass my mandatory slaughtering babies in a single mom's womb bill, we'll negotiate on the terms of it. I'm sorry, but this is what these teen mom bitches do to me.
Look, they're terrible. And they all think, oh, I just took a load in my snatch and I can get on TV. Like, that is the downfall of society.
Yes. Thermodyne Diesel gifting 10 memberships. Thank you, buddy. Mr.
Thank
Q, Anthony Akanomiyewa, KF Sage, D-Rec, Trenton Wade, M76, Amanda Hugginkiss, MN Welder, Crimson Ghost, MN Sasquatch, all getting memberships. Fill Some Holes gifting a membership to Karate Chopping Space Monkey. We are 70 away from this morning. You guys can do it. Pool Scam Sam says, plus Farrah takes it in the can on video. Yeah, the best one, the most well-adjusted teen mom had to take giant shaft in her asshole just to make ends meet for her shitty kid.
How in the hell are you going to qualify her as the most adjusted?
You name a better one.
I can't.
Exactly.
But she's fucking garbage.
Right.
She's been in legal problems. She does the porn stuff, obviously, which is fine if you're a normal porn person. Like, let's say a Brandy Love or something.
This one had a kid who looks like Kenny Wayne Shepherd and fucking ends up in the hospital and CPS taking him away. Blue on black, tears on the river. Your mom is shit. The show she was on was shit. Your grandma's Northeastern trash. That lady's a fucking pig dog.
I do think that MTV should be blamed for glorifying this shit and causing its increase in society.
Also, Sid Saraf taking it upon himself to be our guy.
Our not white whale.
Are the only the whale we have today. Thermodyne Diesel though with the 25 was big too. Yeah. Sid Saraf with 40. He says
Jesus.
He says no plate today. That is true. We're now at $30, so that means no plate today.
Thank you.
Because we're under 50. Just knock out that last 30, and we'll call it a day. Thank you. Or we'll call it a day. We'll do an extra 30 minutes.
Your phone's in.
Thank you very much.
Going insane.
Is it really?
Yeah, it wasn't Charles either. It was a name. I couldn't read it though.
I had to throw my phone earlier because Charles was calling like 5 times today. So.
He is needy.
He's a needy guy.
No.
Yeah, I just that teen mom thing, man. I was like that.
Angry.
I was like that in high school when that show came out and girls would talk about it, and I would annoy people at school. Believe it or not. But I would annoy people at school because I would do this same rant back then.
It's something I didn't want to talk about because so many girls loved that show, but it was the embodiment of one of my serious fears in life. I didn't want to be that statistic. I didn't want to be like a teen mother or something like that. And I'm like, why in the fuck would you glorify something you're that afraid of? Like, I could never get on board with that show. Never.
You're going to find this hard to believe, but see, in high school, I would sometimes take unpopular opinions because I wanted the conflict with some of these dumb bitches. You won't believe that I was like that.
Yeah, I'd think you'd rather want to fuck them, but no.
If they were really hot, I've always, now that I look back on myself, I was always a misogynist but there was a Batman kind of an aspect to it where I was like, no, what I'm doing is justice because these girls have it so easy and they're coasting and they kind of low key treat people like shit and they prey on guys who are afraid to they want those girls to like them because they think that then maybe they can get a hand job or something. See, I knew the secret that a lot of these kids in school didn't know. These girls were never fucking me. So I'm the most dangerous man they have in their life. Why?
Oh my God.
Why am I the most dangerous man in their life?
Get out of here.
Why?
Because you're not afraid to hurt them?
I have nothing to lose. I was the joker to these broads. I was like, you have nothing to threaten me with. You can't sit here and go, well, you'll never get pussy from me. I'm not getting it anyway. There's no way you're fucking me. My friend is the quarterback on the football team, and I know how many degrees separate us in fuckability. I ain't getting shit. Chip Galloway says, leaning to 67-76, Aaron. You got this. Oh, sorry, Chip. Another 40 came in. It's 30 now. So I guess Chip would technically say 27-76.
Was this your friend you're referring to?
No, I wasn't trying to fuck his girl. I'm just saying, like, she was one of the pretty girls.
No, I was saying the stud quarterback guy. That was him?
Yeah.
He's so shy, though.
My other buddy was, like, the star running back on the team. And he's still, like, the most fuckable guy ever. And I don't know if you've ever met him.
I was going to say,
Give me
out
a
of
paper.
all the friends.
I'll write it down.
Out of all the friends.
April's like, you don't have any fuckable friends. What are you talking about?
Out of all the friends I know, I can't come up with any.
That one.
Nope.
You never met him.
I don't know him.
No.
I guess for good reason, apparently.
Yeah, he's like, dude, because I'd suck his dick. Are you kidding me? Here, let's see if.
Jeez.
Watch, we're not friends anymore. He's like, oh, maybe he might be off.
You're not there anymore. Oh, no.
Oh, you know what? I think I misspelled his name. Great friend I am. I don't know how to spell. I just saw a thing from him the other day. I know I'm still friends with him.
Go to your friends list and search. You know what I mean?
That's a good idea. I wanted to prove to April how
hot he is.
I have hot friends. I don't think April has any hot friends.
That's a really mean thing for me to admit to, so I'll just abstain.
You don't, do you?
Not that live close.
You don't have any hot friends. Chip Galloway says 27-76 is accurate. All right, our accountant says it is accurate. There we go.
I just like that you brazenly said I would suck his dick.
Well, here's the deal. Like, what I was trying to say was, like, in high school, I would actively, like, when these people would talk about Teen Mom, like, I would never just bring it up to be a dick, but when they would talk about it, I was like, oh, really? Is that a great show? Just these, I remember even back when I was 17, 18, I'd be like, these dumb whores were just supposed to glorify people who shouldn't be having children. I go, it's just going to encourage more dumb whores to get knocked up so that they can get on TV. I remember that was my big argument. I was like, more white trash that has no money is going to do this thinking they can get on Teen Mom and that they can make a living that way.
That show is somehow worse than Jersey Shore.
Yeah,
because Jersey Shore, at least they were on birth control and not getting knocked.
They weren't hurting anybody.
Right, they're just having a gay old time.
Yeah.
Whatever.
But then the girls would get so mad that I was talking shit about that show, and that would just feed me more to shit on the show more.
But then I can see your end game there. They might want to angry fuck you later.
That was never in my mind. It was always just to make them upset. It's like, I want to see these bitches show us who they really are. Basically, I wanted their real self to come out because these dirty broads, they were always talking shit about people. I know because I was friends with them. Great friends.
Sounds that way.
But they would always talk shit about people and they're mean, nasty bitches. And that's the thing I've always wanted for women is just liberate yourself and be who you are. Be honest. Don't be this person that you want the world to see. Be the fucking monster.
So you're a big women's lib guy.
Right. Exactly. Show your true form.
Live your best life, girl.
I'm like Milton Friedman to these bitches. I'm like, I'm on your side. You're not. Aaron hated them because they weren't into chubsters, says Aristocock. Jameson's Repair says, what show is worse, Pitbulls and Parolees or Teen Mom?
Teen Mom.
Teen Mom, far worse.
Teen Mom's bad. That's like conscious decisions. Those Pitbulls are just angry.
Yeah, Pitbulls are just kind of mindless animals who act on impulse. Pitbulls, not the Parolees.
Thank you for clarifying.
I just felt it was really important to make sure you guys knew who I was talking about.
I thought you might be talking about the teen moms for a second.
Guys, throw another $30 at us. Let's do this overtime in 5 minutes. I mean, we're inside of 50 anyway, and we've stalled the offering plate until 10:25. So fuck it. Just knock out the last 30, whether it's via super chats. Everybody team up and knock that out. Let's call it. So yeah, I just, God, I want to get, there's just, for some reason, it's so much fun to be the kryptonite to women's
Jesus.
bullshit. I just love it.
Did you leave anything on the table back then that you wished you had really put out there?
No, I got it all out there because you don't want to lose friends over it, but you definitely want to make people be honest.
That sounds like losing friends wasn't like your biggest concern in the world.
I never did. I was funny. Like these
Wow.
parts, the prickish parts of me would come out very sparingly, like once a quarter, maybe once a semester. I'd have an episode.
And those girls still remained your friends.
The rest, I was just so fucking hilarious. They were just like, "Oh, Holt's so funny. He talks a little too much." But
Gee, I can't see why you're an egotist at all.
all thought I was funny. What can I say?
All that positive affirmation.
Girls, yeah, that's the girls in high school. I mean, look, they never fucked me. I was dumb, though. I got a girlfriend my junior, I think late junior year of high school. And like late junior through senior, that's your prime fucking time. Sophomore, if you guys got pussy when you were a sophomore, congratulations. I never could have pulled it off. I just wasn't smooth, and I didn't know how to talk to people enough.
I always felt kind of like higher up because I allowed a sophomore to have sex. So did a bunch of people in my grade. There was a lot of hot sophomores when we were seniors.
Wait, you were out of high school and you had sex with a sophomore?
No, I was dating one when I was in high school. And then that lingered till when I graduated and then turned into that. Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely it did.
There's goddamn flattened out barley fields in Litchfield, man.
It's all my fault.
Need Trump with it. You ruined a bumper crop by bumping uglies. Need Trump with 5 gifted memberships. Chip Galloway, Salty Newts. Those are 2 of my favorites. Strippers Got Me Banned. Love them too. Mr. Me and Melton Smelly Upper Lip. Oh, that's bullying. Tridio with $5.23. What do you think, Chip? We're counting that for the whole 5, right? That's too fucky to stick around with. He says, how'd you miss that one, Aaron? His name is Chase, and he keeps running away. Oh, my God. You know what? I so hated their single mom so much that I missed the obvious joke.
Oh, wow.
I went in a different direction. I went with the rant is funny.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go with the angry Aaron rant because that's hilarious.
Yeah.
And I was looking past the obvious one. You're right. I missed the forest for the trees, as they say. Apparently that guy's still asking about VIPs. Yes, VIP is still a thing. $250 in a 7-day period.
Why don't you message me, buddy? The chat's not the place for that. I am. If you're feeling that you're missing something or you're from the Twitch days and don't have like a gray YouTube shirt yet, message me. They're not going to help you. I am.
I don't know what you're talking about. $250 a month Twitch membership.
Yeah,
we never
that
had that.
happened.
That was never a thing.
$250 a month. Jesus
if someone's
Christ.
sitting there throwing $250 a month and all we're giving them is shirts, we're an asshole.
Right, at least some dick pics.
The only reason Sid Saraf doesn't get more is that thank God he doesn't ask, you know?
Anal. That's the next request.
And, the rules say. All right. Guys, thank you very
much. Your anus is sponsored by Sid Saraf.
Thank you for those gifted memberships. And Tridio, thank you for the 523. Oh, Matt says $250 a month was a joke. Oh, thank God.
Oh, thank Jesus. Like, that couldn't have been
I'm sorry you got me because you asked it so earnestly that I thought you were being, I'm like, I don't want this guy to think he has to, Jesus Christ. Sid Saraf says I'd pay for that sponsorship. Well, then expect a bill in the mail.
He gets his name tattooed on you and says Sid's Boner Garage.
Oh, no. For rent.
You think he has a good hog on him?
Sid Saraf?
Yeah.
He's Indian, right?
I would assume.
Indians have
sneaky good dick.
Like weird long dicks. I just imagine because they're close to the equator, I think everything just kind of hangs more when your people are equator people. So, I think that's a real thing.
So are you saying that he is like a shower, not a grower?
I don't know. That's different. That's different for everybody. That's not cultural. But I'm saying, like, I think you've got better hang downs the closer you get to the equator because the heat, your balls and your cock need to hang away from your body to stay cool.
He does say that he has a good one for an Indian.
Like Italians are known for having big, meaty hogs. Okay, that's a down south Mediterranean kind of climate.
I didn't know that.
And there's all the Moorish influence from Africa. So you got good, meaty Sicilian hogs.
I've never had an Italian before.
Congratulations. Don't worry about it. Your IQ goes down. It's weird.
You smell weird.
I think us Germanics are known for having solid cocks, decent dicks. I don't know anything about Swedes and Norwegians. I would imagine they'd be small. Because they're in the mountains and it's cold.
Wrong.
Oh, sorry.
I'll take an I've seen a Swede dick or two.
Fuck me in the ass then, for God's sake.
I'll find you a nice Swede one.
How does that explain Asians? Mountains, cold. But the Swedes and the Norwegians are cold people. So I don't know.
Yeah, but we're also fearsome warriors.
That doesn't matter, though, when it comes to weather.
That big dick energy.
I don't know.
Gets it.
What if
gets
we've
it
been
growing.
lied to our whole life and that there is no, like, cultural mandate when it comes to dick? It's all just individuals.
I've very much always felt that way because you can take a group of people that are supposed to have huge cocks and you're still going to find one that's not going to have a huge cock, right?
Right. There's small-dicked black people out there. April, stop it. No, go ahead. It's like a broadcast show, so you have to speak.
Oh, no,
You can't just be silent.
I didn't have comment on the black dicks.
There's got to be small black dicks out there. They exist.
I'm sure that there are.
How would you know either way, I guess, right?
It's a really
exactly
fair question. I shouldn't know.
Exactly. Jennifer says Asians eat a lot of soy. Oh, is that it? Does the soy shrink your wiener?
One of my first thoughts actually were they eat a lot of rice too. It's like maybe they need some meat. I don't know. Get them dicks growing. I don't know.
Is that how us Germans end up with Wiener Schnitzel? Because we just have so much meat in our diet.
You are what you eat.
So we've big
if
sausages.
You're eating kernels of rice.
You have a kernel of rice stick. If you're eating big schnitzel, you got a big schnitzel. I get it.
Oh my God.
I get it. If you eat stinky fish, apparently you get a thick cock on you. Apparently.
It's meaty.
You should have a smelly snatch then, technically.
No, I shouldn't. It's very clean and lovely smelling.
Jesse James says, where are we at on the goal? $15, my man. $15 is it. We got this. They're going to take care of it during overtime here. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, etc. No offering plate today because Sid Seraf's a G and a bunch of other people came up big. But let's knock out that last 15. You are correct, Jesse James. That New York governor bitch, I hate her a lot. This video's, by the way, this stream is so not getting monetized. I've said so many nasty things about so many people today, which is fine. We don't, that's normal for us. We usually end up yellow dollar signed. So Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, she's the one who said that they're going to be combing through like social media and that it's to prevent hate speech because God forbid you say anything mean to anyone.
Yep.
Well, she's not done. New York Governor Kathy Hochul is wasting no time taking advantage of this anti-Semitism that's come out of the Israel-Hamas war over the past month or so. You know what I noticed during football games this weekend?
What is it?
So you know they had those Jew commercials where they were like, Jews make up this tiny percent of the population, but they make up this giant percentage of hate crimes victims.
Yeah, the Jew abuse.
But people started, so like black people, Muslim people, Asian people, they were like, oh, thanks for giving a living flying fuck about us. Like, we've only been victimized for years now. And Muslims, like attacks on Muslims go up when this Israel-Palestine shit pops off. So the people who were doing the blue square, like, don't hit Jews thing, they added into their commercial this week, well, black hate, Asian hate, Muslim hate, this hate. They're like, all of it's on the rise. So they would do the commercial. It was so awkward because the commercial basically went, protect all the Jews. And the other people, too. They're fine. Hate crimes against Jews are way up. And everybody else. They're cool, too. So it was like this weird, they like had to pay a lip service.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you're a Jew group. Just do your Jew commercials.
Yeah, I don't care about anybody else.
Let everybody else do their don't commit hate crimes against us commercials.
I don't think we have any like that. Yeah.
Jesus, Valley Law. You did a creative way of spelling it. Yes, that hate has been rising, I guess. But as far as like, the hate crime stuff with Israel and Palestine, these politicians are going to do more. They're going to go, oh, this hate is wrong. This hate is bad. So what we need to do is monitor the internet better. So anyone who says hateful things, we can chastise them and punish them. I'm like, it's kind of against the First Amendment, like, all the way.
Yes,
like,
absolutely.
But people get scared. People are too terrified to just be honest. And so when they confront you and they go, oh, so now all hateful, racist things should be allowed. And you're like, yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, I'm white.
Words should be.
I'm white. I got to read it and see it all the time. It's not even considered hate. It's just that's how you talk to whitey now.
Hate speech should be allowed.
Hate, like Patrice O'Neill said. Hey, why? He said, I hate speech. He's like, why can't I hate you? Patrice's thing was always, let me say what I want about you so that you can say what you want about me and we can communicate. We can be, at least we're being honest with each other, because what's the point about having these conversations about these issues if both people are guarded and saying the things that they think the other person wants to hear so they don't offend anyone? You don't progress in a conversation unless somebody's offended.
That's the point. You have nothing to go on.
Then you have to, if you're offended and the other person's offended, good, now we can work out what the difference is between us. But if we're all just sitting there worried that we're going to get put in some kind of camp or have our social media account flagged because we don't want to bring up a problem that we might have with a group of people, there's no way we can have a conversation with that group of people to get to the bottom of what's going on and what we can do to change shit. So congratulations. You're going to censor everyone on social media. They're going to be afraid to say what they want to say, and they're going to find an underground way to say it. And then you're just going to have to deal with it when it gets too big. She just announced her new plan to develop media literacy tools for school children, which will teach them about conspiracy theories and misinformation. Great, because you don't want these kids talking about the CIA and the...
Do they understand that just because you monitor somebody's social media, like that has no bearing on what people talk about in person?
Well, but it's the best. Well, but a lot of young people, like, they do a lot of their talking on social media. And you can also, if you catch them saying that shit, you can show up at their house. You can tell them this will happen to you, blah, blah, blah. And then they won't want to say that shit in real life either because they're worried someone's watching them. This is Governor Kathy Hochul.
Today I'm directing the Director of Division of Homeland Security.
Stop with D words. That's too many. You're directing the Director of Divisions by a vowel.
And Emergency Services to develop media literacy tools for K through 12 in our public schools.
Did she have her jaw wired shut?
I don't know. It is moving weird.
I feel like she's talking like Don Imus.
This will teach students and even teachers to help understand.
Botox.
It's Botox. You're right. Nothing's moving on her face.
The lips. She had Botox
moving.
done on the face right here, and she can't fucking talk. That's what that is. Listen to this. I'll let it play longer, but listen to this now through the prism of Botox.
Today I'm directing the Director of Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services to develop
her eyebrows aren't moving at all.
Media literacy tools for K through 12 in our public schools.
Just shoot it right into your face.
And even teachers to help understand how to spot conspiracy theories and misinformation, disinformation, and online hate.
Well, guess what? Our audience in the New York school system is going to drop by 100%. That sucks.
What about all the misinformation they put out but never acknowledge?
That's just it.
Come on.
They lied for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And nothing happens to them. But if you say something that is possible, just hasn't come true yet, well, then you need to be stopped and you're dangerous. You know why? Because all of the theories, it's amazing when government wants to monitor conspiracy theories and misinformation. All of those conspiracy theories and misinformation seem to go to damage their credibility or damage their authority over other people. You never see them. They're not checking for misinformation or conspiracy theories about themselves.
No.
It's always other people saying it that questions the authority of their ability to govern you. It's never, hey, guys, you never see them using like a social media misinformation guide and go, hey, guys, we checked that thing we wrote the other day. Turns out that was misinformation, and boy, are we really sorry we can't have that nowadays.
We'll never say that.
Never that.
Never.
Let's go back to Botox face.
Start talking about what we're seeing out there. Give the teachers.
Did she say dark talking?
Dark talking.
Because her lips have been so shot up recently that she can't make words.
Imagine how thin they'd be if she didn't get them shot up, because they're pretty
No. Botox doesn't plump up your lips.
Oh, that's injectors. That's right.
It freezes your face.
Nerve endings.
She didn't have like Botox done in her lips here. She had the Botox done here.
Well,
and here.
Peep her eyebrows every now and then too. They won't move.
Oh yeah, she definitely had the forehead done. But what it does is it freezes up the muscles in your face. So when you talk, it feels like you're talking
with a dry leather face that can't stretch out or it'll crack.
It prevents your face from wrinkling because it doesn't move.
But you're right. I think she says the word dart here because she can't say start.
And online hate. Start talking about what we're...
Start. It's a weird... The S...
Start?
The S is in there, but it's really weird because she can't... You know what it is? It's the A. She can't go start. Because if you go start...
It was very...
You can't she can't open her mouth that wide, so it's start.
It was very Fargo-y of you.
Start.
Yeah.
I ain't been a long ways tired. The shit women do to prevent wrinkles, it's like, do you really want your face to be that uncomfortable?
For the looks?
Start talking about what we're seeing out there. Give the teachers the tools they need to help these conversations in school. And by teaching younger New Yorkers about how to discern between digital fact and digital fiction.
Right. And by the way, the digital fact and digital fiction will be determined by us and our fact checkers. Oh.
Yeah, yours truly.
That's great.
We can better inoculate them from hatred and the spread of it, and help prepare them for a very fast-moving and often confusing world.
Right, and we'll help them navigate that confusing world and help them be not so confused.
Yeah, let me help you. No free thinkers.
Yes, exactly. No discussions about controversial topics that don't necessarily have an answer yet.
God, it's going to come right down someday to like basic shit like you can't like certain colors because it's racist and all that shit. And you'll seriously be very not confused in your life because there'll be a playbook for everything.
Jameson's Repair says, does she have something up her butt? Just Botox, bro. She's just got the Botox cooking.
Botox booty hole.
She's just that face, that skin on her face is so tight that she can't help but talk like Durst. She's just having serious problems being able to address her thoughts. All right, guys, $15 away. We didn't bring out the offering plate today. We don't want to. Get it done. Finish it up. It was a short one today. Small goal. Let's finish her up. Throw in $5 and we'll knock this thing out. You guys can do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble rants, etc. Speaking of people who do certain things on social media and it gets them monitored, Conor McGregor is being investigated.
Again?
No, it's not like criminal.
Oh.
Not yet. He's being investigated for hate speech and defamatory statements because of things he wrote on social media about Ireland and that stabbing attack they had over the weekend. I don't know how many of you know about this, but an Algerian immigrant stabbed a 5-year-old girl and a 30-year-old female, and it's caused people in Ireland to take to the streets and go, enough with fucking immigration, enough with open borders, we're done with this shit. You know, Ireland has a strong culture. Ireland has a strong history, and they're remarkably proud of it. Like, the culture and history is so strong with the Irish that American people who haven't had relatives from Ireland in their lifetime still celebrate their Irish heritage. It's that strong. So then you go to Ireland, and these people now on social media are going like, we need to preserve our Irish culture. We need to better vet migrants and shit like that. And they're getting really nationalistic about it. And the powers that be, their answer is not to hear these people out and maybe make some changes, because I do believe people have a right to their culture and a right to their nationality and all that. I don't think it would be right if a bunch of people went into some third world shithole and went, you guys have to do this now and you have to do that. Let those people have their culture and their thing and the way they want to do shit.
Yeah.
I mean, they're a fucking third world country. Lord knows they ain't hurting anybody.
They need something.
Sure. But when it's a European country that wants to talk that way, or if it's America that wants to talk that way, they go, well, that's white supremacy. It's not.
No.
The color of the skin is incidental. It's the culture and the history that people want to protect. And they know that if you bring in Muslims from North Africa or the Middle East, they're not saying like, oh, these bad shitheads are going to actively try to tank our culture. It's that they've never lived it. They don't understand it. So they don't revere it and value it the way people living in Ireland do. So now, because of his comments on this, Conor McGregor jumped into the conversation, responding to a post on X from his coach, John Kavanagh, saying,
So what should happen with the demented scumbag who attacked women and kids today? Few years in jail at our expense to get out and repeat, needs to be deported immediately and never be allowed back or just hang him. There's no fixing him, to which McGregor retweeted it and wrote, torture and death. He replied. That was it. The entrepreneur and brewer elaborated on his view. Ooh, that's got to hurt. You know what they don't call him anymore?
What?
They referred to McGregor as the entrepreneur and brewer.
MMA star?
They don't call him a fighter anymore.
Yeah.
Yikes. The entrepreneur and brewer elaborated on his views in response to a video of an alleged journalist being questioned by a man on the street. The videographer appeared to accuse the would-be journalist of calling citizens far right for objecting to mass immigration. Isn't that something? The absolute picture of weak and feeble, McGregor wrote. The most divisive of all is the weak man. One of the most horrific crimes this nation has ever seen occurred. We do not care anymore about what you sad cases have got to say. So he made a big, long thing about this.
Well, he felt passionately about it.
And now the Prime Minister of Ireland, in response to what McGregor's saying and what people are protesting about, the Prime Minister also vowed to modernize laws against hatred in general. So these people are speaking out about something that's important in their country, important to them, matters to them, and the powers that be, again, proving you don't actually have any say over your government. They go, well, we got to crack down on this kind of hatred. Really? Because a 5-year-old and a 50 or 30-year-old were stabbed by a migrant who some would argue, if you would tighten up your immigration laws, wouldn't have been here in the first place to hurt these people, then we wouldn't have this problem. So your response to that is, well, these protesters are expressing hate. Not the guy physically stabbing someone, but someone saying words that you don't like. We're going to investigate those people.
I take no issue with what he said.
We will pass new laws in the coming weeks to enable the police to make better use of the CCTV evidence they collected yesterday, and we will also modernize our laws against incitement to hatred and hatred in general. So again, your answer to your people asking you to do something about immigration is to take camera footage, find them, see if they're inciting hate, and then investigating them.
Yep, Big Brother. Always there.
Wow. The Mood gifting 5 memberships. Scotty Licious McFabulous.
Thank you.
Valley Law, Geese Artel, Electric Shoes, and Nebo all getting memberships today. Guys, that's it. Call it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for knocking that one out today. That is a wrap. Anything else that comes in goes towards tomorrow morning, which April and I will be here tomorrow morning. I don't know. I do know Gino's doing Rumble Friday with us this week.
That'll be fun.
And then I did ask Corey and Oz if they wanted to do a day to fill in for Johnny. I haven't heard back from either of them yet. But if they say yes, absolutely. We'll do that probably Wednesday or Thursday. Will be one of the 2 days. Maybe Thursday. Maybe that's what we'll do. Thursday, Friday. So April will do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then we got a Tuesday evening show. And then Wednesday is prize night. We're already at the last evening show of the month. Jesus.
That did go kind of fast. I don't know where the whole month went.
Also, I think in 2024, you'll probably be able to see a little more of Corey on this channel. I think you'll probably see a little more Oz, and I won't say a lot more Johnny, but perhaps a Johnny like you've never seen him before.
Unless me, then.
No, there's gonna be a little more of everyone, I think, in 2024. We'll be able to tell you more about that later on in the year, but it's going to be, I'm thinking 2024 is currently shaping up to be the biggest year in steel toe history, perhaps. World Health Organization makes unusual public request for data on the new mystery pneumonia that's tearing through schools in China. Let me see. We got we only got less than a year until the next election. We have to have a disease to fall back on in case Trump's poll numbers don't go down.
Come on.
I mean, look.
I mean, without fail, this shit happens. Without fail.
But he's doing really well. He's kicking the shit out of Biden. You can't just let that happen. There has to be an illness on deck just in case. See, the nice thing about this mystery pneumonia, Nobody knows what it is.
Great.
It's very, very scary. It's
Contagious.
happening. Yeah, it's happening far away. So if Trump ends up losing, or if he goes to jail, or his poll numbers go down, then the disease doesn't need to spread past China. It's just, oh, we figured out what it was. We treated it. Turns out it's Campbell's soup and Sprite.
It'll go away.
We're good to go. But if Trump doesn't go to jail and he keeps powering through and they can't get Biden out of office and Trump's poll numbers keep doing well, then that mystery pneumonia can just find its way on over here and we can shut down all the live public polling places and we'll all vote on the internet and there'll be no way to rig it.
Oh, rig.
Rig
yeah.
it. Rig it. Exactly.
Rig it.
SH says, MSO says, I want to see more of April.
I'm sure you do.
SH says, 2024 steel toe bikini calendar. Aaron is 2 months at once. Oh,
I've actually always been in favor of like a funny calendar.
That hurts my feelings.
I would like
can't
that.
be 2 months. I can fit into one picture. How dare you?
Which 2 months would you like to be?
I'm only going to be 1 month now.
Which one?
December. It's my month. Tigger next door. I know you think it's your month, but I was the one
then
born.
I have to have April, apparently.
Yeah, right. Exactly. What are you bitching about?
I don't know.
Tigger next door says, I don't think they will be able to scare people into hiding this time. Oh, you sweet, sweet summer child.
That is funny.
Oh, that's a good one. They won't be. Hey, we mean it, government. We're not going to fall for your tricks this time. Get in a fucking truck. Okay, I think I've put up enough of a fight here. Enough people are gonna bow down right away because they'll scare the shit out of you.
I think I got ripped on this show about having a take similar to that once. I'm like, oh, there's enough people this time that saw that the lockdowns didn't do anything really to help us. There's no way we do that again, and I think you ripped me a new one about it, and I feel the way you do now. I understand. I've seen the light.
It's Matt says, what parts of April can we expect to see more of? Her pussy lips! No, I'm just kidding.
That's actually our new backdrop.
Yeah, it's just going to be a giant picture of April's vagina. It's actually not going to be blown up at all. It's just going to be her actual vagina. It just takes up this much space because she's got a giant cunt.
I'm sorry, Mom.
I don't know how she's her size, but for some reason her vagina is 8 feet high and 10 feet wide.
How do I fit that shit in my skinny jeans?
Unbelievable. Is that 8 by 8? How long is this motherfucker? 10? Is it 10 feet long?
At least. I thought it was more like 12.
Oh, was it?
I don't know.
Well, then I'm an asshole.
8 or 10 feet tall.
Now the mood says, can't wait for 2024. I'm not going to tell them I was kidding. I'm not going to break their heart like that.
You shouldn't. You should put your labia lips up there and just tell them it was mine.
Put my butthole lips up there and go like, yeah, it's a pussy for sure. New outbreak in China. The scheme worked the first time with zero accountability, so who's ready for round number 2? Mystery pneumonia tears through schools in China with many, many hospitalized in eerie echo of early days of COVID.
We know how the story ends. Let's not do it again.
Right.
Come on.
Hold on. Let me mute this. Rumble Friday, I could say this.
Hope so.
Right? Like, we're not doing it. And if you don't, if you decide that you're going to take part in it, we're going to treat you like a quisling, like you're ratting to the Nazis.
Right.
And you're a collaborator and we're the resistance. And we're just going to, this is me shaking a spray paint can to protest in my own property. The alert was issued. But really, April. Right.
You always unmute it too soon.
Yeah.
But I second your notion.
The alert was issued late on Tuesday via ProMed, a large publicly available global surveillance system that monitors infectious diseases. Does anyone even want to bother digging into ProMed and finding out where it's funded or how it got started? I don't want to know.
I don't want to know how it got out of said laboratory.
No. I'm talking about the app that tracks this stuff. Even that.
No, don't go. Don't look. It'll just make you mad.
Oh, hey, it was a ProMed notification back in December 2019 that brought a mystery virus, later given the name of COVID, to the attention of many doctors and scientists, including officials at the World Health Organization. Oh, that's weird because Fauci and Peter Daszak were emailing about it in November. So that's funny that you would mention December they figured it out because we'd actually been funding the research of viruses like that for a long time.
Oh, is it not really adding up? the timeline for you or something.
It's exhausting to even remind people of it. It's exhausting to say it. Here's ProMed's report. With the outbreak of pneumonia in China, children's hospitals in Beijing, Liaoning, and other places were overwhelmed with sick children, and schools and classes were on the verge of suspension. Parents questioned whether the authorities were covering up the epidemic. In the early morning, Beijing Children's Hospital was still overcrowded with parents and children whose children had pneumonia and came to seek treatment. Since China stopped adhering to the zero policy at the beginning of the year 2023, epidemics such as influenza, mycoplasma, and bronchopneumonia have broken out from time to time. It's almost like you sheltered everybody indoors for 3 years and now their immune systems are shit.
Isn't that funny?
It's very odd.
It's strange how that works.
It's very, very odd. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. I still have this up there. We knocked out the goal today. Sorry, guys. I apologize for that one. I still had the thing up there.
You look so greedy.
I know. It looks shitty when I leave that up there. The new promo Cash for Gash will be a big hit. Yes.
Cash for Gash.
Yes, exactly.
We can have like a money machine that like drops dollars around us.
It's Matt says, are we still talking about April's vagina? No, you guys are still talking about April's vagina. I was trying to talk about the new pneumonia that's going through China that they're going to try and hold us down and fuck us in the mouth with instead of COVID this next election.
Yeah, you'll all actually be getting ProMed notifications about my vagina when there's humidity involved.
SC Motorsports says ProMed is actually in financial ruins. They can probably be paid off. MSO says, keep rubbing it in. Sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, fuck. We don't have any business being in the 600s at the end of the show. Usually people have started filtering out by then. Over 700 at the peak today, 600 still at the end. Thank you guys very much for your kindness and watching the show. I love how I always think it's kindness. It couldn't be that we put on a good show today and we were entertaining and
it was good.
4.5 hours flew by for everybody. It couldn't be that. It had to be just these people being remarkably generous with their time. How dare you? Oh, no. Turd diff. No. Turd diff. That's not an actual picture of April.
Don't post that.
You put, that's not, April didn't actually wear that shirt. That you put SS bolts on that shirt and edited it. I can't see from there. Turd diff. I'm responding to him on Twitter. Wait a minute. Part of me thinks you might have photoshopped this.
That costs $500 Canadian.
You scoundrel. There we go. I hope that guy's just I hope that guy's just fucking around for a joke and like not trying to do like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Because if you're trying to do that as a get you, I find that fucking hilarious.
Hold on, right? This happened to me too. So I actually don't know who Turd Diff is. I don't know if he's a fan or a hater, but there are certain hater channels that I have banned where I scrolled through their account quick and it was like that same picture with Nazi shit on it.
But like that's just funny.
I did think it was funny, but they've definitely done it as like, oh, see, she's an Aryan Nazi bitch.
Like. That's just hilarious.
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
Weird.
I'm jealous you guys aren't doing it to me. Bullshit.
Hey, no, they put you in front of one of the camps in your suit, remember?
That's true.
Like you were in charge of it or something.
That's pretty accurate.
Wow.
That was
slanderous.
But that was actually just a new that was a new picture of me. That wasn't photoshopped. That was just accurate. Oh. MSO says my new screensaver.
Hey.
Yeah, see, Tyler just says the SS shirt looks nice.
It was crispy.
Yeah, exactly.
Good color.
Exactly. The Mood says, are you not a Nazi bish? Unsubbed. All right, guys, hit like. Before you leave, hit thumbs up, hit subscribe, all of that good shit. Thank you very much for being here today. We are taking tonight off. The Vikings play. Most of our audience is from Minnesota, so we don't want to sit here and talk a bunch of shit while the Vikings are kicking the crap out of the Bears today. So we're going to do that. Back again tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Central Time. Thank you guys very much for your generosity and kindness, and we will see you again tomorrow. April, thank you very much.
Thanks, boss.
Goodbye, everybody.